Chapter 1226. When Kitaichi Origami opened her eyes, she found herself standing alone on the street illuminated by the setting sun. Here. Looking around, Kitaichi Origami frowned and her eyes were filled with confusion. It's not that Kitaichi Origami didn't know where she was standing on the street. Although the street in front of her was extremely unfamiliar, Kitaichi Origami still recognized it at a glance. This is the only way to go to her childhood home. But because of this, Kitaichi Origami felt confused. After all, her childhood home was burned to ashes in the fire 5 years ago. Including the street in front of her. Kitaichi Origami's cold eyes kept scanning the surroundings. She stared at the scene on the street. Here, there were pedestrians passing by, students after school, and some small animals running around happily. It was a peaceful scene. Kitaichi Origami was clearly standing in the middle of the street, but those people and animals completely ignored her. They walked past her as if they didn't see her. Some people even walked past her figure. It was like Kitaichi Origami's entire body turned transparent. Looking at the strange phenomenon that happened to her expressionlessly, Kitaichi Origami immediately made a judgment. Dream. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in Kitaichi Origami's eyes. It was a man with short white hair and dark blue eyes. A cute little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old. On the street full of pedestrians, she looked so eye-catching. It's not hard to imagine her appearance when she grows up. Seeing this little girl, Kitaichi Origami's eyes couldn't leave her. The cute little girl in front of her was Kitaichi Origami when she was a child. When I was a child. Kitaichi Origami looked at her childhood in a daze. When I was a child. When I was a child. And when I was a child. Could it be? In an instant, Kitaichi Origami had a guess about the content of her dream. This guess instantly caused Yue Origami's pretty face to turn completely pale with a schwa sound. What are you doing? Without thinking, Kitaichi Origami screamed at her childhood self. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up. Kitaichi Origami's screams didn't end. Suddenly. In her field of vision. Everything was covered by a fiery red color. Ah! The sudden fiery red light made Kitaichi Origami close her eyes. But not only was she not surprised by the appearance of this fiery red color, she seemed to have known that it would appear. Her face became even paler. And desperately opened her eyes that were stimulated by the strong light. Then. The scene in front of Kitaichi Origami changed. The street was still there, the pedestrians. She was also there when she was a child. However, the originally peaceful scene had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a hell-like scene. Fiery red. Fiery red. A fiery red that was scorching hot. The familiar street fell into a sea of red fire. The houses, pedestrian streets, trees, flowers, buildings and so on, everything that could support burning, were all engulfed by the flames without exception. Everything in front of him was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. The fire continued to burn fiercely, spreading at an extremely fast speed amidst the whistling sounds of the burning. All around, the pedestrians let out panicked screams one by one. They began to flee in a panic. The chaotic sound of footsteps mixed with the explosion of some dangerous items echoed in the sea of fire. Kitaichi Origami looked at everything in front of her in a daze, her face was as white as paper. Not long after, the surrounding pedestrians disappeared. What remained in Kitaichi Origami's field of vision was the hell-like street that fell into the sea of fire, and a small figure. It was her childhood self. At this time, Kitaichi Origami also looked at everything in a daze. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't run away aimlessly like the other pedestrians, nor did she take the children and the elderly to seek refuge like those calm people. Instead, she threw all the things in her hands to the ground and ran to the center of the sea of fire. Kitaichi Origami could still vaguely hear the words that came out of her mouth before she ran into the sea of fire. Dad. Mom. That's right. Kitaichi Origami's parents were still at home. They were still in the sea of fire. She was just a child. Even if she rushed to the scene, she wouldn't be able to help much. She might even be a burden. Her parents might have already gone to seek refuge, but Kitaichi Origami still ran into the sea of fire to look for her parents. Seeing this, Kitaichi Origami also reacted. Her face was pale and she ran hysterically like Kitaichi Origami towards the sea of fire, the home in her memory. However, when Kitaichi Origami arrived at the home in her memory, the scene that appeared in front of her was the most terrifying nightmare and the most despairing scene she ever wanted to recall in her life. The home in her memory, like the other buildings, was covered in red flames. Her childhood self ran towards the home in the sea of fire. In front of her childhood self, her father held her mother's shoulder and stood in the center of the sea of fire. On the horizon, there was a terrifying fire beam that mercilessly fell towards Kitaichi Origami's parents. No, Kitaichi Origami let out a cry of despair and ran forward in an attempt to save her parents. Unfortunately, no matter how Kitaichi Origami ran, the distance between them did not decrease at all. Then, the fire beam fell. Bang! A strong shockwave shook the area and easily blew Kitaichi Origami, who was running towards her parents, away. She hit the cement wall not far away and screamed in pain. However, Kitaichi Origami ignored the pain in her body and Kitaichi Origami also ignored the wind in front of her. The two girls, one adult and one child, both looked at the location of their parents. However, the figure that was originally there has already disappeared. There was only a crater that looked like it was created by a meteorite. Light smoke was coming out from there. Lying inside were the remains of her parents in her memory. Looking at her parents lying dead in the hole, Toichi Origami let out a desperate howl. Her pupils dilated as she suddenly raised her head and looked at the source of the fire beam that just shot over. Then, Kitaichi Origami saw. In the middle of the burning sky, a figure was quietly floating there. Bathed in the sea of fire, it looked like it was looking at the burning street and the world in the sea of fire. Looking at the figure, it should be an adult. The moment she saw that figure, Yuichi Origami's vision turned black, and her delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that blood could seep out. Looking at the figure floating in the sea of fire, she let out a sharp cry filled with curses and resentment like a malicious spirit. "I'll kill you!" With this sentence, Origami Kitsune rushed over. In the silent space, Kitaichi Origami suddenly opened her eyes and screamed crazily as she sat up. Ha. Her breathing was abnormally rapid and her chest was constantly moving up and down. Kitaichi Origami's body was already soaked in sweat. Her face was pale and her eyes were fluctuating with uncontrollable fear. Kitaichi Origami propped herself up and took a deep breath to suppress the fear in her heart. When she calmed down, she realized that she was lying on the bed in her room. Covering her forehead, Tokichi Origami recalled the scene in her dream and bit her lips. What a hateful dream. Although she said this, Yuichi Origami did not have any resistance to this dream in her heart. She didn't want to think about it and didn't want to talk about it, but after this dream, Kitaichi Origami was certain of one thing. If the content of the dream is what she experienced in the past, then the person who killed her parents shouldn't be Itsuka Kotori. In his impression, the person who had killed his parents with that beam of fire was obviously an adult. How old was Itsuka Kotori 5 years ago? She had a hateful dream and remembered something she hated, but at least Kitaichi Origami learned the truth. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone on Yuichi Origami's bedside vibrated, causing Yuichi Origami, who was immersed in her memories, to frown. She reached out and picked up the phone. "Hello, Origami." Through the phone, the voice of Liaozi under the sun entered Origami's ears. "Come over now." Upon hearing this, Origami Kitsune was stunned. Chapter 1227. Heavenly Palace City, AST Garrison Base. Didn't I tell you to come here as soon as possible? Why did it take so long? In the base, Sunrise Prairie Fire, who was wearing a pair of work pants and a black singlet, had a writing board under her arm and a pen in her other hand. She looked like the foreman of the movers. She used lion roar on Kite Origami, who was standing in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that Liaozi didn't spit, Origami's face would have been covered in saliva by now. Yuichi Origami lowered her eyes slightly and replied calmly. It's time to get off work and it's late at night. The space quake alarm hasn't been issued and the elf hasn't appeared. I didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to be anxious just to meet someone, Liaozi was furious. That's true, but you have to see who wants to meet you. Liaozi rubbed her forehead like she had a headache. Seriously. I don't know why the DEM executive director wants to meet you, that's also what I want to know. Tabichi Origami raised her head and looked at Daybreak Prairie indifferently. Why is the DEM executive director looking for me? Even if you ask me, I don't know. Daybreak Prairie Fire frowned and stared at Toichi Origami's expressionless face. Speaking of which, he seemed to be very interested in you when you met the DEM executive director yesterday. Origami lowered her head. She muttered to herself. It was true that Westcott was very interested in Iris Origami's class photo last night when they were welcoming him. He even left everyone else in the room in front of everyone's eyes. He ran in front of Origami Kitsune and had a strange conversation with Origami Kitsune. Origami thought that Westcott was just interested in the Tianyang ceremony because he had been in a high position for a long time. But now that she thought about it, Origami felt that something wasn't right. After all, Westcott first asked about the photo before mentioning the Tianyang ceremony. Could it be that there was someone in his class that Scott cared about? When she thought about it, the figures of those people instantly flashed through Tokichi Origami's mind, and her eyes narrowed. The DM branch was burned down by fire. The elf who could control fire was also in Origami's class. Yuichi Origami suspected that Scott actually knew who destroyed his branch company. He might even know that the person who destroyed his branch was not only an elf but also in her class. If that's the case. In that case, this meeting should be related to that person. Daybreak Prairie Fire, who was standing in front of Toichi Origami, rubbed his chin when he saw Toichi Origami lowering his head and pondering. It seems like you have some idea why the executive director is looking for you. I'm not sure. Origami didn't boast. But I have a clue, I see. Liaozi nodded and immediately changed the topic. He smiled and patted Origami Kitsune's shoulder. Don't think about it too much. Maybe they have taken a fancy to your ability and want you to join the DEM company. Join the DM company? Origami Kitsune was slightly startled. She lowered her head again and murmured. If that's the case, is it possible to defeat the elf? Huh? Origami's murmur was very soft. However, Liaozi still heard it. She frowned and sighed. I can't say that it's impossible. After all, the DEM CR unit is much better than the ASTs. Before the real one went missing, she was also a DEM member. You know how strong she is. Daybreak Prairie Fire glanced at Toichi Origami. However, the higher the performance of the CR unit, the higher the technical requirement to control the CR unit. I believe in your skills, but I'm not sure if you can really reach that level. At this point, Daybreak Prairie Fire sneakily looked around and leaned over to Kitsune Origami's ear. Moreover, although the DEM has a lot of power, the people inside are not good people. They have done a lot of shameful things behind the scenes. If they really invite you to join the DEM, you have to consider it carefully. Don't be fooled so easily. Origami Kitsune remained silent. After a long time, she nodded her head, making Daybreak Prairie Fire smile in satisfaction. Obviously, regardless of the other reasons, Sun Liaozi did not want Kitsune Origami to join DEM. Bringing Kite One Origami through a series of passageways, they arrived at the door of Wolcourt's room. Under the sun, Liaozi knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened gently and Elaine, who was dressed in office lady attire, stood at the door. She first glanced at Tokichi Origami before looking at Liaozi. "Sorry to trouble you." "No, it's nothing." Liaozi showed a rare modesty. "If there's anything else you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask." "I will." Elaine nodded politely. She moved aside and said to Origami, "Ike has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in." Tabichi Origami looked at Daybreak Prairie. After Daybreak Prairie nodded, she looked at Irene and walked into the room. It had to be said that this was indeed a rather luxurious room. The area is comparable to a normal house. It's quite spacious. In the middle of the vast room, Will Scott sat on an exquisitely crafted sofa that could even be said to be luxurious. He looked at Yue Origami with a smile, causing Yue Origami's footsteps to pause. Her heartbeat also suddenly sped up. The smile on Will Scott's face was very amiable, but for some reason, looking at the smile on his face, Creamy Origami seemed to see a surge of black malice surging on it, which made her feel a little cold. Yuichi Origami was certain that Will Scott was definitely not her type. Westcott seemed to have sensed Origami Kite's reaction. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. That person was right. "The first impression I gave people seems to be really bad." Although he said that, Will Scott didn't seem to care at all. He opened his arms to Toichi Origami as if he was hugging her. The corners of his mouth curled up. "I apologize for making you come here in a hurry, Miss Origami. I do have something to discuss with you. Please forgive me if I offended you, it's nothing." Even though Yuichi Origami's personality was cold, she still had the necessary manners. Lowering her head, Yuichi Origami spoke respectfully at a distance. "Then, why are you looking for me?" Since Miss Yueni asked, let's get straight to the point. Will Scott smiled and snapped his fingers. On the side, Irene immediately took out a device and projected an image on the wall like a projector. Looking at the content of the video, Origami's eyes narrowed. "It's Wu Yan's image." Sure enough. Origami Kite couldn't help but speak her mind. He really destroyed DM's branch? Oh. Will Scott was stunned. He didn't expect Origami Kitsune to say something like this after seeing the video. He shrugged and looked at Origami Kitsune with a meaningful gaze. "That's true. However, Miss Origami, you did know that Shido Itsuka's true identity is an elf." Kitsune Origami held her breath and was speechless. "Well, although I'm also a little curious about the reason why Miss Yuichi didn't report her discovery to the higher-ups even though she's obviously a member of AST." Will Scott leaned back on the sofa. "But this is Miss Origami's own business. It's AST's business. I don't want to interfere." Hearing this, Yueni Origami couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, Will Scott's next sentence caused her heart to jump again. "Since Miss Origami knows that Shido Itsuka is an elf, you should know about the identities of Yamazaki Toka, Tokasaki Kuzo, Yamazaki Yakuya, and Yamazaki Yoshika, right?" Chapter 12:28. As Wolcott read out the names one by one, Tabichi Origami's heart grew restless. Tabichi Origami was certain that Wolcott knew the identities of the elves in her class. If that's the case, why didn't Wolcott kill them? Isn't the DEM an organization that advocates killing elves? Although the handling of the space quake and the response to the elves were the responsibility of a certain army of each country, these elven armies were only ahead in terms of numbers compared to the DEM. Some of them couldn't even be ahead in terms of numbers. In addition to the special nature and status of the DEM, there were many examples of countries asking for help from the DEM or DEM intervening in the affairs of the elves. Now that they know the elves' identities and locations, why didn't they send people to kill them? Moreover, the elves that destroyed their branch company were among the elves, Yuichi Origami was puzzled, and he couldn't figure out what Will Scott meant. At that moment, he might as well confess. Yes. Tabichi Origami nodded. I know. Yusuker Toka, Tokasaki Kuzo, Yusuker Yagiya, Yusuker Yushien, and Itsuka Shido are all elves. Oh? Will Scott stared at the expressionless Tabichi Origami and suddenly smiled. Just as Origami thought Westcott would ask her why she didn't report this matter to the higher-ups of AST, Westcott raised such a question instead. If that's the case. Your parents died at the hands of elves. You hate elves so much. Why are you still able to live a normal high school life with them? Yuichi Origami raised her head abruptly. Her gaze shot towards Will Scott like lightning. You investigated me? I just want to have a better conversation with Miss Yuani. Facing Yuani Origami's questioning, Lin Fan said. Will Scott's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he admitted it openly. Moreover, it doesn't seem like it's that hard to find out. Yuichi Origami took a deep breath. This time, there was no longer any respect in his eyes when he looked at Will Scott. It was just like what Liaozi had said. Not a single person in the DEM is a good person. However, Will Scott's next words caused Yuani Origami's ice-cold heart to tremble. Hey, Miss Yuani. His gaze met with Yuani Origami's cold gaze. Whiskett's lips curled into a smile. Do you want to know who killed your parents? Kite Origami's heart felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Her body trembled, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. Even her voice became hoarse. You. Could it be that you know? Whiskett smiled mysteriously. At the same time, Irene immediately changed the channel of the device in her hand. The projection on the wall began to play a video. The quality of the video was not good. It could even be said that it was very poor. The resolution was rough, and the location of the shot was very blurry. Moreover, it was not shot from the beginning. It started halfway through and was intermittent. The first scene of the video playing on the wall was the heavenly palace city shrouded in fire. Then, the image switched to a corner. Some figures appeared inside. Yuani Origami's eyes widened when she saw the figures in the video. Dad. Mom, yes, the figures in the video were Yuani Origami's parents. However, the figures did not appear for long before they were hit by a beam of fire from the sky. Together with the ground, a deep hole was created. Yuani Origami clenched her fists, and her breathing became slightly rapid. Seeing her parents die in front of her again, that kind of pain is definitely intense. However, this is not the only reason why Yuani Origami's breathing became rapid. Another reason is because in the video, there is a blurry black figure in the air. Just now, it was this blurry black figure that shot out a beam of fire and killed Yuani Origami's parents. The video ended there, but the matter is far from over. Irene operated the device in her hand and pressed a button. The blurry black figure suddenly expanded rapidly. Soon, the black figure's true face was exposed in front of Yuani Origami's eyes. Kite Origami was finally able to see the face of the person he hated for the first time in the 5 years he had been searching for his enemy. Looking at the face in the video, Yuani Origami's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip, and her expression became sluggish. Black clothes, black hair, red eyes, that face, Yuani Origami can see it almost every day. And it's at the closest distance. It's in her class. Yuani Origami looked at the face in a daze, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her eyes set off violent waves, and she murmured the name of the enemy who killed her parents in a way that was close to sleep-talking. Wuha. Sherdao, yes, in the video, the murderer who killed Yuani Origami's parents is Wu Yen. It's him. Yuani Origami's beautiful face distorted at an unimaginable speed, and in the blink of an eye, bitter resentment appeared on her face. So, it's you. Without even thinking, Tokichi Origami turned around and rushed to the door of the room. Irene seemed to have predicted Uni Origami's actions, and her body moved slightly to the side, blocking Uni Origami's path. She pressed down with her hand, and Uni Origami felt her body sink, as if a mountain fell on her shoulder, and with a bang, she fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" Uni Origami glared at Irene and desperately struggled to get up. "Let me go. Don't waste your energy." Irene coldly glanced at Uni Origami. "My Turde Tori is the most precise magician. Even if you have CR unit, you won't be able to break free. Let me go." Uni Origami didn't listen to anything, she only knows how to struggle. Irene frowned, and Will Scott sighed. "Miss Uni, even if I let you go now, do you think you can take revenge? Since you know his identity, you should also know that he isn't someone you can defeat, right? Even if that's the case." Uni Origami bit her lips, her face filled with resentment. "Even if that's the case, I still have to go." "Don't worry, Miss Uni." Will Scott stood up and walked up to Uni Origami. He looked down at her, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. "I have the latest CR unit here, and I also have a way to greatly increase your power. I believe you'll be satisfied." Hearing this, Yuichi Origami stopped its meaningless struggle and raised its head to look at Will Scott. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I have the ability to help you take revenge." Will Scott narrowed his eyes. "You can only take revenge with my help." Uni Origami's expression changed. "You're helping me? Why? Why?" Will Scott was surprised. "Aren't the elves our common enemy? Do you need to ask why I'm helping you deal with the elves?" Origami Kitsune looked straight at Westcott, trying to find any sign of lying on his face. However, Westcott was still full of smiles as he continued to explain to himself. "You should know that your former comrade, Wuxia Xianxia, is also a member of DEM. She's younger than you, but she has the power to rival the elves. If Miss Uni is willing, I can provide you with the latest and most suitable CR unit unconditionally, and I'll also help you with mana processing for free. After the mana processing, your control over the CR unit will reach the limit of your body." Wuxia Xianxia used this method to obtain the power of the strongest magician in the world, second only to Irene. "I believe that if Miss Uni uses the mana processing, you won't be any weaker than Xianxia. However, I have to remind you that if you use a large amount of mana processing, your power will greatly increase, but your lifespan will also decrease. If you forcefully increase your power to the point where you can defeat the elves, I'm afraid you'll only have less than a year left to live. It's fine." Uni Origami's eyes flashed with determination. "I don't care as long as I can defeat the elves and Itoka Shido." Will Scott raised an eyebrow and smiled. Chapter 1229. Heavenly Palace City. In a corner alley, walking in the alley where the light was getting dimmer and dimmer, Toichi Origami looked at Will Scott and Irene who were leading the way and couldn't help but ask. "Where do you want to take me?" "Yes, I'm treating your body with magic." Westcott answered without turning his head. "I was supposed to bring you to the Dem branch, but the Dem branch in Heavenly Palace City has been destroyed by Itsuka Shido. Almost all the instruments were destroyed in the fire, and AST doesn't have any instruments in this area, so I can only bring you here. Dem also has some secret facilities in Heavenly Palace City in case of an accident." Irene, who was walking one step behind Will Scott, glanced at Toichi Origami. "There's an underground facility here used to store some shameful things. It's rarely used and not many people in the DEM know about it. You're the first customer here, don't worry." Will Scott waved his hand and turned around. His eyes were cunning. "For you, this must be a good place." Hearing that, Tokichi Origami also lowered her head and quietly followed behind Will Scott and Irene. Thinking back to 5 years ago, she watched her parents get killed right in front of her eyes. She had a dream when she was at home and she saw Wu Yen killing her parents with his own hands. She bit her lips and her footsteps became resolute. No matter how Will Scott and Irene answered Koichi Origami's question, no matter where they planned to take Koichi Origami to, Koichi Origami didn't care. Even if it was hell in front of her. As long as Will Scott could give her the power to take revenge, she would move forward regardless of the consequences. This was the path Tabichi Origami set 5 years ago. It was a dark path. There was no path ahead. It was a path destined for destruction, just like the alley Tabichi Origami was walking in. Even his figure gradually walked into the darkness and was swallowed up by it. The clear sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and deathly silent alley, and the path under his feet became narrower and narrower. After walking for nearly 15 minutes, there was still no end. However, in the endless alleyway, Will Scott and Irene stopped abruptly when they arrived at a certain spot. They turned around and looked at the wall beside them. "This is it, right?" Will Scott scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. It was apparent that for a person like him who could cover the sky with one hand in the DEM, it was already pretty good that he could remember the approximate location of a small secret facility. On the other hand, Irene was certain. Yes. Lifting her feet, she walked forward. She began to feel around on the smooth and somewhat dirty wall that was covered with moss. After a while, she stopped. In her hand, a trace of green light flashed and disappeared. "This is..." Toichi Origami, who clearly saw this scene, was stunned. A little surprise appeared in her eyes. "Terde Tori?" "Yes, that's right." Irene nodded. In DEM, some of the secret places and important places are usually opened with the records of the Terde Tori as the key. After all, it's the human brain that controls the Terde Tori. Everyone's control of the Terde Tori is different, so the same brain doesn't exist. It's safer than any method of identification. As she spoke, she kept changing the precision of her Terde Tori. The frequency of her Terde Tori fluctuated in a unique way until a green light flashed on the wall. She stopped what she was doing. "Kacha," the sound of an ancient door opening faintly rang out. Immediately, the wall in front of Irene slid open like an automatic door, revealing a pitch-black hole. Irene quietly retreated and signaled to Westcott. Westcott chuckled and walked in with Irene. Tabichi Origami followed them indifferently. After the three of them walked in, the door closed automatically with a "kacha" sound. Some lights turned on automatically and illuminated everything inside. Tabichi Origami finally saw the place clearly. In simple terms, this is a place with the same layout as some of the isolated areas in the AST. All around, the ceiling and the floor were walls made of steel, flashing with a cold luster. Unlike what Tokichi Origami had imagined, there weren't many instruments placed here. There was only a slender sealed cabin in the corner at the front, standing upright with its back against the wall. Tokichi Origami looked around and raised her eyebrows. She then looked at the sealed cabin. "It's a tool that can help you become stronger." Westcott smirked when he saw Kitaichi Origami looking at the sealed cabin. His words made Kitaichi Origami look at the sealed cabin with a longing expression. That was the look of someone who longed for power. Although the look in his eyes looked very stupid, Westcott liked it very much, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. That instrument can automatically generate all the mana in the magic circuits here to modify a person's body. It can make a magician exceed the norm. Westcott explained with a leisurely expression. Originally, an outstanding magician would have to use a perfect and gentle method to process magic, but that would take too long, so the DEM developed this kind of instrument. Although its modification is a little harsh, it can greatly reduce the time required. You know the price of reducing the time required. Westcott looked at Tabichi Origami's pretty face and smiled. Of course, if you want to use a gentle method, it can be done in about 5 years, no need. Tabichi Origami said coldly, "I'll just use it." Westcott shrugged nonchalantly and made an inviting gesture in the direction of the sealed cabin. "Once you enter the cabin, it will automatically activate. Hearing Will Scott's words, Yuichi Origami didn't hesitate at all. She lifted her foot and walked towards the sealed cabin resolutely. She pressed the button on the side. After the door of the sealed cabin was opened, she stepped in resolutely and laid down in the sealed cabin. Looking at the door of the sealed cabin slowly descending, Toichi Origami felt as if a figure surrounded by flames had appeared in front of his eyes. In her eyes, uncontrollable resentment appeared repeatedly. Tokichi Origami took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "I don't care what price I have to pay, I will kill you the next time we meet," Itsuki said. Inside the isolation facility, Westcott and Irene watched the door of the sealed cabin close. They were speechless when they saw that the cabin was filled with dense magic power and unknown liquid. "What?" Westcott was the first to break the silence. "Don't you want to ask something?" "Yes, although I know Ike must have his reasons, there's something I don't understand." Irene stared at the sealed cabin in front of her. She stared at the origami kite that was bathed in liquid and magic. "At least, I don't think Tabichi Origami is good enough to defeat that man. Even if she used a stronger mana treatment method than Shina, mana treatment will consume a lot of lifespan and cost a lot. However, it's also the fastest way to gain power. But even after using magic, there were good and bad effects. It all depended on whether the target's talent was good or bad. If it was bad, one might pay a painful price in the end and end up with nothing. If it was good, for example, Shina, who was much younger than Elaine, was only slightly weaker than her. In Elaine's opinion, a nameless girl from AST, even if she was magically enhanced, would only be able to compete with the real deal. There was no way Elaine would be able to compete with her, let alone the man who defeated her. Irene didn't understand why Westcott would spend so much effort to modify Tabichi Origami. "A person's feelings are a wonderful thing, Irene," Will Coate said meaningfully. "She might not be able to surpass you in the end, but she might be able to achieve better results than you." Chapter 1230. In the early morning, there's still a hint of coldness in the air. Dawn had just broken, and there were still a few stars in the light blue sky that hadn't fallen yet. In the morning light, the green trees were shining brightly, waiting for the lingering sunlight to linger around them. At some point in time, the brilliant rising sun dyed half of the sky red, sprinkling soft colors among the clouds. In Heavenly Palace City, some light smoke floated out of the windows of every house. Every household was preparing breakfast, causing the air to be filled with a veil-like mist, making it seem a little lively. In Wu He's house, Shiji should have gotten up at this time and started to make breakfast. However, because Shiji, Kurumi, and Xiang were busy until very late last night for the night sacrifice, the three of them directly stayed in a nearby classmate's house last night and didn't come back. Yono had gone out with Ling Yin for the night, and Kotori had stayed in Fraxinus last night. That was why Itsuka's house was unusually quiet today. There wasn't even a single sound coming from the window, let alone smoke. As for the members who stayed at home last night, they didn't wake up until 3 o'clock in the morning. The sunlight shone directly on the glass of the window, refracting an abnormally dazzling light. It happened to reflect on the bed in the room, and also on the three figures entangled with each other in an extremely ambiguous position. The seductive spring scenery that leaked out from the quilt was exposed to the air. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched in his sleep. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes and subconsciously stretched out his hands to support himself. In the end, he only managed to press his hands on two soft and plump breasts. Wu Yan's mind was still a bit hazy when he felt the soft touch on his palms. After a moment of silence, he slowly lowered his head. Then, two white jade-like bodies appeared in his field of vision. They're imprinted in his eyes. He looked at the two beautiful bodies in his arms. Wu Yan covered his forehead with his hand. It took him a while to remember what happened last night. I ate Yeju Shi and Shi Xian. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. But no matter how you look at it, the bitter smile on his face is a euphemism. He's almost beaming with joy. Woo! Who knows if it's because of the noise? A soft moan echoed, it made Wu Yan's bones go limp. It was Shi Xian who was lying on Wu Yan's left. Her long eyelashes fluttered for a while. She slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Wu Yan with a confused gaze. She looked at him for a bit before she completely woke up, her silver eyes were wide open. Yo! Wu Yan's lips curled up when he saw Shi Xian's eyes. Morning. Shi Xian blinked. She first looked at Wu Yan, then looked at Yeju Shi who was lying beside her, and finally looked at herself. Her delicate face instantly turned red. She pulled up the blanket and covered her head, not daring to see anyone. Seeing Shi Xian's actions, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He pulled the blanket and teased her. What's wrong? Are you feeling shy now? However, the voice that came from the blanket made Wu Yan's teasing expression freeze. Shame and anger, Shi Xian has become impure. She was eaten by a beast, she can't get married anymore. Beast! Beast! Wu Yan's expression turned into one of excitement. I admit that I was a bit tough last night, but what beast? Isn't that too exaggerated? Shi Xian was silent for a while under the blanket, then she replied. Crying, Shi Xian didn't mean that master acted like a beast, but acted like a beast. Acted? Wow, Yeju Shi and Shi Xian were together last night. Shi Xian's body wriggled under the blanket. Not long after, Wu Yan felt a soft little hand grab his important part. Master was not only very energetic last night, he's also very energetic now, he's like a beast with unsatisfied desires. Ahaha. Wu Yan's expression became complicated, he felt comfortable and unnatural at the same time. Feeling Shi Xian's soft little hand, he couldn't help but laugh. It's morning after all, it's not strange to be a bit more energetic in the morning. Question, do I have to be energetic in the morning? Shi Xian poked her head out of the blanket and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Master, don't you usually look very tired in the morning? This is not what I mean. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he saw that Shi Xian was determined to get to the bottom of this. Looks like even if you've watched those so-called special training videos, you haven't improved much. I repeat, special training videos? Shi Xian was slightly startled. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her pretty face turned red again. She lowered her head and muttered. Shy, master is really perverted. This. Wu Yan had the urge to sweat. You bought those videos yourselves, and you dared to play them in the hall, who is perverted? Master. Of course, it's Master's H. Yu Xin glanced at the blushing Yagiya on the other side of Wu Yan. Yagiya looked at Wu Yan with a hint of envy and jealousy. Shi Xian aside, Master bullied Yeju Shi last night while Shi Xian was on the phone with Meijio. You also enjoyed Yeju Shi's beautiful body that seemed like it would break if you hugged her. You tore her clothes and took away her purity. I'm so envious of you. I hate you. First of all, I didn't tear Yeju Shi's clothes. Second of all, you definitely said you were envious. Wu Yan held his head as if he had a headache. Shi Xian, could it be that you want to learn from Meijio and be attracted to both men and women? Meijio. Shi Xian shivered, obvious disgust appeared on her face. Blame? Master, please don't compare Meijio to Shi Xian. Shi Xian would never become like that. In other words, your woman is only limited to Yeju Shi? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. How sly, the man isn't satisfied yet. After saying that, Wu Yan's hand slowly slid down Shi Xian's body, covering her extremely plump and round breasts and squeezing. Wu. The redness on Shi Xian's pretty face became even more intense. Her face continued to lower and lower. The blurriness from last night's madness was once again revealed, filling her alluring silver eyes. Looking at Shi Xian panting with her mouth slightly open, Wu Yan's heart burned. He licked his dry lips and lowered his head, sucking on Shi Xian's earlobe. Ah! Shi Xian blushed when her ear was attacked. She raised her head and involuntarily let out a soft cry. Wu Yan could clearly feel that the delicate body lying in his arms was starting to twist. Wu Yan's lips curled into a smirk. He looked at Shi Xian's voluptuous body with a scorching gaze. Shi Xian shuddered and she had a bad feeling about this. Alert! Shi Xian tightened her grip on the blanket, pursed her lips, and stared at Wu Yan. Master, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Wu Yan's hand continued to move. When he met Shi Xian's gaze, he did not hide the heat in his eyes. Of course, I want to do everything. Ugh! Shi Xian's face was bright red, and she began to squirm. Warning, it's already morning. Shi Xian. Shi Xian can't do it. How can you say that? Wu Yan grinned. His hand under the blanket suddenly reached for Shi Xian's most important part. Didn't I tell you? It's because it's morning that I'm so energetic. Begging for mercy won't do. Sensing Wu Yan's actions, Shi Xian struggled to get up. However, she did not know that this would stimulate Wu Yan. Ignoring Shi Xian's resistance, Wu Yan flipped his body and pressed Shi Xian under his body. Then, he forced her to turn around. Her hands were on the bed, and her back was facing him. Then, Wu Yan held her slender waist with both hands. His body slowly moved forward. Ugh! Following a muffled groan, Shi Xian, who had her back facing Wu Yan, suppressed her breath and moaned. Her moans were accompanied by an indescribable heat ripple. They once again resounded in the room. Chapter 1231. Heavenly Palace City, Wu He's home. Shi Xian was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall. Wu Yan was lying on her lap, using her as a pillow to enjoy the pleasant morning. Lying on Shi Xian's smooth thighs, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. His face was full of enjoyment. From time to time, he would open his mouth and put the breakfast that Shi Xian brought into his mouth. As he chewed, he sighed. If I could have this kind of treatment every morning, it might not be bad to wake up early. Wu Yan raised his eyelids. In the next moment, a half-squinted and listless face appeared in front of him. However, it was difficult to control the faint smile on the corner of her mouth. He could not help but laugh. Shi Xian's pretty face turned slightly red. She turned her head away, not daring to look into Wu Yan's eyes. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan laughed even more happily. His gaze was also fixed on Shi Xian's face. His heart was in turmoil. It had to be said that even if one did not look at Shi Xian's voluptuous figure, just looking at her appearance was already very shocking. She definitely would not lose to any of the girls that Wu Yan knew. Last night, her relationship with Wu Yan had further improved. Not only did Shi Xian's complexion become more rosy, but her appearance also became more beautiful. Her every move also released a soul-stirring temptation. Coupled with Shi Xian's personality, she was even more attractive. Although Shi Xian had a listless face all day long and liked to quarrel with Yi Juya and 10 fragrances, Wu Yan knew that there was an indescribable gentleness in Shi Xian's bones. This gentleness. It could be seen during normal times. Unlike Yi Juya, for the sake of his dignity, she would sometimes be very domineering. She was also very carefree in private. Shi Xian's usual actions were very similar to a gentle and generous girl. Thinking about it, she was definitely a gentle girl deep down. And this point was now proven by Shi Xian's attentive feeding actions, looking at Shi Xian's beautiful rosy face. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He felt slightly regretful in his heart. If Wu Yan had known that eating Shi Xian could make her protect him so gently, he would not have waited until now to eat her. Although part of the reason was because of Shirori, the Baowu sisters were always by his side. If he wanted to eat them, he could still find opportunities. However, Wu Yan didn't. He had been thinking of eating it in the future. Now, he finally regretted it a little. At this moment, the door of the hall was gently pushed open, and a figure that was more than 80% similar to Xian walked out with slightly unnatural footsteps. She swept her gaze across the hall. Finally, her gaze landed on the two people who were enjoying themselves on the sofa. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Seeing how sweet the two of them were acting, Yi Juya pouted and snorted. She quickly walked in front of the two of them and put her hands on her hips. She looked like a spoiled brat. However, when Yi Juya's gaze met with Xian's, the two of them quickly looked away as if they were electrocuted. Their beautiful cheeks also blushed because of this. Obviously. The two sisters remembered that they served the same husband last night. No matter how good their relationship was, they had to play so fiercely the first time. Now that they see each other, they will feel more or less awkward. Of course, this is a little awkward. When Yi Juya lowered her head, her beautiful eyes widened. When she looked at the werewolf lying on her sister's lap, she immediately became angry. Before Yi Juya could say anything, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What? Do you also want to lie on Xian's lap and enjoy the breakfast she feeds you? Hearing this, the angry expression on Yi Juya's face froze. It was clear that he was very tempted by the offer. Unfortunately, this little bit of interest was quickly dispelled by Wu Yan's nonchalant statement. Today's dusk cord belongs to me. Wu Yan declared without any room for argument. Only today, you are not allowed to take it from me. You. Yi Juya was furious. Even if you are the master, you cannot be forgiven for toying with me. When he heard Yi Juya's words, Wu Yan's lips curled up. He waved at the flustered and exasperated girl in front of him who seemed to be in a complicated mood. Yi Juya paused for a moment, then she seemed to understand something. Her face turned red and she bashfully glanced at Xian. When Xian nodded and smiled at her, she mustered up her courage and obediently walked over under Wu Yan's smiling face. Compared to Xian's voluptuous figure, Yi Juya lost in terms of voluptuousness. With a slender body and a thin waist, Yi Juya exuded a youthful aura. This aura didn't make Yi Juya appear too immature. Instead, it gave her a youthful aura that was completely different from Xian's gentleness. Wu Yan almost couldn't tear his eyes away from Yi Juya. Under Wu Yan's seemingly warm gaze, Yi Juya's heart pounded. A blush crept up her face and even reached the tip of her ears. She lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it for a while. As if to change the topic, Yi Juya quickly looked at Xian and whispered with a red face, Xian, you were bullied by him last night, right? Hearing this, Xian blushed again. The two sisters had been devoured by a certain wolf on the same day and night, causing their skin to become thinner. Just today alone, they had blushed countless times, but Xian still answered Yi Juya's question. Correction, it wasn't just last night. Xian was bullied in the morning too. After saying that, perhaps because she felt a little shy, Xian didn't forget to act arrogant. Blame? Xian thinks it's all Yi Juya's fault. Last night, he was intimate with Master in the hall and Xian was dragged into it. Master took advantage of me. Is that so? Hearing Xian's words, Yagiya seemed to believe them. His face was filled with confusion. I don't know either. Who knew Master would suddenly have an erection? He was the one who made the first move, yes. It's Master's fault. Yi Juya raised her brows and looked at Wu Yan angrily. If Master didn't bully me last night, I wouldn't be like this, ugh. Wu Yan was speechless. The two sisters were still trying to seduce him. They would rub his back when he was bathing or be gentle when he was sleeping. Now that it's over, they're blaming him. Although Wu Yan was the one who set the fire last night and the Baowu sisters didn't try to seduce him, Shiji and the others weren't home. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all there. If he didn't eat them, he would be letting himself down, well, you're so cute and considerate. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. It's all because you're too cute. It's your fault. So, cute. As Wu Yan expected, Yi Juya and Shi Xian blushed again. They stopped arguing about who was right and who was wrong. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He was sure that the two sisters were acting so proper early in the morning because they were too shy and didn't know how to deal with situations like this. That's why they acted so unnaturally. And that was indeed the case. After the shyness and blankness in their hearts faded away, the two elf ladies returned to their normal selves. Right now, the closest person to master is definitely us, the 8 dance of hurricanes. Yejusher crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly. This time, Toka and Yoshino can't fight with me and Shi Xian anymore. Agreed. Shi Xian nodded heavily. When they come back, we must mention this and declare Shi Xian and Yi Juya's sovereignty. Hearing this, Wu Yan, who was enjoying himself, suddenly lost his composure. Even his expression changed. That. Wu Yan coughed and smiled awkwardly. Declaring sovereignty? There's no need for that, right? Ha. The Baowu sisters were stunned for a moment before refuting. Of course there's a need for that. We need to let our kin know who's the winner. Agreed, Yi Juya and Shi Xian have fought Toka and Yoshino 83 times. It's time to decide who's the winner, oh right. Isn't today the night sacrifice? Wu Yan jumped up and changed the topic when he saw how adamant the Baowu sisters were. Right now, the night sacrifice is the most important thing. We can't be late. Let's go. Wu Yan ran out of the hall. The Baowu sisters looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 1232. Heavenly Palace City, Dem's secret facility. Standing side by side, Westcott and Irene stared at the sealed cabin in front of them. Looking at the origami kite soaked in liquid, the smile on Westcott's face was gone. Irene was no longer as cold as before. The only emotion left on their faces was solemn. Irene. Irene didn't move her eyes away from the sealed cabin. She broke the silence. This child. That's right. Westcott nodded and gave his comment. This is too shocking. An entire night had passed since the beginning of the mana processing work. Tonight, Westcott and Irene's understanding of origami kite kept changing. Finally, Westcott gave an evaluation of origami kite as too shocking. It's because of the mana treatment effect on kite origami's body. The reason why the body was processed with magic power was to improve the user's adaptability with the cryo unit. The brain region that could control the cryo unit would be stronger, and it might even be able to control the cryo unit at will or even surpass the specifications. The performance of the cryo unit would be maximized. Depending on each person's talent, the effects of the mana treatment will be different. Some of the effects will be weak while others will be extraordinary. Just like in Shina, after the effects of her magic power processing came out. It directly made her the second in command of the Dem magicians. She was also the one with the best magical effects so far after her body had undergone magical treatment. But today, this record had been broken. The person who broke it was none other than Shina. It was kite origami. Will Scott and Irene turned their gazes to a display screen beside the sealed cabin. Looking at the various values displayed on it, the two exchanged glances and sighed. The difference is that Irene was shocked while Westcott was shocked. The numerical values have all exceeded the numerical values of the real mana processing. Irene looked at the origami kite in the sealed cabin with astonishment. Kite origami's control over the CR unit is also amazing. I'm afraid she's even stronger than Shina. However, with the magic power processing to this extent, the lifespan of the origami kite should be less than a year. If she can control the CR unit that surpasses the limit, her lifespan will be even shorter. Westcott sighed. I didn't expect her to be so talented. What a pity. Will Scott chose to help Kyuchi Origami because of the grudge between Wu Yen and Kyuchi Origami. If it weren't for the fact that Tabichi Origami and Wu Yen are classmates, AST members would have turned them into enemies by now. All these complicated relationships piqued Westcott's interest, and he had a plan in mind. Westcott would not help Yuani with origami. Westcott didn't expect Kite Origami to be able to absorb the effects of the CR unit to such an extent. It had to be known that although mana processing could quickly increase one's strength, the effect was determined by one's aptitude. In other words, mana processing enhanced the strength of a magician in the future and then displayed it in advance. In other words, the CR unit's effect is equivalent to the target's aptitude. Even if they don't use the CR unit, they can use gentle methods to gradually draw out Kite Origami's talent. Kite Origami can reach this level. If Westcott knew Kite Origami had such a talent, he wouldn't have recklessly asked her to use the CR unit's lifespan reduction magic. Who knows, we might have destroyed a treasure with our own hands. Will Scott shrugged helplessly. How should I describe this feeling? It's regrettable but also pleasant. Irene glanced at Westcott, she felt powerless against his bad taste. She shook her head and looked at the screen again. Based on the current situation, if Kite Origami is equipped with the latest CR unit, her power will surpass Xianxia's. Her final power should be several times that of Xianxia's. What a nice number. Will Scott licked his lips. He looked at Origami Kite as if he was looking at a fun toy. It's a pity, but with this kind of power, Itoka Shido should be in a lot of trouble. After saying that, Will Scott looked at Irene and smiled meaningfully. Who knows, maybe this young lady has already surpassed you, the world's strongest magician. Hearing this, Irene did not refute, but some dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. Clearly, Irene didn't like Will Scott's evaluation. Even if Irene had lost the title of the world's strongest, she still didn't want to lose the title of the world's strongest magician. She didn't think she would lose it either. Still, she acknowledged Kite Origami's power. Indeed, Kite Origami's power has greatly increased. With the latest CR unit, her power shouldn't be underestimated, but she shouldn't be Itoka Shido's match, right? Actually, I didn't think much of her strength at first. What I wanted more was to see them kill each other. Will Scott's tone was calm as he spoke of the danger. But this isn't bad either. Maybe it'll be more interesting. Lowering his head, Will Scott muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly speaking. When she comes out, give her Mordred. Wah. Irene's expression changed. Her eyes were filled with shock. Isn't that too hasty? Even if Kite Origami's power is amazing, she's not a member of Democratic. She's just a chess piece controlled by you. Is there a need to give her Mordred? It's okay, this will make things more interesting. Will Scott smiled indifferently. Anyway, Kite Origami only has less than a year left. Coupled with Mordred's superb performance, her lifespan should only be about half a year if she controls Mordred. She can just retrieve it after half a year, is that so? Irene frowned. Have you really decided? Yes. Mordred is indeed very precious, but since it's already been made, it's only a matter of time before I can make another one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given Mordred away. The corner of Westcott's mouth slowly curled up. After all, Mordred is the world's strongest magician, Irene Mira. Mira? The CR unit that Methers owns is the sister of the Pandaragon. It's a precious CR unit that has the same performance as the Pandaragon. Irene was silent. After a while, she nodded helplessly. I understand. Reaching out her hand, Irene touched Toichi Origami's face that was soaked in the liquid through the glass window of the sealed cabin and curled her lips. With Mordred's performance and Kite Origami's power after being treated with magic, it's basically confirmed that it's better than Zena. Well. Will Scott turned his head and waved his hand indifferently. Let's just hope she can bring us some good entertainment. Just as Will Scott's voice fell, the indicator light on the sealed cabin that had been in a red state suddenly turned green. Then, the door of the sealed cabin bounced up and slowly opened. Both of their gazes instantly shot towards the sealed cabin, watching Kite Origami. Under their gazes, Kitsune Origami's eyelids trembled, and then it suddenly opened its eyes. With a splash, Kitsune Origami walked out of the sealed cabin with her drenched body and wet clothes. She looked at her hands. She could clearly feel that she was no longer the same as she was before. As for what exactly was different, Tokichi Origami couldn't pinpoint it. The only thing she could be sure of was that her brain had become clearer and faster. He looked up at Westcott, who showed a big smile and opened his hands. "Welcome, congratulations. Thank you for your hard work. Avenger." Chapter 1233. Oh, that looks delicious. Sure Dao, let's go there. Toka said with an intoxicated look on her face. She's drooling as she tugged at Wu Yan's clothes. That looks like applesauce. It does look delicious. It's red and sticky, just like blood. This was what Kurumi said as she showed a bloody smile and licked her lips while agreeing with 10 fragrance. Kurumi was also licking her lips with a slurp sound. That. I want to try that thing called shaved ice. She looked like she was about to cry. Her face was red and she didn't dare to look at Wu Yan. She kept holding on to Wu Yan's hand and she didn't even dare to look at him. You're really children. You've been looking at the food and using extraordinary means to win back all the prizes at the game stalls. Isn't that the best way to show off your great skills? I agree. Although the food looks delicious, the food made by Master is definitely much more delicious than those vulgar stalls. At this time, enjoying the victory and defeat is the wisest choice. As expected of Yoshino. She can see through things so clearly. Refute. Yoshino is much more capable than Yoshino. After all, Yoshino was the one who suggested it first. This is what Yaguya and Yushin said to Wu Yan. Yushin and Yushin are standing behind Wu Yan like his bodyguards. They've been flattering each other for a while now, they're on good terms with each other. Well. No matter which side it is, I think it's great. As long as I can be with my dear, I have so many cute girls to accompany me. I am so happy. Meijio was wearing a mask on her face. She cupped her cheeks and pretended to be happy as she said this. It should be mentioned that these girls who were incessantly expressing their opinions were currently in a state of encirclement. They are surrounding Wu Yan. Except for the front, they are all surrounded. Thus, a group of extremely beautiful girls surrounded a boy in the middle. They are constantly fawning over him. On the street of the Heavenly Palace Square. The passionate display attracted a series of gazes that are even more passionate than the pictures. They are so passionate that they can burn people's skin. I don't know why. I suddenly feel like burning someone. I don't know why, I suddenly feel like lighting a fire. I don't know why, I suddenly feel like tying something. Tying something to a cross, right? Yes. Yes. You know me. Actually, I have a rope. Actually, I also have gasoline. Why do I have a torch? Yes. While they looked at each other in sympathy, they also looked at Wu Yan angrily. They didn't know how dangerous their words were. The stalls and the people on the street were talking to each other. As for Wu Yan, his ears are already numb from the chattering of the fairy girls and the dangerous words of the passers-by. Even his face is tense. He looks like a dying man. Only his mouth is moving up and down, repeating the same sentence. Get used to it, get used to it, get used to it, get used to it. Seeing Wu Yan's reaction, Shirji, who is walking at the back of the group, looked at him with pity. Shido, actually, you have a hard time, you are quite pitiful. Shirji classmate, what did you just say? While Shiori was giving Wu Yan a pitiful look, Mikoto who appeared next to Shiori said something so frigidly that Shiori jumped in fright. With Shiori's relationship with Wu Yan and Co., she naturally knows Meijio's true identity. When she thought about how the masked girl walking beside her is actually a super popular idol, Shiori couldn't help but feel a bit reserved. No. It's nothing. Oh. Meijio nodded casually, she didn't seem to care about what Shirji said. But soon, Meijio's bright voice entered Shirji's ears. Actually, I recently obtained some new tea leaves. I heard they can make delicious black tea. I wonder if Shirji classmate is interested in having a drink with me? Drink. 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 Shirji felt a bit conflicted when she heard Meijio's tone. She sounded like a bad person trying to persuade a cute girl to drink. It's not that Shirji doesn't like black tea, it's not that she doesn't like Meijio. It's just that this isn't the first time Meijio invited her to drink tea. When she first met Meijio, Meijio already invited Shirji to her house to drink tea when she was free. At that time, Shiori wanted to agree, but the moment she was about to nod, Kurumi, Yejuya, and Shisien looked at her as if they were looking at a warrior who was about to embark on a path of no return. Shiori felt a chill in her heart. Even Shiori and Shiori cast a strange look at Shiori, and vaguely distanced themselves from her. Shirji didn't know why Toka and Kurumi reacted that way, but her intuition told her that if she ignored them, she would end up in a miserable state. Shirji's intuition told her that this ending was very similar to the feeling she got from Tokichi Origami. So, Shirji perfunctorily rejected Meijio's invitation. However, Meijio didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. Along the way, Meijio invited Shirji to her house for tea for the umpteenth time. Shirji wanted to cry but no tears came out. Wu Yan, who was walking in front of her, clearly saw this scene and was full of admiration for Shirji. As expected of the protagonist of the original work. Even if she's really feminine, she's still very popular with women. Not only does Tokichi Origami want to take her to forbidden places and do things to her, but even Meijio, who likes both men and women, has set her as her target. The difference is that Meijio's target range is wider. Unlike Tokichi Origami who only targets Shirji Yuri, Meijio only targets Shirji Yuri who has black and white twin ponytails. Of course, Tokichi Origami isn't as perverted as Shirai Kuriko. Probably. When he thought of Tokichi Origami, the numbness on Wu Yan's face faded away and was replaced by a frown. For some reason, when the name Tokichi Origami rose in Wu Yan's heart, a very impetuous feeling rose in his heart. This impetuous mood was exactly the same as the last time he met with Woodman and reached a consensus in the bathroom. It was the same impetuous mood that appeared for no reason. Could it be that the thing I neglected has something to do with Tokichi Origami? As this thought rose in his mind, Wu Yan realized that ever since he chatted with Tokichi Origami about her parents' murder, he didn't pay much attention to her. He almost ignored her. Given Tokichi Origami's personality and the hatred in her heart, she should still be in the process of searching for the murderer of her parents' murder, right? I wonder how her investigation is going. The more he thought about it, the more impetuous Wu Yan became. His frown deepened and he had a bad premonition. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. What's wrong? Kurumi noticed Wu Yan's frown and tilted her head with a smile. If there's something troubling you, you can share it with me. If there's something troubling you, you should talk about it, not share it. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kurumi and sighed. It's not really troubling, it's just that I'm a little confused. I see. Kurumi tapped her lips with her finger. Just as she was about to say something, Wu Yan suddenly stopped and focused his eyes. What's wrong? As Wu Yan stopped, the surrounding girls all stopped as well. They followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked forward. Then, a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Everyone was startled when they saw the figure. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Tokichi origami. Maybe she heard Wu Yan's call. Tabichi origami slowly lifted her head from the crowd. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred as she stared at Wu Yan and the others. Wu Yan and the others felt their hearts tighten. Chapter 1234. Her eyes were as cold as ice, revealing the killing intent and resentment in her heart. It was as if the surrounding air had been frozen, isolating the space. There were students from 10 high schools passing by, but at this moment, it was like only Wu Yan's group and Tobarama were left in this world. Regardless of what Tobarama was thinking, Wu Yan's group became alert. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Something's very wrong. Including Shirori, almost all of the girls had the same thought. Naturally, Wu Yan was the same. Especially Toka, Shirori, and Toka, who had dealt with Toka origami more than once. Toka held her breath when she saw that Tobarama was completely different from the usual Tobarama. Her cold eyes were filled with pure hostility and killing intent. Shirori also hid behind Wu Yan in fear. Toka and Yoshino had seen Tashiichi origami in this state before. More than once. Before Toka and Yoshino met Wu Yan, they appeared in this world as elves more than once. Whenever they did so, the AST would send out a crusade against them. As a member of AST, Tobarama was a member of the group that attacked Toka and Shirori. At that time, Tobarama was in this state. She hated elves, killing elves was the only reason she lived in this world. The current origami kite was exactly the same as the origami kite who was a member of AST and fought against Toka and Yoshino. Of course, compared to when she attacked herself, the current Tobarama's hostility and killing intent were much stronger. Her hatred increased infinitely along with her cold gaze. She was like an evil spirit that returned from hell. But this state. Toka and Shirori also saw it. That was the day when they followed Wu Yan back to this world and caused the space quake. When Tobarama saw the elven coterie. At that time, Kite 1 could fold paper. Just like the current Kite 1 origami. They could completely overlap with each other. Almost instantly, Toka felt an instinctive hostility towards Toichi's origami form, and her body tensed up. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual energy was sealed, he might have even used his angel to prepare for battle. What do you want? Yes, origami classmate. Shirori also seemed to be a little panicked. Looking at Tabichi origami staring at Wu Yan, she quickly opened her mouth. If Shido did something wrong and made you angry, you can tell me directly. I can ask him to apologize to you. Apologize? Kitsune origami's eyes widened in an instant, then she roared in anger. How can an apology make me give up on revenge? Accompanied by the angry roar, a burst of faint light broke through the air from all directions and covered Kitsune origami's body, rendering her into a dense light and gradually elongating. When the light and shadow dimmed, Kitsune origami's appearance had completely changed. Her Lai-chan high school uniform had disappeared and was replaced by the tight streamlined suit that must be worn when equipping the CR unit, and the strongest symbol of magician strength, the CR unit. However, different from the crude CR unit of the past, the CR unit on Kitsune origami's body had changed greatly. The entire body was made of dark gray mechanical armor, covering Kitsune origami's limbs and scattered parts. The shape was particularly sharp, and the shoulders and ribs were covered with wing-like armor. On Kitsune origami's back, there was an X-shaped propulsion jet, and a huge cannon-like armament on her waist. This was the CR unit on Kitsune origami's body. What is that? On the street, the crowd who saw Kite's origami equipment with their own eyes could not help but widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. This surreal scene had shocked all of them to the point that they were stunned on the spot. They had entered a state of stupefaction. Origami, classmate. Shirori was also shocked. Wu Yan, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, Yushien, and Mikoto were all in disbelief when they saw Kitsune Origami's CR unit in front of everyone. When they noticed the appearance of the CR unit on her body, their disbelief was replaced by shock. This definitely wasn't something that Kitsune Origami's AST standard CR unit could compare to. Moreover, based on appearance alone, the CR unit on her body was very similar to another person's CR unit. The world's strongest magician, Irene? Mira? Messier? Kitsune Origami. Wu Yen stared at Kitsune Origami and said in a deep voice. Could it be that you and them, however? Kitsune Origami didn't wait for Wu Yen to finish his sentence. The CR unit on her body glowed with a bright green light. It rapidly expanded and hit everyone present. In an instant, all of the normal people present were covered by the Tori, including Shirori. Before anyone could react, Kitsune Origami extended her right hand forward. The equipment on her waist quickly expanded and turned into a heavy cannon. She held it in her hand and pointed it at Wu Yen. Wu Yan's expression changed. He quickly undid the seals on all of the elf girls present. At the same time, Kitsune Origami pulled the trigger on the cannon in her hand without any hesitation. A dazzling light filled every corner of the area. A huge magical beam pierced through the air and slammed into Wu Yen at an unimaginable speed. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the square. Smoke and fire were stirred up. The powerful shockwave spread in all directions. All of the bystanders in the Tori were sent flying and all of the stalls were knocked down. It's not hard to imagine that if Kitsune Origami didn't cover the normal people present with her Tori, that attack would have killed at least 20 to 30% of the people present. Ah! Looking at the smoke and fire that permeated the scene, the crowd who realized what kind of state they were in just now screamed in horror and fled in all directions as if their lives depended on it. It was only after they had fled for a certain distance that the Tori on them disappeared. What? What happened? That was a loud noise. Look over there. There's smoke. Could it be that there's a gas explosion somewhere? With this piercing scream as the source, the heavenly palace square suddenly became a mess. The crowd, who did not know what was going on, looked in the direction of the smoke and fire in surprise. Some of the more curious ones even moved in this direction. In the center of the smoke and fire, there was a hole at least 2 meters deep and 5 meters wide. There was a straight line between the hole and Kitsune Origami, proving that what happened just now was not a dream. In the middle of the hole, Wu Yen reached out with one hand. There was some light smoke and magical fluctuations coming from it. Just now, he had used this hand to block Tokichi Origami's attack. On his other hand, Wu Yen is holding Shirori by the waist. Their surroundings are still rippling with the light of Tori, domain of will. However, her face is also filled with fear. Seeing the uncontrollable fear on Shiori's face, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with anger. For Shirori, who didn't know what Tori does, she was facing death just now. Wu Yan looked at Kitsune Origami. The anger in his eyes turned into coldness. Do you know what you've done? I don't need you to remind me. Kitsune Origami raised her heavy cannon and said with a cold tone. There was no confusion or hesitation in her voice. Everything will end if I kill you, including me. Chapter 1235. Once I kill you, everything will end. Including me. Hearing Tabichi Origami's cold and resolute tone, Wu Yen clicked his tongue in annoyance. His brain started working at high speed. Why did Kuta Origami become like this? Why did Kuta Origami hate him so much and even made a declaration of self-destruction? Why was Kuta Origami equipped with a CR unit similar to Irene's form? Why did Kyuchi Origami's strength seem to have increased so much that it was comparable to an elf? These 4 questions flashed through Wu Yan's mind. They mixed with the impulsive feeling from before and occupied all of his nerves. Looking at Kuta Origami's crazy appearance and recalling all the words it just said, Wu Yan had a vague guess. Sherdao. Brother Sherdao. Lord Husband. Master. Darling. In the air, the elven girls who had disappeared from their original spot descended one by one with cheers. They had all changed into colorful spiritual equipment of different styles. Toka even held her own angel in her hand, the great sword Sandalphon, and pointed it at Tokichi Origami from afar. Kuta Origami. How dare you hurt Sherdao? The elven girls also looked at Tokichi Origami with vigilance and anger in their eyes. You bastard! For harming my lord, you shall pay for your sins with your life. Angry, because your actions are enough to treat you as an enemy. You want to hurt my darling? I will never agree. However, Kuta Origami's expression didn't change in the face of the elven girl's questions. It glanced at all of the elven girls present. Princess. Nightmare. Hermit. Berserker. Diva. Song girl, its originally cold eyes became even colder as it spoke. Even the air seemed to have frozen. Other than Ifrit, everyone is here? Perfect, elves don't need to exist in this world. There was no reason for it to exist. It would be best if I could kill him myself. Era. Beside him, Kwang San covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were filled with cruelty. Did your confidence increase to this extent just because you got something from them? Do you think you can defeat us with that cold thing on your body? We have more than one elf on our side. They might not take turns to fight with you. Hearing this, Tokichi Origami lowered her head. After a moment of silence, he raised his head abruptly and stared intently at Wu Yan. A monstrous hatred immediately surged into her expressionless face. As long as I can kill you, it doesn't matter, you. Toka glared at Toichi Origami. Just as she was about to say something, Wu Yan stopped her. Wu Yan handed Shirori, who had fallen asleep at some point, to Toka. He also stared at Toka Origami and spoke to Toka and the others. Take good care of Shirori and the surroundings. Don't let ordinary people barge in, Shirori. Seeing the unconscious Shirori, Toka hurriedly hugged her. The anger in her eyes was replaced by worry. What happened to Shirori? Don't worry, I just used a hypnotic magic on her and erased her memory. Wu Yan replied without turning his head. Kotori tried her best to keep Shirori out of the mess between the elves and magicians. It's best if Shirori doesn't know about what happened today. Also, the students who witnessed everything at the scene, a few of you, come out and ask Kotori to erase their memories. What about you? Meijio asked anxiously. Do you want to? There are some things I need to figure out. Wu Yan interrupted Meijio with a smile. You don't have to worry about me. I won't be in trouble. Kotori, on the other hand, I haven't been able to get in touch with her since the beginning. Her communication with Fraxinus seems to have been cut off. Something must have happened over there. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Even though I removed the seal on Kotori, I'm afraid she might be in trouble if she's alone. Split into two groups. One group will watch the surroundings and make sure no one barges in. The other group will go to Kotori and support her. Listening to Wu Yan's analysis, the elven girls exchanged glances and they nodded. Then, be careful, don't worry. The elven girls looked at Wu Yan and Toka Origami. They levitated into the air and left the scene. Toka Origami frowned. She didn't want the elven girls to leave. However, when she saw Wu Yan didn't leave, she focused on Wu Yan again. Her gloomy expression revealed the hatred in her heart. Itsuka. Shido. Wu Yan took a deep breath when he heard Toka Origami's resentful voice. He stepped forward and stared at her. It seems that your investigation during this period of time seems to have found something that even I didn't expect. Tabichi Origami's undisguised hatred, her murderous tone, and the CR unit on her body that is definitely the handiwork of the Dem are telling Wu Yen that things are about to get troublesome. Considering his understanding of Tabichi origami and the fact that he always blurted out the word revenge, Wu Yen could more or less guess the cause of this. You think I'm the one who killed your parents? Think? Toka Origami bit her lips. She roared at Wu Yen with a hoarse voice. I don't think so. You killed my parents. I don't know how you came up with such a conclusion. I really want to clear my name, but looking at you right now, I don't think anything I say will change your mind. You won't listen to me anyway. Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes and his expression slowly turned to one of relief. Forget it. Consider this your punishment for acting crazy in public. Let me take you down first, take me down. Toka Origami was furious. Her expression turned colder and colder. Do you think I'm still the same old me? If you can do it, then give it a try. Then, Tabichi Origami pointed her cannon at Wu Yen and it started emitting mana waves. The mana waves turned into a beam of light that shot towards Wu Yen like a sword of light. Boom! Toka held Shirori in her arms and flew into the air with Kurumi, Shirori, Yakuya, Yushien, and Meijio. Looking at the rumbling sound and the bursts of smoke and fire coming from below, the girls were worried. Honey, you're alone. Are you okay? Meijio grabbed Yukino's hand. Do you really not need help? Don't worry. We don't need to worry about our husband's side. Kurumi, who was the only one who maintained a calm expression, calmly said to the girls, with our husband's strength, dealing with origami kite won't be a problem. Is that so? Toka frowned. I can feel that the current origami kite seems to have become a lot more powerful. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat husband. Kurumi shook her head. Just like husband said, instead of worrying about him, we should worry about other places first. Husband said we should split into 2 groups. One group is to protect the people in the Heavenly Palace Square, don't let anyone get close, and the other group is to protect Coterie. That's right. Yi Juya nodded. Master said that something happened to Coterie, and we have to go help her. Agreed. Yukino nodded. She looked at the others. But how should we split up? Kurumi pondered for a moment, then began to divide the elven girls among themselves. Meijio's ability is more suitable for controlling the situation. Toka is the strongest among us. Yukino, you 3 stay here. Yukino, and I will go to Coterie. The group of elven girls also pondered for a moment before nodding their heads in agreement. Chapter 1236. In the sky above Tengu's city, Fraxinus. Phew. Coterie was wearing a military uniform with a jacket draped over her shoulders. She finished her work and leaned back in her chair, exhausted. After pulling an all-nighter, Coterie finally finished sorting out the list of the display devices that were being manufactured and sent it back to Ratatosk's headquarters. Next, all he had to do was wait for the HQ to create the display device according to the order and arrangement on the list. Then, the main purpose of returning to this world would be achieved. Well. Coterie pouted and muttered. Let's hope that those fellows won't throw away their words like water and go back on their words at the last minute. They're the higher-ups, I don't think that's possible. Shina was playing chess with you while replying to Coterie in a bored tone. Even if it's a DEM, the promises made by the higher-ups still have to be fulfilled. Otherwise, it will definitely be very troublesome if the subordinates lose confidence in themselves. After all, the higher-ups are not all standing on the same line. If that's the case, the round table should be the same, right? You took advantage of the time Shina was talking to take down a chess piece. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't look like he just swallowed a fly every time he contacted them. I don't care what the headquarters say. We'll follow the commander's orders without question. Kanazuki Kyuhei jumped up and down as if he was on steroids. The members of Ratatoskr are gathered because of the commander. Ratatoskr is what we are today because of the commander. You gathered because of Coterie? Jianghu couldn't help but look at Coterie, who was holding the jewel in her mouth, and asked in surprise. Did Coterie create Ratatoskr all by herself? Nah. That's not it. Rain answered Jianghu with dark circles under her eyes. Every member of the round table participated in the creation of Ratatoskr, but everyone in Ratatoskr is a fan of Coterie. Without Coterie, Ratatoskr wouldn't exist. I see. Jianghu nodded in realization. She sighed. She's so popular. Coterie has her own aura. Many people like her. Ling Yin replied before looking at Yi Yu. But didn't you transfer from the headquarters to support Coterie's brother? Is it okay for you to talk bad about the higher-ups from the headquarters? No problem. No problem. Yu waved her hand at Rain without looking away from the chessboard. Compared to the headquarters, I prefer Ratatoskr. I agreed to the transfer because I couldn't stand some of the things happening in the headquarters. I like Ratatoskr. The leader's not only strong, but he's also very friendly. Moreover, his affinity is very high. I am very willing to follow him. If he wants me to go back now, I might not go back. No matter which organization it is, and no matter whether their intentions are good or bad, as long as they have a bit of power, infighting is inevitable, Jianghu said in a mature tone. I didn't expect you to be a member of the headquarters, Yu. When the higher-ups heard that there's a person in Ratatoskr who possesses a magical item that can seal the spiritual power of elves and has a power that's comparable to the elves, they all came up with a wicked idea. Not only did they ask me to help, but they also asked me to keep an eye on him. Night Moon did not hide anything and directly betrayed her former superiors. Now, I don't contact them anymore. They've probably forgotten about me. I wish they would forget about me. Coterie pursed her lips again on the platform. They've been coming here all day to ask about the sealed elves' current situation, yet they never ask about the seals. Instead, they're constantly asking questions about the elves' powers and conditions before the seals, and they even want to invite the elves to meet them. Do they think that no one knows what they're doing? I must tell on them at the round table conference next time. Ratatoskr's members laughed kindly when they heard Coterie's complaint. At this moment, a red warning light flashed on the big screen in the command room, and a sharp alarm echoed throughout the command room. What's going on? Coterie furrowed her brows. What's going on? Commander. A member of Ratatoskr tapped on the keyboard of the instrument in front of him swiftly and reported in astonishment. There's a powerful magic reaction near the ferries in the Sky Palace Square. There's a magic reaction near the ferries? Everyone present was shocked. They stopped what they were doing and stood up. Coterie hurriedly gave the order. Show me the captured images. Yes, Commander. Suddenly, there was a sound of typing on the keyboard in the command room. As the sound rang out, the big screen in the command room instantly reflected the scene in the Heavenly Palace Square. Then, the crowd saw something. In a corner of the Heavenly Palace Square, thick flames and smoke were rising, and explosions were happening one after another. One by one, people ran out of the Heavenly Palace Square in a panic. It was a mess. At the corner of the battlefield, Tabichi Origami, who is wearing Pandaragon's sister mech, Mordred, fired her cannons at Wu Yen, who is holding up a magic barrier. Tabichi Origami? Coterie looked at the screen in shock. Why is she equipped with that thing? Why is she attacking Oniai-chan? Is that really AST's Tabichi Origami? Ling Yin exclaimed as she looked at the numbers displayed on the screen below the commander's desk. What a shocking number. It's on a completely different level from what she's shown so far. It's even higher than Shina's. Toichi Origami. Shina frowned and stared at Toichi Origami's figure on the big screen. To be more precise, he was staring at the CR unit on Toichi Origami's body. He lowered his voice. Why is she equipped with Dem CR unit? Dem? Everyone in the command room was shocked again. Kotori's expression also turned ugly. Is that the CR unit for Dem? Of course. I would never mistake a Dem CR unit for something like that. Shina nodded. Although I've never seen the type of CR unit on Tokichi Origami's body, Irene? Mira? Mether's special CR unit is very similar to this one. It's definitely the work of the Dem. That's right. We have nothing to do with Origami Kyuichi. Her excellent CR unit is not something that AST can provide. Other than the Dem providing it, there is no other possibility. But why did she attack brother? Kotori couldn't figure out the reason. She shook her head and didn't care about it anymore. She didn't know what happened between Dem and Tabichi Origami. She also didn't know what happened between Tabichi Origami and her Oniai-chan. However, she was fighting Oniai-chan. Since that's the case, Tabichi Origami is the enemy. Kotori waved her hand. Start the engines. Full speed ahead. Target, 15,000 meters above Heavenly Palace Square. Yes, the members of Ratatosk responded in unison. They began to operate the Fraxinus. The originally faint engine sound gradually became louder and louder. They turned the ship towards the direction of the Heavenly Palace Square. Suddenly, a sudden shockwave spread across the entire Fraxinus and hit the command room. The sudden impact caused everyone in the command room to lose their balance. They staggered to their feet and cried out in alarm. Kotori held onto the armrest of the command deck in time and shouted to the people below. What's going on now? Commander. A member of Ratatosk replied. That shockwave came from outside. What did you say? Kotori yelled. At the same time, an image appeared on the screen in the command room. Chapter 1237. Black dots appeared on the screen of Fraxinus like a swarm of locusts. Everyone in Ratatosk gasped when they saw the locust-like black dots in the command center of Fraxinus. That was because those black dots were all people. A group of magicians, equipped with advanced CR units, levitated in the air with the help of propellers, and aimed at Fraxinus with powerful weapons in their hands. This formation, this posture, in the command room, Shinya looked at the magicians on the big screen expressionlessly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. How nostalgic, tisk. Kotori clenched her teeth. Dem, huh? I can't believe they came to us at this time. They're as cunning as ever. Tabichi Origami is fighting Wu Yen with the DEM CR unit. Of all the times the DEM arrived, even if Kotori is an idiot, she can guess the relationship between the two. However, Kotori didn't understand why Dem wanted to find Ratatosk. Was it purely to destroy the enemy's airship? That might be the case, but Kotori had a feeling. Dem's goal was definitely not that simple. After all, Dem's branch company had been destroyed, and it wasn't easy to provide support to the magicians of Dem and repair, update, and equip them with equipment. Under such circumstances, it wasn't unreasonable for the magicians of Dem to gather together and come looking for them. However, it was also because of this. This proved that Dem's goal wasn't simple. It wasn't as simple as destroying a mere airship. On top of that, Fraxinus was able to blend into the surroundings by manipulating the Tori to create an invisible camouflage. It wouldn't be discovered. They wanted the camouflage to work. They had to keep Fraxinus in a stationary state. Once it sailed, the surroundings would distort and it would be discovered. However, it was obviously impossible for the Dem formation to rely on this to discover it. Fraxinus was attacked from the outside. That attack must have been done by the magicians of the DEM. If they wanted to attack a flying ship, the magicians of the DEM would have to focus all their firepower and attack together. However, as soon as Fraxinus turned the ship around, the attack came. It was obvious that the magician knew the location of Fraxinus from the very beginning. This also proved that the dem was coming for them. Tabichi origami was probably just a trap to stall Wu Yen and the others. At this thought, Kotori slapped the armrest of the platform in frustration. At this moment, a series of sirens sounded in the command room, which almost ignited her anger. What's going on this time? This. A member of Ratatoskr who was in charge of alarms smiled bitterly. There's a message. It's a message from Dem. A message? Shina, Yeue, and the others immediately turned to Kotori. Kotori also frowned in surprise and waved her hand. Connect it. Yes, ma'am. At the same time, a window popped up on the big screen in the command room. In the window, there was a girl with light blonde hair and purple pupils. Her face was cold and her eyes were filled with absolute confidence. Her lips curled up slightly, instantly bringing an invisible pressure to everyone present. It's you! Shina exclaimed. Kotori's red eyes narrowed. She looked at the girl on the screen with displeasure. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Irene? Mira? Messier? Irene? Mira? Methers? The members of Ratatoskr who were sitting in the command room widened their eyes in shock. The strongest magician in the world, Irene? She's a human with power comparable to or even surpassing the elves. Mira? Messier? She's her. On the big screen, Irene's eyebrows twitched slightly as she watched the scene unfold. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. As expected of Ratatoskr. Even though you're only a small organization compared to Dem, you've gathered enough information about me. Let me give you some recognition. After saying that, Irene glanced at Kotori, then at Shina, and her eyes narrowed. So you're here as well? Traitor. Oh. You don't seem to be very surprised. Zhen's face was filled with obvious disgust. Did you already know that I've joined Ratatoskr? That's why I don't understand your stupid decision. Irene raised her chin. Even in the Dem, you are the only one who is inferior to me. The Dem is much stronger than Ratatoskr. Why did you choose to betray us? You talk about betrayal every time you open your mouth. How annoying. Zhen sneered disdainfully. I can't think of a reason to stay in an organization that would do anything to another person's body. I should be the one who was betrayed. Hearing this, Irene's face sank. So you already know about this matter. No wonder. Since that's the case, don't think that I will show mercy. After saying that, Irene ignored Shina and turned to look at Kotori. You must be Kotori. She's different from your brother. She's a cute girl. Forget about the compliments, I'm not happy at all. Kotori mocked without holding back. Instead of listening to your compliments, I'm more interested in how you guys found Fraxinus. Did the Dem already develop a device that can block the camouflage effect? I'm sorry. Irene replied expressionlessly. We were only able to find your location because we asked all the magicians here to launch the Tori and check the sky above the entire Heavenly Palace city. For this, we spent a whole night, so you're here for us? Kotori snorted coldly. Even the base has been destroyed, yet he still chose to make a move. Will Scott isn't a very rational person, I just seized a rare opportunity. This time, Irene's expression turned cold. If you didn't have airships, you wouldn't have needed to send out so many people to deal with Ratatoskr who doesn't have Itsuka. Saying this, Irene glanced at Shina. Or do you think you can defeat me with the words of that traitor? Kotori looked at Irene and said coldly, you sure have a lot to say. Just tell me what you're after. Alright, I don't have much time here. With Yuichi's origami ability, even if that man doesn't seem to do anything to her, there's not much time that we can buy. Elaine nodded as her gaze suddenly turned sharp. As for the goal, the Dem will always have only one goal, and that is the sprites. Itsuka Kotori. No, Efreet, do you want to surrender or do you want us to pry open the airship's wall and capture you? I see, so I'm the target? Kotori closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She turned around and walked down the platform. Commander, what are you doing? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Yu even stepped forward. Are you? Don't worry, I won't surrender. Kotori waved her hand and turned around with a sinister smile on her face. Kotori raised her head slightly, and a trace of scorching light flashed in her eyes, causing everyone to be stunned. However, we need to teach that arrogant woman a lesson. Otherwise, she'll really think she's the strongest in the world. After saying that, Kotori left the command room. Commander's seal is broken. Kanazuki Kyuhei smiled. He turned around and looked at Shina. Shina, go support the commander. Understood. Shina nodded and left the command room as well. Chapter 1238. In the air, Irene, who was floating in front of all the Dem magicians, suddenly raised her head and looked forward. There, a stream of light formed from flames suddenly flashed out from the void. It was like a meteor as it streaked across a smooth trajectory. Soon after, it came to a stop. When the flame dimmed, a figure standing on flames had already appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the magicians of Dem all raised the guns in their hands and aimed. Irene also tightened her grip on the laser lightsaber in her hand, and her purple eyes flickered slightly. You finally showed up? Efreet. Kotori lifted her head and swept a glance at the large group of magicians. She scoffed in a mocking tone. As expected of the Dem, they're taking full advantage of their numbers. Although I don't want to. Irene's face was emotionless, she wasn't affected by Kotori's provocation. But in order to complete the mission, Ike has also given the order. I will not go against it. Besides, if I don't seize the time to capture you, when your brother returns, it will be very troublesome on my side, is that so? Kotori pursed her lips. If that's the case, why don't you send your Bandersnatch as well? We have no choice. Irene looked at Kotori coldly. The branch was destroyed by some infuriating elves. The Bandersnatch was destroyed as well. Without the facilities, we can't replenish the Bandersnatch, so we have to do it ourselves. Oh? Kotori chuckled. That's really good news, Kotori. A streak of light appeared out of nowhere and stopped next to Kotori. She was wearing a thick, CR unit that was completely different from the Dem, and she was looking straight ahead. The Vice Commander sent me to support you. Take care of those small fries. Kotori gave the order without hesitation. As for the strongest magician in the world, leave him to me. This. Shina hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. His expression turned serious. You have to be careful. You might be an elf, but that woman isn't easy to deal with, you might. Don't worry. Kotori nodded. Is the battle conference over? We don't have much time left. Irene narrowed her eyes and raised her hand. Everyone. Attack. Yes, ma'am. The magicians from Dem responded. At the same time, Jianghu also rushed out. In an instant, he was like a ferocious tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. Amidst the flames and cannon fire, he knocked down the magicians one by one. The Dem magicians were no match for Shina. It was impossible for them to be Jianghu's opponent. At best, they only had the advantage in numbers. Looks like our magicians are better. Kotori raised an eyebrow. If you don't help, you might get wiped out. It's fine. Irene picked up the laser lightsaber and replied concisely. From the very beginning, I didn't count them as part of my combat strength. To capture you, I alone am enough, Kotori chuckled. She narrowed her eyes and a ball of fire erupted from her body, burning her clothes to ashes. Divine spiritual equipment? 5 times, Elohimji wave R. Just like a phoenix spreading its wings, Kotori waved her hands, and an ethereal kimono appeared around her and covered her entire body. The sleeves of the kimono were burning with flames, and her twin ponytails had turned into long hair. A pair of horns adorned the top of her head, making her look both beautiful and domineering. Burning Demon Destroyer, Camel. A gigantic flaming axe appeared from the flames and landed in Kotori's hand. Kotori raised the axe that was taller than her and pointed it at Irene. Flames flashed in her red eyes. I have to say, you're unlucky. Irene? Mira? Mercer. Irene's expression changed, she asked in a deep voice. What's the meaning of this? You're recognized as the strongest in the world, yet you lost to my older brother on Himi Island. Kotori looked at Irene with a cruel smile. I also lost to Natsuki when I was trying to capture Meijio. During the attack and defense battle at the DM branch company, I had to flee because my brother and Natsuki were present. This can no longer be described as unlucky, but pitiful. A hint of haze flashed past Irene's brows, and a cold expression appeared in her eyes. If you're trying to make me change my mind, you're going to be disappointed. No, you're wrong. Kotori lowered her head and looked up. I just want to say, you're unlucky right now. After all, unlike my brother and Natsuki, even if I can control my spiritual energy and stop myself from going berserk, I still don't know how to show mercy. As soon as she said that, boom! An explosive sound suddenly sounded, accompanied by a violent flame that exploded over the entire heavenly palace city. The flame under Kotori's feet was directly crushed by her foot, and she turned into a flame meteor that flashed above Irene in the blink of an eye. What? Irene's calm expression changed, she looked up and saw Kotori's cruel smile. Her pupils shrunk and she quickly raised her laser sword. At the same time, Kotori's eyes flashed with a terrifying light and she swung her axe down. Boom! In the sky, a monstrous curtain of fire exploded like a waterfall. It was like a large red lotus that was blooming. Together with a deafening roar, it broke through the clouds and swept out in all directions with strong waves of wind and fire. The curtain of fire spread at an extremely fast speed, and it didn't take long for it to expand to a range of a few hundred meters. Below the curtain of fire, a charred figure with light smoke all over his body wrapped in a circular green protective shield flew out from it. His figure was in an extremely sorry state. Irene's expression turned ugly as she looked at the curtain of fire that engulfed her. Her heart was in turmoil. Could it be that even the Ifrit possessed greater power than himself? That's impossible. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than him. Itoka Shido was an exception. Natsuki Minamiya was Itoka Shido's angel, so it was reasonable for her to be stronger than him. But now, how could there be an elf stronger than him? Irene recalled what Wu Yen said to her after her battle with Wu Yen on Haimai Island. Perhaps you were once the strongest in the world. But now, in this world, although there are less than 5 existences who can defeat you, there are indeed some who can. You are no longer the strongest in the world. Irene's heart shuddered at this thought and her expression turned even uglier. Damn it! As she flew downwards, she stretched out her hand. The next moment, a heavy cannon extended from under her armpit and was held in her hand. Pierce through. Irene yelled and a beam of pure mana shot out like a sword of light. It destroyed the curtain of fire in the sky and shot towards Kotori. But when the fire curtain was pushed away and light severance was shot towards Kotori, Kotori had already grabbed onto a heavy cannon that was surrounded by flowing flames and refilling its muzzle. Irene's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Flames flashed in Kotori's eyes and she curled her lips into a cruel smile. Burning Demon Destroyer, Camel, Cannon, Megiddo. In response to Kotori's call, the flames that shrunk into the muzzle of the heavy cannon condensed into a beam of fire. The beam broke through the air and crashed into the remaining flames even more violently than the light magic interruption before crashing into the light magic interruption. Pung! In less than a second, light break collapsed. Then, the beam of fire shot towards Irene and landed on her body in front of her shocked eyes. Boom! In the distance, Kurumi, Yaguya, and Xixian had just arrived at the scene. The scene of the fireball hitting Irene was imprinted in their eyes. Seeing Irene falling down like a plane, the three of them looked at each other and smiled. Era. Kurumi shrugged. Looks like we don't have to do anything. Chapter 1239. In the sky above the heavenly palace square, Meijio stood there in a dazzling dress of light. A huge pipe organ floated behind her, and a keyboard of light floated in front of her. Meijio played rhythmically, ripples visible to the naked eye could be seen. Beautiful syllables undulated back and forth in this space, forming a beautiful song. With the undulation of the song, the entire heavenly palace square seemed to be shrouded in a semicircular barrier composed of music, stirring up bursts of ripples. With this layer of sound wave barrier, everyone who heard Meijio's music would be controlled by Meijio. They would leave the heavenly palace square directly according to Meijio's order of, "Do not approach." After they were a certain distance away, they would return to normal and forget what happened in the heavenly palace square. It was also thanks to Meijio and the army destroyer singer that the commotion within the heavenly palace square was resolved with minimal impact. The people within the heavenly palace square were all dispersed without a single injury, and even the Daoist that had sensed the psychic ripples and moved out had been struck by Meijio's ability and obediently returned. One must admit that Kurumi's arrangement was very reasonable. If Meijio wasn't here, the situation wouldn't be so easy to control. Meijio continued to play the song Army Destroyer Songstress as her gaze locked onto the area where explosions were happening in the heavenly palace square. She muttered absent-mindedly. "Dear. Are you still not done?" On the side, Toka, who was wearing a purple armor, was holding the unconscious Shiori with a worried look on her face. "Shido, are you okay?" I am sure." Nobody knew if she was comforting herself or comforting Ten Fragrance and Meijio, but C1 who was wearing a rabbit hoodie shook her head and said softly, "Brother Sherdao, he's very strong, you're right." Meijio's expression relaxed. "Dear, he's so strong. Even that Elaine. Mira? Even Methers is no match for him. Tokichi Origami won't be able to defeat him either. Damn it. That Tokichi Origami. Why is she targeting Shido?" Toka shouted at Meijio. "Sherdao didn't do anything wrong, did he? Even if you yell at me, I won't know." Meijio couldn't help but pout. "This is also the first time I've seen that Yuichi Origami. If you didn't call her earlier, I wouldn't have known her name. Although she was very cute. But since you're going to hurt my darling, I won't invite her for tea." "Invite Yuani Origami to drink tea? No way." She clearly took Meijio's words to be true. This made the four bushes at the side blush with shame. He turned his head. Looking at the place in the heavenly palace square that had been exploding, Shirano's beautiful big eyes flickered with ripples. "Brother Sherdao, come back quickly." Bam! As a frenzied magical light beam cut through the atmosphere and landed on the ground of the heavenly palace square, a series of continuous explosions shook the place once again, causing the space to completely turn into a world of fire and smoke that permeated the entire place. Ha! Yuichi Origami shrunk her territory to the size of her body and grabbed the heavy cannon in her hand. Then, a laser blade extended from the front of the cannon and was raised by Yuichi Origami. She raised it high above her head and swung it down at Wu Yen in front of her. Looking at the sharp sonic boom coming towards him, Wu Yen frowned slightly. He suddenly stretched out his hand and a trace of magical energy surged out from it. Ding! In the crisp sound, Wu Yan used 2 fingers that contained magical energy to catch Yuichi Origami's laser blade. He ignored the intense sparks on the blade and looked at Yuichi Origami's cold face. Still not planning to give up? You should have realized that you're not my opponent, right? Hearing this, Yuichi Origami's eyes flashed and her brain instantly sent out a command. Suddenly, a part of the laser blade in her hand suddenly twisted and extended like a python. It turned into the muzzle of the heavy cannon that Yuichi Origami originally held and aimed at Wu Yan. Bam 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 bam. In the next moment, the muzzle that was aimed at Wu Yan condensed magical energy and shot out a series of football-sized magical energy cannonballs at Wu Yan like a storm. Originally, Yuichi Origami's laser blade was directly caught by Wu Yan's fingers. The cannon that extended from the blade was naturally less than half a meter away from Wu Yan. Therefore, almost at the same time when the cannon fired, the magical energy cannonballs that contained violent magical energy all landed on Wu Yan's body. Bam 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 bam. Continuous explosions sounded one after another, sweeping up smoke and fire all over Wu Yan's body. Yuichi Origami used the propeller on her back to quickly leave the center of the cannon fire. She looked at the figure shrouded in smoke and fire and tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand. Through this first battle after her transformation, Yuichi Origami finally understood the extent of her strength. Powerful. He was truly powerful. She was far from being comparable to her previous self. In the past, even if he tried his best, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from an elf in its perfect state. But now, Koichi Origami had the confidence to fight one-on-one with any elf that he had once conquered, and they were evenly matched. The origami kite 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 kite. Kite 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 kite. To put it bluntly, the current Yuichi Origami definitely has the qualifications to fight against the elves. Even if the elves really come, they are probably not her opponent. After many years of anticipation and hatred, until today, Yuichi Origami finally has the capital to fulfill her wish. With the current strength, with the current technology, with the current Mordred, with the current strength, Yuichi Origami feels that she can definitely defeat the elves. Defeated, Princess Piss, Princess. Defeat, Nightmare. Defeated, her fan, Hermit. Defeat, Berserker. Defeated the Diva. Efreet has been defeated. Defeat all the elves who are active as humans in Tiangong City. Similarly, she also defeated the culprit who was fighting with her and killed her parents 5 years ago. Recalling the scene where Wu Yan personally killed her parents from the video, Yuichi Origami's pretty face was distorted with hatred. The blade of the laser lightsaber in her hand retracted and turned back into a heavy cannon. Pointing at the center of the smoke and fire in front of her, Yuichi Origami immediately wanted to pull the trigger. Stop it! It was also at this moment that a hand suddenly reached out and gently pressed on the heavy cannon in Origami Kita's hand. Immediately, a voice that seemed to be regretful, pitiful, sorrowful, and sighing was transmitted into her ears from behind. The current you is indeed much stronger than before. Even some elves may not be your opponent, but if you want to be my opponent, it is far from enough. Yuichi Origami's face changed, but the look in her eyes became fierce. Whoosh! The heavy cannon in her hand once again changed shape, and the laser lightsaber shot out, and it twisted and shot violently toward Wu Yan, who was standing behind Yuichi Origami. Bang! Unfortunately, the laser lightsaber didn't even have the chance to touch Wu Yan. With a muffled sound, Yuichi Origami also felt a strong pain coming from her abdomen. The pain made Yuichi Origami's consciousness begin to become hazy, and her vision gradually became blurred. Yuichi Origami endured the pain, held the laser lightsaber in her hand, and slashed behind her. Bang! However, Halfway through the slash, Yuichi Origami felt another pain coming from her body. This time, the pain was even more intense, and there was even a lot of force left. The slender Yuichi Origami was sent flying, and she hit the side of the simulation shop stall. Bang! The third muffled sound was the sound of Yuichi Origami's body hitting a hard object. She fell to the ground behind and was covered by the wreckage of the stall. The reality destroyed Yuichi Origami's confidence, a very cruel reality. Chapter 1240. Bang! The simulation shop stall that was the size of a building was directly smashed into pieces, turning into debris and burying Kite Origami bit by bit. Looking at Kite Origami that was covered in the debris of the simulation shop stall, Wu Yan took a deep breath and shook his head. Have you calmed down now? Let's talk after you calm down. Cough, cough. In the debris, Kite Origami pushed away the debris of the simulation shop stall that piled up on her body. She coughed twice and wanted to stand up, but she couldn't do it no matter what. Because of the Tori, the injuries on Kite Origami's body were not too serious, but the injuries were still not optimistic. From beginning to end, Wu Yan only made 2 moves. However, in those 2 moves, the first blow shattered the Tori on Kite Origami's body, broke her defense, and caused her some damage. The second blow landed directly on her body without holding back, seriously injuring Kite Origami. Even if Wu Yan deliberately held back and only used brute force, Wu Yan's physical strength was originally very strong. Not only did he have the body of a true ancestor, but he had also been purified and strengthened by the magical pool water. Even if it was just brute force, it was not something that ordinary people could resist. The current Kite Origami was very strong. How could the strength that she had paid a painful price for not be strong? However, she was only a little stronger than Zhen Na, not enough to be compared to Irene. Compared to Wu Yan, she didn't even need to think about it. Lying in the debris of the simulation shop stall, Kite Origami tried her best to raise one of her hands. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, and her heart was abnormally sad. Whether the injury was serious or not, it didn't matter to Kite Origami at all. Compared to the injury on her body, Kite Origami's heart was the real injury. Was this the power that she had exchanged for at the cost of her life? Was this what she relied on to defeat all the elves in Heavenly Palace City? In the end, wouldn't he be unable to take revenge for himself? In this case, even if she could defeat the other elves, what was the use? He looked at the hand that he had raised with all his might. Toichi Origami looked at the trembling bird and extended it into the air, as if it was a believer who had fallen into darkness and was pursuing the light. His originally bright eyes gradually dimmed. Power. He needed strength. He needed to be able to take revenge. The power to grant wishes. He had sacrificed the youth of the first half of his life, spending almost all of his time on what others would consider to be extremely cruel training was all for the sake of strength. He sacrificed a large amount of sleep to study the usage of equipment, to improve the control skills of the CR unit and undergo extremely dangerous combat training was also for the sake of strength. For the sake of power, Tokichi Origami had put everything he had into it. Now, she had even given up her life and dignity. She had even shown her inhuman side in front of the most important person in her heart. The power she had obtained was like this, the power he gained after sacrificing everything. In the end, he still couldn't defeat Wu Yan, he couldn't defeat his nemesis. In that case, what was the point of living in this world? Why am I alive? Tokichi Origami looked at the sky in despair. She lowered her hand and kept muttering, "Power, I need power, the power to take revenge, the power to grant wishes, power, power." Repeating the word power, Tokichi Origami's eyelids became heavier and heavier. She slowly closed her eyes. "You said you want power?" Just as Origami Kitsune was about to lose consciousness and fall into darkness, an inconceivable, unidentifiable male or female voice, like a very unique noise, rang out. The sudden sound caused Kita Origami, who was about to fall into darkness, to wake up. Her eyes instantly opened. Then, Tokichi Origami saw an object that was even more inconceivable than a voice. No, rather than an object, it was more accurate to say that it was an existence. That's right, it was a pure existence. It was impossible to describe it as anything concrete. He could barely feel that it existed there, but he couldn't see it in its physical form. He could only see a group of mosaic-like things floating there, as if it was watching kite origami. You. Tokichi Origami looked at it in a daze. You are me? It seemed to be laughing, but she didn't know what it was laughing at. After laughing, it opened its mouth and said, I am an existence that can give you power. Power? Tokichi Origami's dim eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Power. It asked with a seductive tone. Do you want power? I can give it to you, and it's an extremely powerful power. Extremely powerful power. Tokichi Origami forgot to breathe and forgot to react. She just stared at it in a daze. There was only one word left in her heart, that is power. With Tokichi Origami's personality, even if she didn't treat it as an illusion, she wouldn't be so easily led by it and fall into its topic. She might even become hostile towards it because of her vigilance. But now, it appeared at the moment when Tokichi Origami's heart was at its weakest. Thus, Tokichi Origami used her subconscious to answer this question that she had decided on from the start. Power. I want power. As if he had gone crazy, Yuichi Origami squeezed out his voice and used all of his strength to shout out. No matter what price I have to pay, no matter what I have to sacrifice. Give me power. Give me absolute power. Give me power to surpass everyone. Surpass all fairies. Surpass the strongest power of Edo-Shido. At this moment, Tokichi Origami's shout was definitely enough to create an echo that resounded through the entire Sky Palace Square. But strangely, not only did the shout not create an echo, only it and Tokichi Origami heard it. Other than that, this voice couldn't even be transmitted through the air. As for it smiled. She couldn't see its expression, she couldn't even see its body shape, but Tokichi Origami could feel it. It was indeed smiling. If you want it, I'll give it to you. It opened its mouth and stretched out its hand towards Kenichi's origami. On top of it, there was a gem that was emitting a dazzling white light like a star. Take it. This is the power you want. The power I want. Tokichi Origami held her breath and stared at the gem in its hand. She couldn't help but ask. It can give me power? Yes. Yes, great power. Yes, yes, the power to defeat Edo-Shido? Yes. There was an imperceptible pause in its tone before it answered immediately. Yes. Tokichi Origami held her breath and her breathing quickened. She looked at the gem as if she was possessed. She unconsciously raised her hand and extended it towards the gem. As if disdaining Tokichi Origami for being too slow, it also extended its hand towards the gem. The gem was getting closer and closer to Tokichi Origami's hand. Just as Tokichi Origami's hand was about to touch the gem, a black shadow suddenly barged into this world of two people and instantly wrapped around its hand. That black shadow was also a hand. Both Tokichi Origami and it were stunned. They didn't expect this to happen. It was also at this moment that a third person other than Tokichi Origami and it spoke. I'm clearly here, but you're treating me as if I don't exist. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a torrential flow of magic power abruptly surged. Boom! The vast amount of demonic energy transformed into a violent shockwave that hit it and sent it flying. Instantly, it that was covered in mosaics shot out like a cannonball. It smashed one stall after another and created a deep trench in the ground. It only stopped after smashing into another stall. Then, its head raised its head and looked forward. In the next moment, it saw Wu Yan's cold smile. In Wu Yan's hand, its gem is quietly lying there. It's emitting a gentle white light. Chapter 1241. Tokichi Origami looked at Wu Yan, who suddenly appeared beside her and knocked away it, who wanted to give her power. Her pretty face was slightly distorted. However, Wu Yan didn't have the time to pay attention to Tokichi Origami. His eyes were attracted by the incredible existence in front of him, covered in mosaic. He didn't know if it was a man or a woman, a human or a ghost. It wasn't the first time Wu Yan saw this existence. It wasn't the first time Wu Yan saw its form either. However, this was the first time he saw it face to face. Staring at the existence floating in the air, Wu Yan's eyes gradually rippled. "You're Phantom, aren't you?" "Phantom?" Phantom tilted its head. Its strange voice was a little confused, but it quickly became relieved. "Is Phantom referring to me? That's my identification name, right?" "What? Don't you know?" Wu Yan sneered. "Humph, I heard from Kwang-san that you're quite good at collecting information, right? You don't even know that you've been given such an identification name?" "I really don't know." Phantom's voice didn't fluctuate at all. "I usually don't take the initiative to collect this kind of insignificant information." "Oh? It seems that even if you're moving in the dark, it's not much easier than moving in the open." "At least, I don't have the time to relax," Phantom said word by word in an indiscernible voice. Wu Yan could feel it clearly. Different from the casual conversation, the other party's eyes were also staring at him. Although there was no vigilance in its eyes, it definitely wasn't relaxed either. Come to think of it, if Wu Yan does anything to harm it, Phantom would definitely run away without hesitation, wouldn't she? This was an existence that was destined to live in the dark. In an instant, Wu Yan gave Phantom such a position in his heart. Because of this, he didn't want to force it to stay and ask for some inside information. Before he was sure that he could catch Phantom, Wu Yan didn't dare to act rashly. After all, encountering a phantom is not an easy thing to do. "I have a question," Phantom suddenly said. "How did you find me?" Hearing this, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. "You're talking to Tokichi Origami in front of me and you're asking me how I found you? There's a spirit barrier around me." Phantom ignored Wu Yan's perfunctory answer and explained. "This spirit barrier. Not only can it help me hide my appearance and voice, but it can also weaken my presence under my control. Although your strength is very strong, I believe that if you don't pay special attention, you shouldn't be able to discover me, right?" Spirit barrier? Wu Yan didn't answer the question about Phantom. Instead, he focused on the word Phantom. Then, he looked at Phantom with a meaningful gaze. "Since it's a spirit barrier, then you should be an elf, right?" Phantom was silent for a moment before nodding. "I am indeed an elf who has been looking for companions." "No, an elf who creates companions." "Creating companions." Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. "Why?" "I can't answer this question," Phantom replied. "Although I can't answer your question, I hope you can answer mine. This is so unfair." Wu Yan pursed his lips. He glanced at Tabichi Origami, who was glaring at him, and he continued. "Indeed. I didn't pay special attention to you. I didn't notice your arrival without any hostility or attack. But don't forget. You started talking to Tabichi Origami the moment you showed up." Wu Yan shrugged. "Although I didn't notice your existence, the injured origami kite started a conversation out of nowhere. She must be talking to herself, or she must have a partner. With her personality, I don't think that talking to herself could make her so excited, so you noticed a third party and paid special attention to it. That's how you noticed me, right? Phantom continued Wu Yan's words and muttered. I see, I was careless and didn't take the child's actions into consideration, that's the gist of it. Wu Yan leaned to the side and stared at Phantom. Then, it's time for you to answer my question, right? Question? Phantom repeated Wu Yan's words. Why did I create elves? Actually, I have a lot more questions I want to ask you. Wu Yan sighed. But for now, let's just ask this, then I'm sorry, but my answer is still the same. I can't answer your question. Phantom answered without hesitation. I can only say that I have my own goal and wish. Wish? Wu Yan's gaze turned dangerous. Then, will your so-called wish harm the elves? Phantom was speechless. After a long while, she finally replied with this sentence. I'm not sure if it will harm the elves, but I'm sure I have no hostility towards them. Wu Yan didn't say a word as he stared at Phantom. Phantom didn't speak either. No one could see what it was doing, but Wu Yan could feel it looking at him. Their eyes met and the atmosphere became tense. Maybe it's getting impatient. Phantom shifted its gaze to Wu Yan's hand. To be more precise, it's looking at the gem that Wu Yan snatched from it. It spoke in a serious tone. That seems to belong to me. Belong to you? Wu Yan tossed the gemstone in his hand and he chuckled mischievously. Are you talking about this spirit crystal? Didn't you want to give it away? Why is it still yours? That's right. That's right. Phantom didn't try to hide it. If you can give it to that child, I'll be happy. Well, I don't object. Wu Yan looked at Origami again. When he saw the hatred and killing intent in her eyes, he smiled bitterly. I don't object, but if I give it to her now, I'll be in big trouble. Sorry, are you saying you want to take it by force? Phantom's tone turned hostile as well. I'll be troubled if you do this. Why didn't you consider my troubles when you wanted to turn Origami into an elf? Wu Yan didn't look too happy about it. Didn't you give away a lot of spirit crystals? Give this one to me then. With your strength, you still need a spirit crystal? I don't need it. Just because I don't need it doesn't mean others don't need it, Wu Yan said. I'm giving it away anyway. I can choose who I want. Phantom was speechless. I guess that's the only way. You're saying you agree? Wu Yan laughed. Thank you so much for your generosity. I just don't have the confidence to take it from you. Phantom turned around. However, you have to remember that there's a limit to the use of the spirit crystal. The more compatible the attribute of the spirit crystal is with the target, the more powerful the elven power will be after the elven transformation. Kite Origami is definitely a rare and suitable target for this spirit crystal. If you've solved your problem, I hope you'll still give the spirit crystal to her. After all, I also want to see the birth of a powerful spirit. Phantom turned around and looked at Wu Yan. You have great power, even I fear you. I don't know what kind of existence you are, but I don't want to be your enemy. You have a special relationship with the elves, even that child Kurumi was moved by you. The elves that gathered around you all seem to have changed. To be honest, I'm very surprised. Of course, I don't know if this change is good or bad, so let me observe for a while. I hope we won't become enemies in the future. Phantom's body started to fade away. When the last sentence was said, Phantom completely disappeared without a trace. Wu Yan watched Phantom disappear in silence. Chapter 1242. Above Heavenly Palace City, Fraxinus. Repair progress is at 80%, estimated to be completed in 3 hours. Memory erasure is in progress, searching for remaining targets. The impact of this incident has been contained within the effective range. Related follow-up missions are in progress. The impact of the incident on Heavenly Palace Square is minimal. There shouldn't be any trouble. Listening to the Ratatosk members in the command room reporting the progress and summary of the work while operating the instruments in their hands, Kotori, who was on the command platform, rubbed her forehead and finally nodded. Finally, the impact has been minimized. There won't be any more trouble. I have to thank Meijio for this. Wu Yan patted Meijio's head and praised her. If Meijio hadn't used the Army Destroyer Singer to control all the witnesses in the Heavenly Palace Square, we probably wouldn't have been able to find her even if we wanted to erase their memories. Moreover, we didn't let any outsiders barge into the Heavenly Palace Square and disperse the crowd. Is that so? Meijio beamed and she hugged Wu Yan's arm. She started talking in a sweet voice. Then, is there a reward? 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 Wu Yan scratched his cheek and shrugged. That depends on what reward you want. I'll give it a try if I can. Meijio pouted her lips and tapped them with her finger. She looked at Wu Yan expectantly. Seeing Meijio's performance, how could everyone not understand what the reward was? Not to mention the anxious uncles and aunties, even Yi Jia and Shi Xian had guessed what was going on, and they immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. You only used a bit of Reiki and you want to get my master's lips? My master's reward isn't that cheap. Agreed, Yaguya and Shi Xian did their best to help. Consider it a reward. Everyone should be treated equally, everyone should be rewarded. Everyone. The four bunnies' little faces flushed red. They hurriedly pulled down the hat on their heads and pretended to be ostriches. Era. Kurumi tilted her head. Her eyes curved into crescents. Even though Kotori had already taken care of the matter by the time I got here, it's still not over yet. But I also want to get a reward. Is this really a reward? Kotori snorted coldly. Don't turn your head. You're just benefiting others, what are you guys talking about? Shi Xiang was the only one who was at a loss. What's the reward? What kind of reward would everyone want? Since everyone has one, I want one too. Can you stop arguing? His request for a kiss was interrupted by a group of girls. Meijio couldn't help but feel displeased. Even if everyone wants it, they have to line up behind me. Why? Do you want me to be behind you? Refute. Shi Xian believes that first come, first served isn't calculated like that. I'm fine with that. I have a share too. The group of elven girls voiced their opinions one by one. Some were as dissatisfied as Meijio, some were indifferent and just wanted to join in the fun, and some were still in a state of confusion. There were even some who almost fainted from shyness. For a moment, the entire command room was filled with the noisy voices of a group of elven girls. Sigh. Wu Yan and Kotori looked at each other and sighed. The commotion at the Celestial Palace Plaza has been quelled. The midnight ritual has been postponed to tomorrow due to an unknown incident. I'm pretty much done with wrapping things up, there shouldn't be any problems. Wu Yan pursed his lips as he looked at Kotori. Everything should be fine here, right? What could possibly happen? Kotori pursed her lips. Irene? Mira? After Meth was taken down by me, the rest of the DEM magicians weren't even worth mentioning. They couldn't even escape because of the arrival of Kurumi, Yakuya, and Shi Xian. They were all captured. Kotori glanced at Wu Yan. Including the strongest magician in that world, even Irene was captured? Wu Yan flinched for a bit before he started gloating over his misfortune. That Will Scott must be like a cat on a hot tin roof right now. What? I don't know what happened to Will Scott and I don't want to know. What I want to know is what happened to Tabichi Origami. Kotori frowned. Why did she come to you? It doesn't look like it's because of the DEM's order. Do you think Tabichi Origami joined the DEM? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Well, it's not impossible but that's not the point. The point is, Tabichi Origami seems to think I'm the one who killed her parents. How's that possible? Kotori chuckled. Tabichi Origami's parents died 5 years ago. How long have you been in this world? Others might not know Wu Yan's background, but Kotori, as Wu Yan's summoner, knew better than anyone else. Wu Yan has only been in this world for about half a year. How could he be the killer of Tabichi Origami and her parents who died 5 years ago? She must have been tricked by the DEM and used as a pawn. Kotori's guess made Wu Yan smile bitterly again. Even if she's tricked, she'll have to come up with something to trick her. Otherwise, with Tabichi Origami's personality, she won't believe a one-sided story if there's nothing to prove I killed her parents. Wu Yan sighed and looked at Kotori. How's Tabichi Origami? She's still recovering. Kotori replied nonchalantly. She's been disarmed and imprisoned. If you want to ask her anything, you'll have to wait until she recovers. I see. Wu Yan nodded and he raised one of his hands. On top of it, there was a gem that was emitting a bright white light lying there. This is the spirit crystal you stole from Phantom? Kotori looked at the spirit crystal in Wu Yan's hand with a serious expression. Another new spirit crystal. How many people is that Phantom going to turn into elves? Who knows? Wu Yan shook his head and shook the spirit crystal in his hand. It said it has its own wish, it wants to see the birth of a powerful spirit. I don't know why, then why did you let it escape? Kotori glared at Wu Yan, her eyes were filled with anger. If we can capture Phantom, we'll definitely gain a lot. We don't even know what ability it has or how strong it is, why would we attack it? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kotori. Although I didn't sense any danger from Phantom, even I couldn't tell how it disappeared in the end. If I try to catch it, not only will I fail to catch it, I might not even be able to get this bit of information. Wouldn't that be even less worth it? You're right. Kotori's face was filled with disbelief. But it wasn't easy to find a Phantom, but we can't get any useful information. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Who said so? At least we know Phantom has her own goals, and to achieve that goal, she needs to create strong spirits. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as he raised the spirit crystal in his hand. This spirit crystal itself is also a reward. Also, Phantom mentioned that the strength of the target sprite will be determined based on their compatibility and compatibility with the spirit crystal. This is also a piece of information. Wu Yan looked at Kotori, who still can't get over it. He knocked her on the head with an amused expression. Phantom won't be our enemy for the time being, so let's put it aside for the time being, alright. Kotori nodded helplessly. We'll talk about this spirit crystal later. Now, Tabichi Origami is receiving treatment. I'm going to see Irene. Mira? What about you, Methers? Me? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course we're going together. Chapter 1243. This is one of Ratatosk's underground facilities in Heavenly Palace City. Similar to the DEM, Ratatosk also built a lot of secret facilities in Heavenly Palace City in case of emergency. After all, unlike the gigantic DEM, Ratatosk only had a single airship, Fraxinus. Once Fraxinus was crippled, they might not even be able to carry out their operations against the elves. Of course, this problem doesn't exist anymore. Fraxinus is now Wu Yan's noble phantasm. Even if it's damaged, it can be quickly repaired. However, the members of Ratatosk don't know about this. Thus, the existence of secret facilities is still necessary. For example, this secret facility is now being used to imprison Irene. Actually, if you want to imprison Irene, it's best to imprison her in Fraxinus. Compared to these secret facilities, Fraxinus facilities are undoubtedly much more advanced and advanced. However, Irene isn't an ordinary person. She's the strongest magician in the world. She's even stronger than most elves. Placing such a dangerous person in Fraxinus, if something were to happen and Irene managed to escape, then even if Fraxinus was turned into a noble relic, it wouldn't be able to handle the burden of Irene causing a ruckus. Therefore, after defeating Irene, Coterie directly picked her up and transferred her to this facility for interrogation and punishment. After the battle with Coterie, Irene's injuries are very serious, even more serious than Kenichi Origami. However, Irene seems to be used to these injuries. Before Coterie caught her, she already treated her injuries. After she was imprisoned, she was treated again and basically healed. This can be seen from this. Even if Kenichi Origami's strength increased greatly after being treated with magic, she still can't compare to Irene. However, it's not a good thing for her injuries to heal first. At least, Kenichi Origami is injured. That's why Coterie didn't bother her for the time being. Under Coterie's lead, Wu Yan walked down a corridor wider than any other corridor in Fraxinus. After a series of rhythmic footsteps, they arrived at the entrance of a room. This is the place. Coterie stopped at the entrance of the room. She quickly keyed in the password on the identification device beside the door and placed her palm on the scanner. Then, with a light electronic sound, the door slowly slid open and revealed the situation inside. It's a very spacious room. The light in the room was dim, and it felt a little like a small black room. The walls in all directions were made of steel, and there were all kinds of mechanical instruments placed inside. In the middle of the room, there's an isolated space made of solid glass. The isolated space was a place that looked like an ordinary living room with very ordinary furniture. If you didn't look at the glass, it would be an ordinary living room. On the sofa in the living room, an expressionless young girl with cold eyes was sitting there. It's Irene. This woman has been acting like this ever since she was transferred here. Until now. Coterie's tone was filled with displeasure. I wanted to interrogate her. However, with this woman's arrogant personality and her loyalty to Will Scott, I don't think she'll be able to get anything out of her even if we interrogate her. So, I might as well just leave her here. Then why are you here? Wu Yan looked at Coterie curiously. Did you find a way to deal with her? No. No. Coterie said straightforwardly. Because this woman's identity is a little special, and she has some connections with some people on our side, we can't use any forceful methods to make her spit out information about the DEM. But I didn't want to let her go, so I just left her here. Coterie glanced at Wu Yan. I came to her because I have something to tell her. Fine. Wu Yan shrugged. I'll go greet her then. The two of them looked at each other. Then, both of them lifted their feet and walked toward the isolated space. Inside the hall, Irene turned around when she heard the door open. When she saw Wu Yan and Coterie, her purple eyes flickered for a bit before returning to normal. Then, she went back to her original state and she maintained her silence. Coterie gave Wu Yan a look. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his chin and walked up to Irene with an evil grin. When Wu Yan arrived in front of her, she wanted to maintain her silence. However, Wu Yan's first sentence shattered all her plans. She couldn't keep her silence any longer. Do you want Will Scott to live? Irene raised her head and met with Wu Yan's half-smile. Her eyes trembled and she suppressed her fear. She pretended to be cold and indifferent as she opened her mouth. What do you mean? Coterie couldn't help but look at Wu Yan in a different light when Irene finally reacted to the outside world. The moment he opened his mouth, he made the other party fall into his own rhythm. He used the other party's weakness to make a sharp statement. There was simply no one who had a more wicked sense of humor than him. Do you need me to be more specific? Wu Yan stared at Irene and raised two fingers. He didn't know Coterie had a bad impression of him. Now, you have two choices. He put one of his two fingers together and put the other one in front of Irene. First, you tell me where Will Scott is right now. I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to him. Maybe I'll cripple him, but I definitely won't kill him. Wu Yan ignored Irene's change of expression and raised 2 fingers again. You don't have to say anything. I'll look for Will Scott myself, but once I find him, you can buy flowers for him to use when you visit his grave. Wu Yan smirked as he looked at Irene. His wine-red eyes were filled with coldness. His stare told Irene that he's not joking around. You have 2 choices. Which one do you want to choose? You. Irene couldn't help but bite her lips and hatefully speak. Do you want me to betray Irene? Wu Yan turned his back to Irene and said, if I wanted you to betray Will Scott, I would brainwash you instead of wasting my time talking to you. On the island of Homi, your dem had designs on us. I defeated you and destroyed one of your airships. We're even now. In Tiangong City, your dem had designs on Meijio again, so I destroyed the dem's branch company to call it quits. Wu Yan met Irene's gaze and sneered. This time, you went to Coterie and Ratatosker, but I haven't settled the score with you yet. Tell me, what should I do to make this even? In less than a minute, Wu Yan's series of words shattered Irene's cold demeanor. Each and every one of his words pierced deep into Irene's heart. Like sharp arrows, Irene's heart clenched in pain and she forgot to breathe. Itoka Shido. Clenching her fist, Irene's expression turned ugly. Don't you dare hurt Irene. I'm curious where you got the confidence to make such a declaration. Wu Yan laughed. What do you think Will Scott has? Dem. Magician? Display device? Bandersnatch? Are these things useful? Irene's expression froze. Heh. Wu Yan grinned at Irene's stunned expression. As long as I'm here, your dem will never be able to do anything to us. What's more, you're still in my hands now. If Will Scott has the heart to abandon you, this trump card, then I'll treat you as the price for offending us this time. It's not impossible for us to settle the score once again, think about it. Wu Yan walked out of the isolated space, leaving behind a pale Irene and a helpless Coterie. They didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 1244. In the sky above Tiangong City, Fraxinus. Inside an isolated ward, Tabichi Origami, who is wearing a hospital gown, is lying on the bed. She glared at Wu Yan, who is standing beside her bed with a hateful expression. Wu He. Sherdao. Looking at how Tabichi Origami looked like she wanted to pounce on him and bite him, to be honest, Wu Yan felt a lot of pressure. Obviously, Tokiichi Origami had completely regarded him as the enemy who killed his parents. But Wu Yan didn't do anything. The feeling of being wrongly accused was really too unpleasant. What's even more annoying is that the person who wronged him is a cute girl. Moreover, she was a cute girl that he was more or less acquainted with. How can Wu Yan feel good about being wronged by a cute girl? He can't beat her up and she won't believe him. Rubbing his aching forehead, Wu Yan looked at Tabichi Origami with a mentally and physically exhausted expression. He enunciated each and every word that came out of his mouth. Listen up, I didn't kill your father, nor did I kill your mother. Tabichi Origami's expression didn't change in the slightest when she heard that. Her face is still filled with hatred. Obviously, she didn't choose to believe Wu Yan's words. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. What should I do to make you believe me? I won't. I won't believe you. Without even thinking about it, Yuichi Origami bit her lips. Her voice sounded like it was squeezed out from the depths of her throat as she looked at Wu Yan coldly. I saw everything with my own eyes. Where did you see it? When did you see it? What did you see? 3 questions popped out in a row, perfectly displaying Wu Yan's frenzied mood. Even if you think I'm your enemy and you want to kill me, you should at least let me know what happened. I didn't do anything, why are you so sure I did it? You should at least give me an explanation. That's right. Toka stood up and shouted at Tabichi Origami. Shido would never do something like that. Humph. Yakuya snorted. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Master, if he killed someone, he would definitely admit it. Plus, you can't do anything to him even if he admitted it. There's no need to pretend. I agree. Xixian raised her head slightly, closed her eyes, and nodded heavily. I believe Master. Since Master said he didn't do it. Then he didn't do it. That's right. Meijio chimed in. She said helplessly. My dear is so strong, why would he do anything to a normal couple? Back then, when I accidentally hurt some powerless fans, dear also lost her temper. She taught me a good lesson. I think so too. Sigue raised his hand weakly. Brother Shido wouldn't do anything to normal people. Kotori and Kurumi didn't say anything, but their eyes told Tabichi Origami that they believe Wu Yen didn't kill her parents. However, Tabichi Origami didn't buy it. Instead, she glared at Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka. Do you want me to believe a bunch of elves? Ha! Kotori sneered. You're still discriminating against me like always. You brought disaster to this world, you have no right to say such things. Tabichi Origami gritted her teeth and glanced at the elven girls. It's because of your existence that so many disasters happen in this world. Only by killing you can peace be restored to this world. There won't be another example like me, where my family was destroyed by you. You. Toka and Yakuya were furious. They wanted to step forward, but Wu Yen stopped them. He looked at Tabichi Origami. Indeed, when the 10 fragrances appeared, it destroyed many places and caused many disasters. But fortunately, there has never been a case of anyone being injured. The destructive power of the 4 fragrances space quakes from the present realm is very low. It may be able to injure people, but it is not fatal. Yijuya and Xixian had the strongest spatial tremors when they appeared, but they were always in the air. They didn't even destroy a single building, let alone humans. Kotori and Meijio were transformed from ordinary humans into elves. Apart from Meijio appearing once, they've been living as ordinary humans for the rest of their lives. Wu Yen looked at Tabichi Origami and took a deep breath. So, I'm sorry, but I will never agree with your theory of destroying other people's families. A warm current flowed through the hearts of Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, Yashioya, Yoshihiro, and Meijio, causing them to involuntarily smile. However, what they got in return was an even colder gaze from Koichi Origami. What about her? Tabichi Origami's eyes narrowed as she looked at Kurumi. Are you going to say she's never harmed anyone? All the elven girls were speechless, unable to say a word. Perhaps, when Kwang-san appeared, she didn't hurt a single person because Heavenly Palace City had taken comprehensive measures to defend against space shocks. But later, she killed more than 10,000 humans with her own hands. How could a being known as the evilest elf not have harmed anyone before? The elven girls were speechless. Kurumi didn't retort either. Wu Yen was the only one who opened his mouth to speak. Those people who killed Kurumi aren't bad people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. They're pests in society. Wu Yen said bluntly. It doesn't matter if a person like that dies. Kurumi was stunned by Wu Yan's words. The smile on her face widened. Tabichi Origami opened her eyes and stared at Wu Yen. Her voice was as cold as ice. As expected, I won't believe you. At this point, I don't expect you to believe me. Wu Yen waved his hand as if he had given up. He glanced at Tabichi Origami. However, I want to know why you think that I'm the murderer of your parents. Tabichi Origami didn't speak, nor did she explain. She just continued to stare at Wu Yen, releasing an extremely sharp gaze. Wu Yen smiled bitterly, patted his cheek, and stood up. Since you don't want to say it, then I can only use a more violent method. He walked directly to Tabichi Origami. Before she could react, Wu Yan suddenly stretched out his hand and put it on her forehead. Your memory, let me read a little bit. As soon as his voice fell, Wu Yan closed his eyes. A trace of magical power emerged from the hand on Tabichi Origami's forehead, and it operated at an extremely fast speed. Before Tabichi Origami could react and try to break free from Wu Yan's hand, a mysterious small magical formation appeared in Wu Yan's hand with a burst of light. The sudden bright light pierced Tabichi Origami's eyes and she instinctively closed them, forgetting to struggle. It didn't take long before the light weakened and the surging magical power calmed down. Wu Yan released his hand from Tabichi Origami's forehead and opened his eyes, filled with shock and confusion. What's wrong? Kotori couldn't help but ask. Did you read anything? Yes. Yes. Wu Yan nodded and he met Kotori's gaze. His eyes and face were filled with confusion. Tabichi Origami obtained a video from Will Scott. The video inadvertently captured the scene of Tabichi Origami's parents' death. In the video, the person who killed Tabichi Origami's parents is me. You? The fairy girls held their breaths. Miko hurriedly spoke. Could it be a forgery? Or is there a mistake? A forgery? Wu Yan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Perhaps, but I can't see any signs of forgery in the video. Don't tell me you also think you killed Tabichi Origami's parents? Kotori frowned. Don't forget, you only appeared in Tiangong City half a year ago. You're right. Wu Yan's face was still filled with confusion. Right at this moment, Kwang-san suddenly spoke. Why don't you see it with your own eyes? Chapter 1245. Why don't we see it with our own eyes? Kurumi's words instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Tokichi Origami, whose face was full of surprise. See it with our own eyes? Wu Yan hesitated and asked Kurumi, you mean, To confirm Wu Yan's guess, Kurumi nodded with a smile. Her voice spread throughout the room. Using the power of Zafkiel, the last bullet of 12, YOD, bullet of 12? Go back to 5 years ago and prove it with your own eyes. Hearing this, everyone present subconsciously held their breaths and looked at each other. Except for Tokichi Origami, who had never dealt with Kurumi before, the rest of the people present all knew about Kurumi's ability. She was the spirit of time. She had the ability to manipulate time. Her angel, the Zafkiel, could use every ability that represented time in the form of a bullet to be fired. Among the 12 abilities that represented time, the last one was also the most heaven-defying one. It was the bullet of 12, YOD? The power of bullet of 12. Time reversal. The ability to go back to the past. It was because of the power of bullet of 12? That was the power of the realm of gods, which was why everyone forgot to breathe for a moment. Going back to the past? Who had ever experienced such a dreamlike thing before? Wu Yan was able to travel back in time to 5 years ago due to his battle with Kurumi. But because he had experienced it himself, he felt it was unreal. No matter what, traveling through time and returning to the past was a dreamlike thing. Even though they knew Kurumi had such an ability, they couldn't help but have such a reaction. Even those who were familiar with Kurumi's abilities were shocked. Needless to say, Origami, who had just learned of Kurumi's ability for the first time, was even more shocked. He was so shocked that even his mind went blank. Finally, Wu Yan, who had experienced going back to the past, reacted first. He scratched his cheek and frowned. Using the power of bullet of 12? Using the power of bullet of 12 to go back to the past to confirm something, isn't that making a big deal out of nothing? I don't think so. But Kwang-san, on the other hand, disagreed. I recall that my husband once told me that an accident occurred during our battle, and we were transported back in time to 5 years ago. That was also when Kotori's power was sealed, right? Wu Yan nodded. Kurumi's expression turned serious. Then, is it possible that it was at that time? What if my husband accidentally killed Origami's parents? That's impossible. Kotori refuted before Wu Yan could say anything. You should have seen the memory that was erased by Phantom, right? Before my brother disappeared, he had always been by my side. How could he have killed Origami's parents? No, I wasn't by your side when I first appeared. Wu Yan said calmly. At that time, I first appeared in other places. Later, I found Kotori, and before I found Kotori, I was always alone. In other words, Meijio covered her mouth to suppress the shock that surged up in her heart. Dear, did you really kill Tokichi Origami's parents without knowing it? That's impossible. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead in distress. From the time I returned to 5 years ago to the time I came back, I don't remember what kind of attack I launched. How could I have unintentionally killed Tokichi Origami's parents? This. The fairy girls looked at each other blankly. They didn't know what to say. Let's confirm it ourselves. Kurumi smiled at Wu Yan. Even if it's not to confirm whether Lord Husband killed Origami's parents, it's still necessary to confirm what Lord Husband did when he went back to 5 years ago, but is that okay? Wu Yan hesitated. Use, bullet of 12, yod? Isn't the price of a bet very high? If that's the case, Kurumi, you. Don't worry. Kurumi put her index finger on Wu Yan's lips. Bullet of 12, yod? There are also conditions for the cost of using the bet. Depending on how long you want to go back in time, this part of the cost will change. The longer the time you want to go back in time, the longer it will take. With Lord Husband here, you don't have to worry about not having enough time at all. But didn't you say it before? Unlike other abilities, bullet of 11, yod? Both the bullet of 12 and the bullet of 12? Not only does it cost a lot of time, but it also costs a lot of Reiki, right? Wu Yan frowned. The direct manifestation of a fairy's power is the amount of Reiki they have. If they use too much Reiki, they might lose their lives. If it's just Reiki, we should be able to help, right? On the side, Yajuya quickly said. With so many of our Reiki, isn't it enough to let Master go back to 5 years ago? Agreed. Shi Xian can also provide Reiki. Me too. I can do it too, dear, if there's a need, I'll do my best. Shi Xian, Toka, Yoshino, and Meijio also made their own declarations one after another, causing Kurumi to chuckle and shake her head to refuse. Although I'm very grateful for everyone's kindness, there's no need to worry. Indeed, I still need to consume a lot of spiritual energy, but the amount of spiritual energy I use depends on how far back in time I go. Perhaps it would be very, very dangerous to go back to 30 years ago, but if it's just going back to 5 years ago, I alone will be enough. After saying that, Kurumi recalled the bullet of 12, yod, again. Reiki. Of course, depending on how long the target stays in the past, a certain amount of Reiki will be consumed. The longer you stay in the past, the more Reiki you have to pay. However, it happened before Kotori's Reiki was sealed. It's not that long, so it's more than enough for me to pay. This time, everyone present was silent. All right. Wu Yan helplessly looked at Kurumi. Since it won't affect you, it's fine to verify it. But don't be reckless, Kurumi mischievously blinked her eyes and said with a smile. Although I'm very happy that hubby is so concerned about me, it's just to verify one thing, there's no need to be reckless, good. Wu Yan exhaled. He lifted the sealing bracelet on his hand and he removed the seal on Kurumi. Feeling the Reiki returning to her body, Kurumi pursed her lips and smiled. She turned around and black and red Reiki equipment appeared on her body. At the same time, 2 ancient matchlock muskets and a huge clock face appeared. Then, Kurumi held the rifle in her hand and pointed it upwards. Zafkiel, bullet of 12, Yod, Yod. Reiki. Following Kurumi's call, the huge clock behind her suddenly shook and flashed with an unprecedented amount of light. The black and red light instantly enveloped the entire area, and dense black shadows burst forth. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the black shadows were all bursting out from the Roman numeral 12 on the huge clock dial. The black shadow flowed into the rifle in Kurumi's hand like a violent stream of air. Immediately, the loaded rifle shook violently and the high concentration of Reiki went berserk. Kurumi. Wu Yan couldn't help but call out. Don't worry. Kurumi raised the corner of her mouth at Wu Yan and revealed a reassuring smile. She aimed her rifle at Wu Yan and pulled the trigger. Bang! A jet-black bullet shot out from the muzzle of the rifle, leaving a black trail in the air as it landed on Wu Yan's body. In the next second, the space started to distort. Wu Yan's body started to distort from where the bullet hit. It was as if he fell into a small black hole. As the distortion expanded, Wu Yan's body also started to distort. Finally, it disappeared. Chapter 1246. It wasn't until the distorted figure completely disappeared from this space that the huge clock face also disappeared in the mirage. Ugh. An indescribable sense of fatigue assaulted Kurumi's mind. Her body tilted and she fell to the ground. Kurumi. When the elven girls recovered from their shock and saw Kurumi on the ground, they all cried out in alarm. Kotori, who was closest to Kurumi, quickly reached out her hand and supported her. Hey, are you okay? Kotori was surprised to see Kurumi gasping for breath in her arms. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion. Didn't you say you could use the bullet of 12? Won't it make any difference? Yeah. Yeah, you're not lying to us, are you? That won't do. Didn't Master tell you not to act rashly? Displeased, if Master sees you like this, he will definitely blame himself. If you act rashly, I won't help you if Master scolds you. Kurumi couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable listening to the different elven girls. She turned her head away and forced a smile. Bullet of 12 foot? It can allow the target to return to the past, but the time of return can only be specified to that day. It can't be used to point back the time. In order to not let Lord Husband miss the exact time and to allow Lord Husband to have enough time to stay there, I used a little too much spiritual power. Are you okay? Kotori pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. There are so many elves here. You have plenty of spiritual energy, but you just had to mess around. Fortunately, Big Brother left. Otherwise, if he knew about this, you would definitely be scolded. That's true. Who told Master Darling to be so gentle? Kurumi bitterly smiled and shook her head. She took a deep breath and broke free from Kotori's embrace. She retracted her spiritual energy and the black and red spiritual equipment disappeared from her body. I'm just a bit tired. I'm fine. Hearing this, the group of elf girls carefully sized up Kurumi. When they didn't find any abnormalities other than tiredness, they relaxed their tense faces. Yakuya walked over to where Wu Yan was standing. He touched the air there as if he was checking if Wu Yan is still there. He clicked his tongue. Did Master really return to 5 years ago? If I remember the time correctly. Kurong-san calmed down her breathing. She tidied up her clothes and hair. Kotori turned into an elf and engulfed the entire heavenly palace city in a sea of fire. August 3rd. Yuichi Origami, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were shining with a terrifying light. There was no hatred or coldness in her eyes. Instead, her gaze was so bright that it shocked everyone present. August 3rd, 5 years ago. Right? Tabichi Origami said as she shifted her gaze to Kotori. Kotori snorted when she saw Tabichi Origami looking at her. That's right. August 3rd, 5 years ago. Kurumi nodded. She looked at Wu Yen and murmured, "That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, hubby will be back soon. Don't worry." Question, can he really come back? Yuxian narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi. He won't be able to come back, right? No. That's impossible. Kuang Sanmao replied firmly. The amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time depends on how long it takes to travel back in time. The amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time is also determined by the amount of spiritual energy that was injected into the bullet. Once the amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time exceeds the amount of spiritual energy required to travel back in time, hubby won't be able to travel back in time. How long will it take? Meijio looked at Kurumi. Kurumi smiled. I'm not sure if the flow of time is the same as the flow of time here. But I don't think it'll take too long, at most half an hour. I see. At the side, Toka and Yoshino also heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. The elven girls looked at where Wu Yen was standing. They waited for their loved ones to return. At this moment, Origami Kitsune suddenly made a sound. Toka Kurumi. I want to borrow your power. Tokichi Origami's sudden words stunned all the girls present. You. Kurumi looked at Toka Origami in shock. What did you just say? I want to borrow your power. Toka Origami stared at Kurumi. Her eyes glowed with passion. I want to borrow your angelic power that can travel back in time. Hearing Tabita Origami's words that contained a different kind of emotion and the rich light in his eyes, Tabita, Yoshino, Yagoya, Shisien, and Meijio didn't know how to react. They could only stare blankly at Tabita Origami with their mouths slightly agape. Is this still the cold and emotionless Toka Origami? Kotori and Kurumi glanced at each other as if they had seen through Tabichi Origami's thoughts and looked at her. You want me to use the bullet of 12 on you? Do you want to bet on it? That's right. Toka Origami's eyes rippled. She looked at Kurumi and said. As long as you promise to help me, I can do anything you want. You want to return to 5 years ago too, right? Kotoni said to Tabichi Origami expressionlessly, you want to change history and save your dead parents, right? The elven girls gasped upon hearing this, and Tabichi Origami clenched her fists tightly. Unconcealable hope and determination appeared on her face, confirming Kotori's words. Change history. Kurumi's expression became slightly absent-minded. The way she looked at Toichi Origami also began to change. Return to the past and change history. She was so similar to herself in the past. Kurumi took a deep breath. Her eyes sharpened. What if I refuse? Yuichi Origami's eyes narrowed as he stared at Kuang-san and said in a deep voice. Then, no matter what it takes, I will make you agree. Her resolute words reverberated through the area and entered the ears of everyone present. At this moment, all the elven girls present could feel the determination in Kitaichi Origami's heart. Indeed, with Toka Origami's personality, she would do anything to save her parents. As long as she can make Kurumi use the bullet of 12 on her, she would do it without hesitation. Yuichi Origami's mind was very smart, and her personality was very calm. However, once she encountered something related to her parents, she would make extremely reckless moves. When the elves were annihilated, this calm girl would charge into the fray. She would even ignore the orders of her captain and superiors to kill the elves. When encountering her enemy, this usually calm girl would immediately go crazy. She was so crazy that in order to kill her enemy, she would ignore the ordinary people around her and launch an attack. If Toka Origami's classmates saw her like this, they wouldn't be able to recognize her. Who would have thought that the originally calm and composed origami Kitaichi would act recklessly under certain conditions without considering the consequences? Thinking of this, Kurumi and Kotori had a helpless expression. If it was me in the past, I might not mind helping you. After all, for me now, the cost of using Angel is no longer worth mentioning. The cost of using the bullet of 12 can go back to 5 years ago. Kurumi looked into Toka Origami's eyes. But, I still won't agree. Kita Origami's delicate body trembled, and the light in her eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why? Because my life is no longer mine. Kurumi smiled. Her smile was gentle like never before. Whether it's power or anything else, it belongs to him, my husband. As if in response to Kurumi's call, the space where Wu Yan was standing twisted and a figure was spat out from it. Seeing this figure, the group of elf girls were overjoyed. However, when they saw the expression on the figure's face, the joy on their faces instantly froze. Chapter 1247. Bitterness. Bitterness is written all over his face. Wu Yan appeared in the isolation ward again, this time in front of everyone. Bitterness is written all over his face. This made all the elven girls and even Tokichi Origami hold their breaths. Their hearts suddenly tensed up. Could it be that Wu Yan really did something 5 years ago that caused the death of Tabichi Origami's parents? The elven girls' faces changed at this thought. Tabichi Origami's face turned ugly. She looked at Wu Yan with hatred and murderous intent. Come to think of it, once she confirms that Wu Yan is the one who killed her parents, even if her injuries aren't fully healed, Tabichi Origami would fight Wu Yan to the death. Shido. Brother Shido. Brother. House Sama. Master. Dear. In contrast with Kitsune Origami, all of the elven maidens were crying out with concern on their faces, but they didn't know what to do after that. Should they ask? How? Were they supposed to ask if the most important person in their hearts had gone berserk and killed an ordinary couple? How could they possibly ask that? With such thoughts in mind, the elven girls stood rooted to the spot and panicked. Kotori and Kurumi were the more rational ones and were the first to calm down. They quietly walked towards Wu Yan and stood on his left and right. Are you all right? Even Kotori couldn't help but be cautious at this moment. Her tone was extremely soft as she asked this question. Did it go through, bullet of 12? Do you feel any discomfort after using the bullet of 12? If you feel something is wrong, please tell us, House-sama. Kurumi also spoke. Her red eyes met Wu Yan's gaze. After all, I've never used the bullet of 12 before. This is the first time I've used it. The ability to reverse time is limited to cognition. If it's used in practice, it's hard to avoid some problems. Yes, sure Dao. 10 Fragrance said worriedly, where do you feel uncomfortable? You must tell me, even if you are the master of the 8 dance of the hurricane. It's hard to avoid being plagued by illness. Yakuya tried to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a humorous tone. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He pretended to be arrogant. Don't worry. You are my master. I won't laugh at you. I'm concerned. I hope that master will not hide it from me. Xian also opened her bright silver eyes and stepped forward. He approached Wu Yan. Otherwise, Xian will be very worried. Fourth Aunt didn't say anything. Instead, she came to Wu Yan's side and held his hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable worry. Meijio directly hugged one of Wu Yan's arms. Her beautiful face was filled with gloom. Seeing the unconcealable worry on the faces of the elven girls, Wu Yan's heart warmed. The bitterness on his face faded away and turned into a gentle smile. All right, don't worry. Wu Yan patted Meijio and fourth aunt's head and grinned. I'm fine. Seeing the genuine smile on Wu Yan's face, the elven girls relaxed. Only Tabichi Origami stared at Wu Yan and spoke in a deep voice. What did you do 5 years ago? Following Tabichi Origami's words, the atmosphere became heavy again. The elven girls were nervous, Kotori and Kurumi were no exception. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan slowly retracted his smile and sighed. If you want to talk about what I did, Tabichi Origami's eyes narrowed. She bit her lips and her shoulders trembled. She forced herself to speak. Was it you, the one who killed my parents? Everyone's gaze gathered on Wu Yan. Wu Yan turned around and saw Tabichi Origami's expression as if she didn't want to face reality. He closed his eyes. Even if I say no, you won't believe me, right? The elven girl's hearts tightened. Tabichi Origami clenched her fists and opened her eyes wide. Her lips trembled as she asked word by word. In other words, you really did kill my parents? Ha! Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. I can only say that the video you saw is real. The suppressed emotions in Kitsune Origami's heart instantly erupted. His expression also changed drastically. His body trembled as he endured the pain that came from his body. He struggled to get up with great difficulty and a sharp cry of grief sounded from his mouth. Kill. I'll kill you. Wait. Kotori frowned and looked at Wu Yan. The video is real? What about the truth? Hearing this, the group of young ladies also reacted. Wu Yan only said that the video was real. He didn't say that he killed Tabichi Origami's parents. Tabichi Origami, you do have a reason to think that I killed her parents. Wu Yan glanced at Tabichi Origami and said the truth that everyone wanted to hear. But I didn't kill her parents. Hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up and they couldn't help but smile. Only Tabichi Origami was still gnashing her teeth. Her gaze never left Wu Yan for even half a second. Her eyes were filled with indifference. Like you said, I won't believe you. Didn't you go back in time 5 years ago? Then show me the evidence to prove that you're not the one who killed my parents. You want proof, right? Wu Yan nodded. He extended his hand and a blinding white light enveloped Tabichi Origami. The light started surging around Tabichi Origami. Kyuchi Origami could clearly feel that with the appearance of this white light, her injuries were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain was also gradually disappearing. When the white light dissipated, Kyuchi Origami still felt that her body did not have much strength, but it was no longer a problem for her to move. Kanon healed Koichi Origami's wounds with the help of the Angel of Holiness. Wu Yan turned around after he healed her. If you want to know if I killed your parents, come with me. Wu Yan ignored Kotoichi Origami's reaction. He grabbed Yono's hand and they walked out of the room. Meijio, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm, followed them. The other girls exchanged glances and they quickly followed after them. Even Kotoichi Origami hesitated for a bit before she got off the bed and walked out of the room. Under Wu Yan's lead, the 7 elven girls and Tabichi Origami were teleported from Fraxinus to Heavenly Palace City. They arrived at a field full of flowers and plants. Heavenly Palace City is a city that is often damaged by spacequakes, so it's rare to see a field like this. Therefore, this is a well-known place. Today, however, there's no one here. It's probably because of the Tianyang ritual. With Wu Yan in the lead, the 9 of them entered the wilderness. They passed through the beautiful scenery and headed deeper into the wilderness. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place overgrown with weeds. Wu Yan stopped and he scanned his surroundings. It should be here. Where's the evidence? Tabichi Origami asked coldly as if she was prepared to ask this question. Where's the evidence you're talking about? Wu Yan didn't answer Tabichi Origami's question. Instead, he turned his back to everyone and looked at an empty field in front of him. Dense mana swirled around his body and condensed into a pillar of mana. With a wave of his hand, the pillar of mana shot out and smashed into the empty field in front of him. Bang! With a loud explosion, a shockwave as strong as a tsunami blasted out. The shockwave engulfed the entire area in a cloud of dust. Wu Yan didn't care about the shockwave. He raised one of his hands and mana surged out from his palm. In the next moment, all the girls saw, in front of them, 2 huge blocks of ice flew out of the dust and landed in front of Wu Yan. Ice blocks? The girls looked at each other and walked forward. However, when they saw the full appearance of the ice block, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. What? Tabichi Origami's expression changed drastically. In the end, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Kite Origami muttered absent-mindedly as if he was sleep-talking. Dad. Mom, yes. There are 2 people in the ice blocks. They are Tabichi Origami's parents. How? How? All the girls present were dumbfounded. Chapter 1248. Wu Yan's vision blurred, he felt the bullet hit him. The moment he was hit, he lost consciousness for a brief moment. Now that he regained his consciousness, the first thing he felt was dizziness. Of course, it's not dizziness, it's more accurate to say that the bullet hit him. When the bullet hit him, Wu Yan felt like his existence was completely broken. There wasn't any pain, nor was there any sense of discomfort. At this moment, there was only a feeling of dizziness and nausea that made even his body spin. That's understandable. That's because Wu Yan is in the air. Bound by the strong gravitational force, it fell down at an extremely fast speed with its head facing down. Looking at the sky getting further and further away from him, Wu Yan finally realized what kind of situation he's in. He hurriedly used a flying technique and his falling body stopped in mid-air before stabilizing. Ugh! Wu Yan shook his groggy head as he floated in mid-air. He looked down and he frowned. Where is this? Opening his wine-red eyes, Wu Yan started observing his surroundings. The first thing he saw was a sun that was emitting a golden radiance, it's almost as red as blood. Sunset? Wu Yan scratched his cheek. So it's evening? Wu Yan came to this conclusion. Under the sunset, in the city full of buildings. Shadows are elongating, people's shadows, objects' shadows, and buildings' shadows. Wu Yan carefully observed the city below. He can see the shadow of Tiangong City, but it's not exactly the same. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he realized this. Looks like I've successfully arrived at August 3rd, 5 years ago. August 3rd, 5 years ago. That's the day Kotori was turned into an elf. It's also the day Tabichi Origami's parents died. I didn't expect this. Wu Yan pursed his lips and he exclaimed. I've actually returned to 5 years ago. After sighing, he shook his head and got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He began to recall the first time he came here. He came to this world 5 years ago to prove that he's not the murderer of Tabichi Origami's parents. As Kotori said, 5 years ago, he didn't come to this world at all. He didn't even experience the life-changing transmigration. He was still living the life of an otaku in the world of ordinary people. How could he kill Tabichi Origami's parents? Therefore, when Tabichi Origami accused him of killing her parents, he didn't scoff at it but he didn't take it to heart either. But Kurumi's words reminded him. Once upon a time, because of an accident, he came to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. Could it be him at that time? What if he accidentally killed Tabichi Origami's parents? But that's impossible. Other things aside, when Wu Yan came here, other than using his flying skills, he didn't show any inhuman powers. Even if he killed Tabichi Origami's parents with his own power, he would have to be able to use his own power to do so, right? In Tabichi Origami's memory, it was Wu Yan who attacked and killed Tabichi Origami's parents. The two contradicted each other. Even Wu Yan couldn't figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Kurumi to waste a lot of time and spiritual power to make him come here to prove that he didn't kill Tabichi Origami's parents. Of course, other than that. When Wu Yan returned to this time, he still had a huge doubt that needed to be confirmed. Wu Yan recalled the first time he traveled back in time 5 years ago. He looked in a certain direction and he turned into a ray of light and flew forward. In that direction, soon, he would welcome his first time traveling through time and space. He only needed to follow him at that time and monitor him all the time. Then he could figure out whether he killed Tabichi Origami's parents or not. Just like himself at that time, he didn't know how long he could stay here, so he had to act as soon as possible. After clarifying his purpose, Wu Yan flew toward his destination at top speed. Then, not long after, a sharp alarm spread from the heavenly palace city below. That was not a spacequake alarm. It was a fire alarm. At the same time as this thought rose in his mind, Wu Yan clearly felt that the temperature in the air seemed to be gradually rising and boiling, and the dusk in front of him seemed to become more and more hot. His gaze moved down slightly, looking at Tiangong City below. Then, as Wu Yan expected, Tiangong City was burning. Buildings were burning. Flames were spreading. There were also the sirens of fire trucks and ambulances, fire alarms, people's screams, messy footsteps, and all the sounds were intertwined, forming a hellish scene in the sea of fire. Looking at the panicked people running crazily on the streets, Wu Yan sighed and turned his head away. With his strength, wanting to extinguish this fire was a simple matter. However, in that case, it would definitely cause irreversible historical changes. At present, Wu Yan didn't have the confidence to be strong enough to do such a thing as changing history, as he wanted without causing any impact. Therefore, he could only watch the big fire in Tiangong City. He simply closed his eyes and flew to the place where he arrived in his memory. After a long time, suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in Wu Yan's senses, making him stop abruptly. The magical power on his body rose, and a crude invisibility was used to hide his figure. In the next second, a very familiar figure appeared. It was Wu Yan, who traveled through time and space and came to Tiangong City 5 years ago. Looking at how his previous self went from a face full of panic to forcefully calming down and flying forward, Wu Yan felt curious and at the same time, he hurriedly followed her. In the past, he was just a half-baked true ancestor who hadn't even reached the 8th level. He didn't have the heaven-defying, red jade mode, nor did he have a powerful familiar. Although he wasn't at the 8th level due to the endless martial training and true ancestor bloodline, for the current Wu Yan, he was an existence that could be pinched to death with one hand. Therefore, Wu Yan was very confident in following his previous self, not afraid of being discovered. He carefully observed his previous self's every move to see if he inadvertently did anything. Unfortunately, Wu Yan was disappointed. Well, it wasn't that he was disappointed. His previous self didn't do anything, he just kept flying forward until he reached the center of a burning sea of fire. When he saw the young coterie, he stopped and flew down. At this point, it can be said that the death of Tokichi Origami's parents had nothing to do with Wu Yan. After all, after meeting the young coterie and sealing her spiritual power, his past self would disappear under the gaze of the young coterie and return to the world 5 years later. Just now, his previous self was also under his own surveillance, he didn't do anything unnecessary. It didn't match the image in Tokichi Origami's memory at all. Could it be that the image was fake? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan observed his past self. He comforted Coterie who was crying because she turned into a fairy. Then, he gave her the sealing bracelet. Then, he floated into the air amidst Coterie's cries and screams before disappearing into thin air. Nothing out of the ordinary happened during the whole process. Wu Yan watched his previous self disappear in midair and a part of Koteri's memory erased by the phantom that appeared in the center of the sea of fire. He sighed and frowned. The suspicion of him killing Tokichi Origami's parents can be cleared. However, Wu Yan wasn't happy at all. How did Tokichi Origami's parents die? How should he solve the other question in his mind? Wu Yan turned his head and he looked in a different direction. He turned into a ray of light and he continued flying forward. Chapter 1249. Toichi Origami is a pitiful and sad person. She was clearly living a happy and peaceful life. But one day, not only was the place where she lived corroded by a sea of fire, even her parents couldn't escape death. How cruel was this for a little girl who was at most 11 or 12 years old? Of course, no matter how cruel it was, the death of Toichi Origami's parents was an established fact. No matter how sad Toichi Origami was, this fact could not be changed. If this matter ended here, Toichi Origami would only be a person who met with misfortune in life, but the saddest thing is, Toichi Origami didn't let herself become a pitiful person. The saddest thing is, she witnessed the entire process of her parents' death. She even witnessed the person who killed her parents. Thus, from that moment onwards, this pitiful young girl embarked on a pitiful path. Hatred. These two words became Koichi Origami's life for the next 5 years. For the sake of revenge, such an ordinary girl walked on a completely different path from ordinary people and became a magician who surpassed human beings. For the sake of revenge, such an ordinary magician invested all his time into cruel training, just to have the power to support the hatred in his heart and avenge himself, for revenge. She could use any existence that could be called a monster as the target of her venting. For the sake of revenge, she sacrificed time and space, allowing herself to embark on a pitiful path. But this isn't the saddest part. Wu Yan, who knows the original plot, knows something else. This girl who only had vengeance in her life had always been seeking revenge. The target of her vengeance wasn't the elves who she hated the most, nor was it Koteri who she hated the most, nor was it her current self who she hated the most. That's right. Toichi Origami herself. She herself was her own enemy. Wu Yan still remembers. In the original work, Koichi Origami, who was searching for power, encountered a phantom at a certain point in time, just like the previous time. He was given a spirit crystal and became an elf. After becoming an elf, Toichi Origami went to find Kurumi and asked her to use her bullet of 12. The power of Bet sent her to the day her parents died. By killing the phantom, whom she mistook as the enemy who killed her parents, she changed the history of her parents' deaths. At that time, Toichi Origami walked on a path of no return. Because after using the bullet of 12, Yod, she returned to 5 years ago. Koichi Origami fought with the phantom of that time. In the end, a stray bullet from his attack accidentally hit his parents from 5 years ago, causing them to die. In other words, she used the bullet of 12. The power of return to 5 years ago, and Origami Kite, who had turned into a fairy, was the culprit who had killed his parents. This is the most cruel experience of this pitiful and sad girl's life. How could Origami Kitsune know that she was actually her enemy? In that situation, Toichi Origami treated the death of her parents as the hatred in her heart for 5 years and used it as the motivation to survive, fight against the elf, and pursue power. How desperate must Toichi Origami be? That's easy to imagine. Because of this, when Wu Yan noticed Phantom coming into contact with Koichi Origami, not only did he beat her back, he also took away the spirit crystal that he was planning to give to Koichi Origami. He didn't want to let this pitiful girl suffer the same fate as Koichi Origami. But Wu Yan didn't expect that he would become Toichi Origami's enemy in the end. What was going on here? Without the power of the elf, without the help of Kurumi, without the help of the bullet of 12, and without the power of bullet of 12. 5 years ago, logically speaking, Tabichi Origami's parents should have died in an accident, or maybe they didn't even die. Now that things have developed to this point, even Wu Yan couldn't wrap his head around it. This is also the two main reasons why Wu Yan chose to return to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. Firstly, he wanted to confirm if he had accidentally killed Tokichi Origami's parents 5 years ago. Second, to confirm that Toichi Origami didn't go back to 5 years ago, the real cause of her parents' death. Fortunately, before coming, Wu Yan read Toichi Origami's memory and knew where Toichi Origami lived 5 years ago. Otherwise, he really didn't know where to find the truth of the matter. According to the memory in his mind, Wu Yan, who turned into a stream of light, crossed the air at an extremely fast speed, separated the thick smoke caused by the burning fire, and shot out like an arrow, rushing to Toichi Origami's former home. Although Heavenly Palace City is still quite big, Wu Yan's speed is also very fast. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the place in his memory and look at a building below. That was Toichi Origami's former home. However, this former home is now covered by flames. Only vague black shadows and billowing smoke can be seen. Other than that, only the fiery red flames are left. Suspended in the air, Wu Yan could clearly see that in the almost burned building, a middle-aged man was hugging a young woman, hiding from the raging fire and running towards the exit. Those are Toichi Origami's parents. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Toichi Origami's parents are not dead yet. Just when Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, below, an accident happened. He saw that in the building, a heavy object that was originally hanging at the top suddenly lost its support under the burning flames and fell down. And under the heavy object, Toichi Origami's father was hugging his wife and escaping there in a panic. Seeing this, Wu Yan's heart tightened. Without time to think, he waved his hand and an invisible force suddenly blew away the heavy object that was falling towards Toichi Origami's parents. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late to make a move now. The falling heavy object was deflected by an invisible force. The heavy object that was supposed to fall on the heads of Tokichi Origami's parents rolled and landed on the backs of the parents who were passing by. After a loud muffled sound, Toichi Origami's parents fell to the ground on the spot and fainted. It's unknown whether they are dead or alive. His wine-red eyes suddenly trembled. Wu Yan's body reflexively leaned down, planning to save Toichi Origami's parents who fainted in the building. However, when he moved, Wu Yan realized something. If he saved Tokichi Origami's parents, would that be the reason why they were killed by the elves? If he didn't save them and let them die in the sea of fire, it would only be an accident, right? In that case, Toichi Origami wouldn't have any enemies and wouldn't have to live in hatred anymore. Thinking of this, Wu Yan was a bit shaken. However, it didn't take long for him to shake his head and reject this idea. With how much Koichi Origami valued her parents, if they died in the sea of fire, then Koichi Origami would definitely attribute the hatred of killing her parents to Kotori, the culprit who caused the fire in Heavenly Palace City, and then seek revenge on her. In that case, the problem wouldn't be solved. Why not just save Toichi Origami's parents? If he didn't kill Toichi Origami's parents, the hatred wouldn't exist anymore and everyone would be happy. However, the impact would be too great. At the very least, in the world they live in, Toichi Origami's parents are already dead. That's why Toichi Origami became a magician and joined AST. If he saved Toichi Origami's parents, Toichi Origami might not become a magician and won't join AST. In the worst-case scenario, it might even cause a space-time distortion in the future. The impact of that would be huge. Wu Yan, who is floating in midair, couldn't decide if he should save her or not. Wu Yan, who is floating in midair, couldn't make up his mind. However, time wouldn't wait for him. If this continued, Toichi Origami's parents would die in the sea of fire. He didn't have much time left in this world, so he didn't have time to think. Should he save them or not? Chapter 1250. If he saved Kenichi Origami's parents, the future would be changed and it would have a huge impact on the world 5 years later. It is even possible that Wu Yan's past with the elven girls would be completely negated and everything would become chaotic. If he didn't save them, Kenichi Origami's parents would die and Kenichi Origami would be controlled by the curse of hatred and become a pitiful person. No matter which option he chose, the result would be something Wu Yan didn't want to see. Compared to Wu Yan's relationship with the elven girls, Kenichi Origami's future didn't matter at all. After all, Tabichi Origami is Wu Yan's classmate. Due to their identities, they are like fire and water. Normally, they wouldn't even greet each other when they see each other, they might even fight each other. Comparing Tabichi Origami's future with Wu Yan's and the other elf girls' futures, Tabichi Origami's future is incomparable. But if possible, Wu Yan still wanted Kenichi Origami to be saved. You could say that he was overflowing with sympathy, or that he was just putting on an act. In any case, to let him helplessly watch such a pitiful young girl walk down a path without a bright future, he admitted that he really couldn't bear to watch. Looking at Kenichi Origami's parents who were lying in the middle of the sea of fire, Wu Yan finally made a decision: save. But he couldn't just save them without any consideration. He had to save Yuichi Origami's parents under the condition that it wouldn't affect the future. Thinking until here, Wu Yan's mind instantly turned and he focused on the current state of Kenichi Origami's parents. He also started to look for a feasible solution. Let the target be hit by the bullet of 12 yod. Power can't be maintained forever. According to the amount of Reiki given by Kurumi, it will determine how long Wu Yan can stay in this period of time. Wu Yan didn't know how long he can stay in this period of time, but it definitely won't be too long. Finding a solution during this period of time won't affect the future. Finding a way to save Kenichi Origami's parents isn't an easy task, Wu Yan pondered while paying attention to Kenichi Origami's parents. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. If Yukari was here, she would be able to find a solution in an instant, right? No. Yukari doesn't have to be here. Even if Shokuhu Misaki was here, she would be able to find a solution in time. Not only won't affect the future, but he also has to save the people who were supposed to die. What should he do? Clenching his fists, sweat started dripping down his forehead as he tried his best to suppress the impatience in his heart. He tried desperately to think of a solution. If he doesn't affect the future, then he will have to make Kenichi Origami's parents in the next 5 years. Moreover, he had to make Origami mistake them for elves and kill her parents. Thinking, Wu's Origami's parents' Misaki Origami's parents' misfortune. Also, Kenichi Origami's parents' death must be witnessed by an elf. Then, 5 years later. Then, Kenichi Origami's parents' reappearance. That way, he can save Kenichi Origami's parents without affecting the future and reunite them. But how should he do it? Wu Yan has a way to make Kenichi Origami's parents disappear in the next 5 years. Wu Yan can also think of a way to make Kenichi Origami's parents' death and mistakenly believe that they're no longer in this world. But what should he do if he wanted Tokichi Origami to witness his parents being killed by an elf? Where am I going to find an elf to kill Kenichi Origami's parents? Was he supposed to ask Kotori or Phantom for help? That's just bullshit. The best way to deal with this is to do it himself, but he's not an elf, no. Wait, Wu Yan paused. A bright light flashed through his wine-red eyes. Who said he's not an elf? In this world, wasn't he treated like an elf? Thinking of this, Wu Yan's expression changed drastically. In the end, it turned into a bitter smile. I see. That's how the video came about? Wu Yan sighed with a bitter smile. I really feel like I'm a sucker. Wu Yan took a deep breath and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in the building next to Kenichi Origami's parents. He reached out to check the breathing of Tabichi Origami's parents. When he found that they are still breathing weakly, he relaxed his tense expression. Good, they're not dead. a dense light flashed from his hand and shone on Tokichi Origami's parents. Instantly, the injuries caused by the falling heavy objects and the burns caused by the flames on the heavy objects recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye until they were completely healed. After that, Wu Yan retracted the power of the holy angel. He picked up Kenichi Origami's parents and disappeared again. How could this be? Outside the house that was covered in bright red flames, a little girl of about 11 or 12 years old stood there in a daze. Her white hair was pinned up to her shoulders with a hairpin. She watched as her house gradually turned into black charcoal. Her expression was gradually covered by despair. "Daddy! Mommy!" Kenichi Origami's petite body trembled as she screamed at the top of her lungs. She was hoping for a response. In the future, she would have charged into the fire without hesitation. However, she was only a child and didn't have the courage to do so. "Daddy! Mommy!" Kitsune Origami could only continue to shout. The more she shouted, the more her body trembled. The expression on her face also became more and more desperate. Until a certain moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out, covering her voice. It was the sound of the house's door being kicked open from the inside. Kenichi Origami saw her sweaty father holding her mother's shoulder as he rushed out of the house. He was in a sorry state. "Daddy! Mommy!" Origami's face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to rush towards where her parents were, a beam of fire fell from the sky and entered her eyes. Bang! With a loud explosion, the beam of fire fell where Kenichi Origami's parents were. It caused a violent shockwave and blew Kenichi Origami away. Ah! Under the attack of the shockwave, Origami Kite fell to the ground not far away. However, the pain that she imagined did not come. This made the young Origami Kite stunned. She subconsciously moved her gaze back to where her parents were originally. However, there was no one there anymore, all that was left was a huge crater. A strong sense of dizziness struck Toichi Origami's mind. It was as if the entire world was twisting. Her vision was shaking. Toichi Origami stared blankly at the hole where her parents were supposed to be standing. There was only one thought left in her mind. How could this be? Keeping a blank expression on her face, Yuichi Origami uncontrollably raised her head and looked at the source of the fire. Then, her pupils violently shrank. In the sky above the burning street, a figure was suspended in the air, looking down disdainfully. On his body, there were streams of fire moving back and forth like pythons. At this moment, Kenichi Origami understood. It's this person. It's this godlike person who killed my parents. Crazed hatred and anger surged into Origami's young heart and mind. Looking at the figure floating in the air, Origami's sorrowful cries filled with despair and darkness resounded through the entire space. "Kill you, kill you. I will kill you with my own hands." Sigh, in the air, Wu Yan just destroyed the illusion of Kenichi Origami's parents with a beam of fire. He heard Kenichi Origami's sad cry and sighed. From this moment onwards, Tokichi Origami will bear the burden of hatred and spend the next 5 years, but that's for the sake of a better reunion 5 years later. I hope that in the future, you will be able to laugh out loud. Wu Yan looked at Tabichi Origami for a bit before he turned around and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1251. The burning fire was gradually extinguished by the fire trucks and water trucks, turning into thick white smoke that drifted into the sky. The bright red color had slowly faded from Heavenly Palace City, but Heavenly Palace City was still in chaos. Even though the fire had been controlled, this inexplicable fire had almost turned the entire Heavenly Palace City into scorched earth. The buildings had almost been burned down, and the streets were also scorched black. Thinking about it, after the fire was extinguished, it would not be so easy to restore Heavenly Palace City to its previous state even with the help of the display device. While Heavenly Palace City was in a mess, the wilderness far away from the city was very lucky to escape the disaster. It did not turn into scorched earth, nor was it visited by the flames. Although it could not be said to be completely preserved, at least, the scorched color was almost invisible here. It was such a wilderness that happened to meet Wu Yan's conditions and was chosen by Wu Yan. Holding Koichi Origami's parents and using the space transfer technique, Wu Yan came to this wilderness without much time. He chose a remote open space and waved his hand. A stream of magic power suddenly appeared like a giant whip and smashed down. Bang! In the open space, there was a muffled sound. A pit that covered a small area but was quite deep was smashed by the magic power stream, stirring up a burst of thick smoke and gravel. However, before they swept out, a stream of magic power blew the smoke and gravel aside, exposing the pit in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction and turned his head. He cast his gaze on Koichi Origami's parents who were unconscious. He squatted down. "I'm really sorry. Next, you have to sleep for 5 years, but this is also for you and your daughter. Please forgive me." He lowered his head slightly. He expressed his apologies. Wu Yan stretched out his hands and placed them on Tokichi Origami's parents, mobilizing the magic power in his body. He activated the ability of one of the familiars sleeping in his blood, Ash Nice of the Enchantress. At the next moment, along with the emergence of a majestic mana, a white mist that carried a little bit of cold temperature slowly drifted from Wu Yan's hand and covered Koichi Origami's parents. Almost in an instant, in the white mist, the bodies of Toichi Origami's parents were covered in ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was getting thicker and thicker. In the end, the two people in the white mist were completely sealed in a pair of ice blocks the size of a small car. Only then did the white mist gradually dissipate. Next, Wu Yan would freeze Yuichi Origami's parents and bury them in the hole in front of him, letting them spend 5 years without anyone knowing. After all, through the bullet of 12, Yod. Wu Yan, who came to this world 5 years ago with the power of the bullet of 12, Yod, will sooner or later be exhausted by the power of the bullet of 12, Yod. Returning to the world 5 years in the future due to the exhaustion of the power of the bullet of 12, Yod, is an irresistible phenomenon. He can't directly bring Yuichi Origami's parents back 5 years in the future, so he can only use this method. When Yuichi Origami's parents wake up again, it should be 5 years later when Yuichi Origami's parents are brought back to this world again. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan used his mana to lift the 2 huge ice blocks in front of him into the hole. Then, the mana used to lift the 2 ice blocks surged into the hole. With a forceful sweep, all the dust and stones were pushed into the hole, covering the hole with the ice blocks. After doing all this, Wu Yan slapped the ground hard. The space in front of him wriggled a few times and returned to its original state. No one would have thought that there's a couple sleeping in the ice blocks that can't be melted here. After setting up several defensive and concealment barriers around the space to prevent this place from being accidentally destroyed by the spacetime quake or other accidents, Wu Yan sighed in relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and bitterly smiled. Next, I have to go back and explain clearly. With a bitter smile on his face, Wu Yan used up the power of the bullet of 12, Yod. The power of the bullet of 12, Yod, began to twist like a whirlpool until it finally disappeared. That's how it happened. Looking at the 2 ice blocks that are still sparkling and translucent even after 5 years, and the couple sleeping peacefully within them, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and said, "So, that video is indeed true. At that time, I did make a move. This is an indisputable fact, but it was only 2 illusions that were killed, right?" Even Kodori couldn't help but sigh. You really put a lot of thought into this. In the end, even if you go back to the past, history can't be changed. Kurumi muttered with an inexplicable tone. At this time, the established facts are directly determined by the integration of all the things that have happened in the past. Even if you use the ability to go back to the past, it's still just an effort for the established facts now. History, however, will not change. Hearing this, the elven girls who knew about Kurumi's past immediately looked at her worriedly. This also woke up Kurumi, who was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere. Looking at the elven girls, Kurumi revealed her usual bewitching smile and told them that she was fine. That means. Tabichi Origami didn't care about the low temperature of the ice block. She put her hand on the ice block and spoke with a hoarse voice. My parents can still be alive, right? Yes. Looking at Koichi Origami's worried expression, Wu Yan subconsciously lowered his voice and gave her the answer she was waiting for. Don't worry, your parents aren't dead. Not dead. Not dead. My parents are not dead. Yuichi Origami murmured absent-mindedly like a broken doll. It was not until a long time later that an uncontrollable excitement appeared on her face. Not dead. Mom and Dad aren't dead. With an agitated expression, Tabichi Origami grabbed Wu Yan's shoulder with her frozen hand. She lost her usual cool. Hurry up. Let them out. Wu Yan nodded. He looked at the two ice blocks and waved his hand. The dazzling magic radiance shot out like a meteor and landed on two huge blocks of ice. Under the gaze of everyone present, the ice blocks melted. There wasn't the slightest sound, nor was there the slightest abnormality. The ice that had been maintained for 5 years melted at a speed that wasn't too fast nor too slow. Like evaporating alcohol, it turned into a cold white mist and dissipated into the air. The white mist gradually drifted and the ice blocks slowly disappeared. When the man and woman in the ice blocks were completely exposed, the white mist and the ice blocks disappeared. Wu Yan waved his hand again. This time, a dazzling white light shot out and landed on the man and woman. Soon after, everyone saw it, the man and woman's eyelids moved. As their eyelids twitched, Yuichi Origami's delicate body also trembled. Without thinking, Yuichi Origami rushed over and hugged her parents' bodies. Dad! Mom! Under Tabichi Origami's call, her parents' eyelids trembled and finally opened. Tabichi Origami felt like she was in a dream. Ugh! Amidst a groan, Tokichi Origami's parents covered their heads and looked around blankly. This is... Hearing that familiar voice, Tabichi Origami's emotions could no longer be suppressed. Dad! Mom! While choking with sobs, Yueni threw herself into the arms of her parents. In her eyes, the tears that had completely dried up 5 years ago once again sprouted life force and flowed down once again. Woo! Woo! In the air, the unrestrained cries of a child reverberated in the air. Everyone heard it. Looking at the white-haired girl who threw herself into the arms of her bewildered parents, Wu Yan exchanged glances with the other girls and they all laughed. Chapter 1252. See you on the top floor of the Central Plaza in the evening of the Afternight Festival. Looking at the message on his phone, he scratched his cheeks and sighed as he made his way to the Central Hall. It had already been 3 days since Yuichi Origami unreasonably made a move on the square of the Heavenly Palace. Wu Yan had a hard time in the past 3 days. He was attacked in the square of the Heavenly Palace, encountered a phantom, and was attacked by a dem. After that, he had to clean up the mess, control the impact of the incident, and go through a round of bullet of 12, YOD? He had to go back to 5 years ago to save Tabichi Origami's parents. It's only been 3 days but Wu Yan has been sighing and groaning for a long time due to all the things that have happened. Ever since Tabichi Origami reunited with her parents, they were brought back to Fraxinus by coterie. She hasn't seen Wu Yan since. That's why he was invited out by Tabichi Origami. To be honest, Wu Yan was very surprised and even a bit nervous. He didn't know what that icy beauty would do next. For Wu Yan, these 3 days were very hard to bear. For the students of the 10 high schools, these 3 days weren't very relaxing either. They didn't have any memories of the elves and magicians. Zhen Na, Yi Yu, and the rest of Ratatoskr led by Ratatoskr had erased all of these students' memories. However, they still retained their memories of the Tianyang ritual. Due to an unknown explosion, the last day of the Tianyang festival was cancelled, which caused all the students to protest. After 2 days of hard work in the Tianyang sacrificial ceremony, the last day of the night sacrificial ceremony, which only belonged to the students, had been cancelled just like that. How could anyone be willing to accept it? Therefore, the group of students burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm. They protested fervently. The elven girls were also unwilling to let it go. They kept bothering Coterie. She had no choice but to use her connections with Ratatoskr. She cooperated with the students. The afternight festival was postponed for 3 days. It was held once again. The students were very satisfied with the result. Therefore, even though it was postponed for 3 days, today, the students were still as if they weren't affected at all. They were happily celebrating the night sacrifice. It was almost evening now, and the clamor could be heard everywhere. This was the best evidence. After passing through the lively streets, Wu Yan arrived at the central hall. The doors to the central hall were already closed. Even the staff had been evacuated. There was no place to enter. Wu Yan circled around the central hall but still couldn't find an entrance. In the end, he had no choice but to use space transfer and teleport to the rooftop. The sun was setting in the west, and the dazzling radiance sprinkled down. On the rooftop of the central hall, a beautiful girl with an extremely conspicuous white shoulder-length hair, wearing a short-sleeved inner shirt and shorts, stood with her back facing the entrance. She stroked her hair that was fluttering in the wind with one hand while looking into the distance, elongating the shadow behind her. Standing under the radiance, it formed an extremely beautiful scene. At first, Wu Yan thought he saw an angel and lost himself for a split second. When he came back to his senses, the beautiful girl under the setting sun had already turned around and looked at him. Her pretty face was as calm as an ancient well, but her pair of blue eyes were sparkling with a radiance that made one's heart flutter. It was still the same face and the same performance as before. However, looking at Kite Origami's expressionless face, Wu Yan felt comfortable all over. This was because he could clearly feel that even though that face was still as expressionless as before, the haze that could be hidden behind it had completely dissipated like the clear sky after the rain. Instead, it was replaced by a refreshing feeling that made people unconsciously feel comfortable. This was the current Kite Origami. She had completely gotten rid of the past, got rid of the hatred, and also got rid of the sad path. The perfect Kite Origami. If there was anything that made people feel unsatisfied with the current Kite Origami, it was probably that on that beautiful face, there had never been a smile. Wu Yan and Kite Origami looked at each other. Kite Origami didn't say anything. The two of them looked at each other quietly. They actually had a feeling that they could see through each other's thoughts. If outsiders saw them looking at each other like this, it would be hard for them to imagine that 3 days ago, they just had a one-sided battle to the death. After some time, Kite Origami finally broke the silence and walked in front of Wu Yan. She then bent down and deeply bowed to Wu Yan. Thank you, and, sorry, gratitude and apology. This was the most realistic portrayal of Kite Origami's current mood. As for what she was thanking and apologizing for, there was no need to mention it again. Kite Origami has now been reborn. Wu Yan clearly realized this and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. You don't have to take it to heart, you saved me. Kite Origami looked into Wu Yan's eyes. I won't forget this. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I think I saved your parents. To me, the person you saved is me. Toichi Origami used the simplest words to express her true feelings. I was redeemed because of you, is that so? Even Wu Yan felt a bit embarrassed at being asked this way. But, he still asked anyway. How are your parents? Yes, after a checkup, they have completely recovered to the level of a normal person, but because they slept for too long, their bodies are too stiff. It will take a lot of time for them to move normally. Kite Origami's face was expressionless, but her eyes were bright. She was clearly in a good mood. Ratatoskr has already used the excuse of being in a coma for 5 years as an accident to let mom and dad adapt to the world 5 years later. When they return to normal, they will be able to move freely. Then, are you okay on your side? Wu Yan teased. You were originally a little girl, but suddenly became a beautiful girl. Your parents must be very uncomfortable. Yes, compared to that, they are not used to my expression. Kite Origami replied, making Wu Yan laugh. Then you have to smile more often in the future. Don't let others think that you've developed a weird habit. No. Kite Origami said without hesitation, even if my personality is bad, mom and dad will still treat me well like before. Then they are really great parents. Wu Yan praised. No wonder you are so attached to them. Yes, they're the best parents in the world. When Yuichi Origami said this, she tilted her head. There was no smile on her face, but there was an unusually cheerful wave in her eyes. Kite Origami looked at Wu Yan and suddenly said, I have decided to leave AST and join Ratatoskr. Wu Yan paused and frowned. Is this okay? I can't leave my current life. Kite Origami shook her head. Although I want to live a normal life, I won't be able to get used to it without my magician skills. Kite Origami put her eyes in front of Wu Yan, as if she was speaking with her eyes. Kotori also invited me to join Ratatoskr. She said she didn't want to let go of me who is better than the real one. I also want to repay you, so I agreed. This Kotori. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He hesitated and asked seriously. Have you really decided? In order to obtain power, my body underwent a magical treatment that is even stronger than the real thing. After a thorough examination, I have less than a year left. Tabichi Origami didn't answer Wu Yan's question directly. Instead, she changed the subject. Kotori said you have a way to restore me to normal. I don't want to lose the chance to spend my life with mom and dad again, so I can only work for you. From now on, I am yours. With this sentence as the conclusion, Yuichi Origami bowed again. Please help me one more time so that I can repay you, you. Wu Yan looked at Kite Origami, who kept her head down. He rolled his eyes at her helplessly. Don't regret it, I have a lot of trouble, yes. A monotonous response echoed in the air. There was a trace of undetectable joy hidden in it as it echoed under the setting sun. Chapter 1253. Lying in his bed, Wu Yan, who just woke up, looked at Tabichi Origami, who is lying on top of him with her hands on both sides of his head. Her face is only 10 centimeters away from him. She is looking at him with her clear and expressionless eyes. She didn't say a word. The wine-red eyes and the blue eyes looked at each other. Both of them had nothing to say to each other. For the next 5 minutes, Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami just stared at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was so cold that it sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Of course, the reason why this happened wasn't because the two of them had short-circuited their brains. At least, Wu Yan wasn't. During these 5 minutes of staring at each other in disbelief, his brain was spinning rapidly to think of a problem. What the hell is going on? Well, Wu Yan's brain was indeed short-circuited. He couldn't help it. The scene in front of him was too strange. After a conversation with Yuichi Origami last night, the two of them had buried the hatchet. Since Yuichi Origami was no longer a member of AST, she had completely let go of the hatred in her heart and will no longer hate the elves. The group of elven girls also knew about Yuichi Origami's incident and no longer viewed her as an enemy. But no matter what, Yuichi Origami didn't have a good relationship with them before this. However, the current situation was that the person who had just buried the hatchet and declared that he wanted to repay him not only appeared in this house full of elves today, but also in his own room in such a manner. No matter who it was, they would feel strange, right? No. Perhaps I should correct this. Yuichi Origami, the culprit, wouldn't feel strange. Time slowly passed. Another 5 minutes had passed. The two of them were still staring at each other in this manner. The atmosphere in the room was getting stranger and stranger. Finally, Wu Yan couldn't stand this strange situation anymore. His face froze. He spoke. "Can you tell me what's going on?" As if she was waiting for Wu Yan to speak, Tabichi Origami calmly replied the moment Wu Yan finished his sentence. "Get up." "Huh? I'm here to wake you up. Can I ask why?" "This is Shirji's order." "Shirji?" "Yes. Actually. Can you be more specific?" "Around 7 a.m., I came here as instructed and knocked on the door at 6:32:34. Then, after about 3 seconds, Shirori answered my knock and opened the door for me 15 seconds later. Then, wait. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked that." Wu Yan resisted the urge to flip the table. He took a deep breath and looked at Tabichi Origami's pretty face. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Then, I'll ask you a question." "No problem. First, why are you in this house?" "Kotori asked me to come here. She said there's something to discuss." "Discuss something?" Wu Yan paused for a second before he recalled something. He frowned. "Is it about the phantom? How can this be discussed in the house?" "It's fine." Yuichi Origami replied concisely. "Kotori said Shirji will find an excuse to run away as soon as I come here." Is that so?" Wu Yan started sweating. He shook his head and returned to the topic at hand. "Then, why would Shirji ask you to wake me up?" "Maybe it's just Wu Yan's imagination." Tabichi Origami's eyebrows twitched for a split second when she heard his question. She didn't reply until a while later. "Although I don't know the specific reason, according to my observation, this should be an excuse for Shirori to drive me away when I'm in the process of improving my relationship with her, don't you understand?" Wu Yan's lips twitched as he complained. "Then, why did you wake me up in such a way?" "This is an experiment." "What?" "This is an experiment." Tokichi Origami repeated the question with an expressionless face without the slightest bit of impatience. Then, he explained. "It's because I've only learned how to use a female identity to intimately awaken a good friend who is also a female in the past. I don't understand what's the best way to awaken a man, so I tried to do this experiment." "Can I ask where you learned this from?" "From a book." Yuichi Origami answered without hesitation. "A book that's only available for rent in a very special store." "I know that without you telling me." Wu Yan felt like all his energy was drained away by Tabichi Origami's emotionless words. He felt like he was out of energy. "In conclusion, now that Shirji has run away because of you, you still followed Shirji's order to wake me up, but you didn't know what method to use. As a result, after experimenting one by one, when I woke up, I experimented with one of them, and the result became like this." "Is it like this?" "Correct." "Well then, let me ask." Wu Yan forced a smile as his expression turned unnatural. "If I don't wake up, what will you do next?" Yuichi Origami was silent for a moment before replying with a blank expression. "According to the book, a certain part of a man's body will be particularly energetic in the morning. I'm going to stimulate that part and let you get up comfortably." Cough cough cough. A breath rushed into Wu Yan's heart and throat, almost choking Wu Yan to death. Fortunately, as a true ancestor, Wu Yan couldn't die. His face turned green. "Let me ask again, how are you going to stimulate it?" "Lick." With her usual cold expression, Wuxia Origami said something that couldn't be ignored. Although there are many other ways to stimulate that part of the mind, according to statistics, licking is the most suitable and most comfortable way. Wu Yan didn't know what expression to use to respond to Wuxia Origami's answer. Excited? Of course there is. After all, a super beautiful girl was planning to wake him up by licking him. Regretful? Of course there is. After all, I woke up at the right time, right? But what was this feeling of being unable to let go of this feeling in his heart? Wu Yan looked at Wuxia Origami with a conflicted expression. After a long time, he finally said something. Aren't you afraid that Shiji will misunderstand our relationship? It doesn't matter. Once again, Origami answered without hesitation. Love has nothing to do with gender or quantity. I will use my actions to move Shiji. The problem is, your actions have scared Shiji away. Wu Yan reminded her out of kindness. That's because Shiji hasn't gotten over it yet. Wuxia Origami said calmly. And, because it's you, I did it. Because it's me? This time, Wu Yan's expression changed. Where did this come from? You are my benefactor. Wuxia Origami remained calm. So it doesn't matter. Because you are my benefactor, so it doesn't matter. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, his heart twitched uncontrollably. He felt that it wasn't a good thing to bury the hatchet with Wuxia Origami. If he had a good relationship with such a girl, once they started chatting, his lifespan would decrease. Looking at Wu Yan's pained expression, Tabichi Origami tilted her chin and said this. Don't you like it when someone stimulates your mind in the morning? Hearing Wuxia Origami's blunt words, Wu Yan showed a conflicted expression. He smiled bitterly and answered hesitantly. That depends on the person, and the situation, there are many other factors. In other words. Wuxia Origami interrupted Wu Yan and went straight to the point. You like it. Cough cough. Wu Yan coughed again. Before he could speak, Origami Kitsune spoke. Since that's the case, let me do some exercises for the next time. After saying that, Yuani folded a piece of paper and got into the quilt. Wait, not, you, oh. Chapter 1254. Kotori sat on a sofa in the living room. She glanced at Tabichi Origami who is sitting opposite her with an unapproachable expression. Then, she looked at Wu Yan who is sitting on the sofa beside them. Wu Yan looked like he's in a trance. She frowned. Did something happen between the two of you just now? Or did I miss something? Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami's eyelids twitched. One shook his head while the other remained expressionless as if he couldn't be bothered to explain himself. Kotori narrowed her eyes and snorted. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about what you guys did just now. Pulling out a small notebook and a pen from her pocket, Kotori twisted the pen tip and opened the notebook. Her expression turned serious. Then, it's time for us to start the question and answer session. About the phantom. Phantom. Tabichi Origami raised her eyebrows and looked at Kotori. The phantom you're talking about is the one who appeared in front of me the other day. The one who was covered in mosaics and whose body and voice couldn't be seen, right? Yes. That's right. Kotori perked up. That day, Phantom took the initiative to come into contact with you. Until he was defeated by his brother, there was a period of time. You two must have had a conversation, right? Kotori stared at Tabichi Origami. I want to know the content of that conversation. Kotori added solemnly. Everything. Hearing this, Wuxia Origami raised her eyebrows for a moment. She immediately lowered her head and pondered for a while. While recalling the contact with the phantom, that day, she slowly simulated the entire process and conversation. She used to be a member of AST. Due to Tabichi Origami's personality, her explanation of the encounter with Phantom was concise and accurate. She tried her best to make the entire process as clear as possible. She even included the conversation between Wu Yan and Phantom at the end. Kotori wrote something in her notebook as she listened to Tabichi Origami's narration. Just like that, the two of them went back and forth, repeating the events of that day one after another. Wu Yan felt a bit bored at this point. Just like Kotori said, Shirori found an excuse when Tabichi Origami came to visit. They escaped from the house and brought all the elven girls with them. Now, only the three of them were left in the Five River house. Ignoring Wu Yan, Kotori and Tabichi Origami continued their investigation of the Phantom. As time went by, the investigation was completed. However, the frown on the two girls' faces deepened as the investigation progressed. First, we induced the Phantom with language, then we gave the spirit crystal. Kotori tapped the notebook in her hand and said with displeasure, "That's basically the same as when I was with Meijio. It's useless to investigate like this. I told you to ignore the Phantom for now, but you just had to look into it." Wu Yan mocked her in a sarcastic tone. "See, we didn't get anything in the end, right? Don't talk like it has nothing to do with you." Kotori raised her eyebrows and yelled at Wu Yan. "If you hadn't let Phantom go, we would have been able to get more information. We might have even been able to find out the real identity of Phantom." "I don't think so." Wu Yan pursed his lips. "Although I don't know exactly how strong that Phantom is, since she was able to hide her existence when I didn't pay attention to the surroundings, silently contacted Origami Kyuchi, and even had a conversation with it, in the end, if it weren't for her carelessness, I might not have noticed her appearance until the end. Just this hidden ability alone is enough to make our gains close to zero." Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a grin. "I think, unless Phantom comes to us herself and makes contact with us, with her cautious attitude and unusual concealment ability, it'll be difficult to find her. I feel like the Phantom has been watching us from the dark." Kotori bit the lollipop in her mouth and clicked her tongue. The more compatible the target of the spirit crystal is with the spirit crystal, the more powerful the spirit crystal will be after it is transformed into a spirit crystal. In other words, before the spirit crystal was given to me, Meijio, and Kite Origami, Phantom already had a certain understanding of us and had been paying attention to us in a certain way, right? Kotori subconsciously looked around and her red eyes flashed. Could it be that the Phantom has been with us all this time? Hearing this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became silent. "Around us." Wu Yan sighed. "That's not impossible. After all, I wouldn't be able to discover her if I didn't pay special attention to her. In other words, it's possible?" Kotori's eyes lit up, she smiled mischievously. "Come to think of it, the spirit crystal that Phantom intends to give to Origami Kwan is in our hands. She's paying attention to us from all around. It's not impossible for her to steal it when we're careless. Speaking of which, we haven't investigated the spirit crystal yet." Kotori looked at Wu Yan. "Where's the spirit crystal?" "Oh, it's with me." Wu Yan stretched his hand out as if he was trying to find something on his body. Before he could put his hand into his pocket, Tabichi Origami opened her hand with a cold voice. In his hand, that spirit crystal, that originally belonged to Origami Kitaichi, was releasing a bright white light. "You." Wu Yan looked at the spirit crystal in Tabichi Origami's hand in shock. "When did you take it?" "This morning." Tabichi Origami said calmly. "I found it in your pocket." "Pocket?" Kotori was stunned, she glared at Wu Yan. "You put something so important in your pocket?" "Ahaha." Wu Yan quickly laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "I studied it last night, I was too sleepy so I just stuffed it in my pocket." "You." Kotori glared at Wu Yan and turned away. She looked at Tabichi Origami with a sour expression. Forget about him. He's just a freak. Nothing will happen to him. But how can you casually come into contact with spirit crystals? This is something that will turn you into a fairy the moment you touch it, you know? I guessed a little. Kotori's expression darkened, but Tabichi Origami remained expressionless and raised her hand. That's why I didn't touch it. Wu Yan and Kotori were stunned. They noticed there was a layer of green light between Tabichi Origami's hand and the spirit crystal. Is this a domain of will? Kotori's expression improved, but she still rolled her eyes at Tabichi Origami. Even if there's a Tertori, you can't touch it. What if you accidentally turn into a spirit? Tabichi Origami didn't answer. She looked at the spirit crystal in her hand and glanced at Wu Yan. She seemed to be thinking about something. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, an alarm sound came from Kotori's radio. Before Kotori could react, an anxious voice came from the radio. Commander. This is bad. Elaine? Mira? Methers escaped. What did you say? Kotori exclaimed. Chapter 1255. Heavenly Palace City, on a certain street. On the busy street, a slender figure passed by the pedestrians at an astonishing speed. The surrounding pedestrians widened their eyes in surprise as they rushed towards their destination. This person was none other than Irene, who had tried her best to escape from Ratatosker's secret facility. Irene's goal was to head to the AST base where Weiss Court was stationed. She compressed her Turde Tori and wrapped it around her body. Then, she sprinted towards her destination as fast as she could without the CR unit. As she sprinted, she clenched her teeth tightly. Irene must return to the AST base before Ratatosker's pursuers catch up to her. That's the only way to ensure her safety. Otherwise, even if she didn't care about Ratatosker's people, she would be at her wit's end if the few existences she feared were to come looking for her. At the same time, Irene's heart was filled with grievances. As the world's most powerful magician and an invincible existence, Irene had never thought that one day, she would actually fall to the point where she would become someone's prisoner and even have to run away from someone's pursuit. But she has no choice. Among the existences that Alice sees as enemies, there are some that she has no choice but to fear. Itsuka Shido. Natsuki Minamiya. Itsuka Kotori. The three of them had once defeated her without any injuries. With Irene's strength, there was no way she could resist them. Irene can only endure the aggrieved and humiliated feeling in her heart. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards the AST base. However, with her current speed, she doesn't know if she can reach the AST base before the enemies arrive. That's still an unknown quantity, there's no other way. Irene looked around. She suddenly plunged into a small alley. Then, a burst of bright light flashed in the small alley. The next moment, a ray of light shot into the sky with the sound of an engine. He shot past them and continued to head towards AST's base. His entire body was equipped with the platinum-colored special CR unit, Pandaragon, and he unleashed his Turti Tori that was much more powerful than a few seconds ago. Irene operated the thrusters as fast as she could. She recalled what Wu Yan said to her that day. Now, you have two choices. 1. Tell me where Will Scott is right now. I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to him. Perhaps I'll cripple him, but I definitely won't kill him. 2. You don't have to say anything. I'll find Will Court myself. Once I find him, you can buy flowers for him to visit his grave. Recalling how that man had said those words in front of her, Irene's eyes flashed with hatred, and her speed increased to another level. I won't let you succeed. Heavenly Palace City, AST Garrison Base. In the luxurious room, Will Scott sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Surprisingly, there was no longer that annoying smile on his face, not even the slightest bit of expression. This was a very unusual thing for Woolcote. However, it was no wonder that his most capable assistant, who could also be said to be his strongest trump card, was captured by Ratatasker's men. This was too unexpected for Woolcote. It was too much of a blow. Fortunately, Woolcote was quite capable. He did not lose his composure at all. He still did what he was supposed to do, but it was inevitable that he would behave differently from usual. If anyone who was familiar with Woolscott was here, they would know that the Woolscott who didn't do anything was the most unusual Woolscott. One could only imagine how Woolscott was feeling right now. But it was a pity that his mood didn't last long. Shortly after, as though he sensed something, Woolscott opened his eyes abruptly and gazed at the door. His lips curled into a sharp and disgusted arc as usual. Ike! Almost at the same time, the door was violently flung open, and Irene strode into the room. Her face was still cold, but her forehead was covered with sweat. It was clear that she had exhausted a lot of energy just now. Oh, you're back. Woolscott's eyes narrowed into slits as he spoke in a mocking tone. As expected of you, even Itsuka Shido was unable to imprison you. No, Itsuka Shido only came to talk to me once. He didn't interfere with my imprisonment. Ike took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. However, Ike, I must tell you a piece of bad news. Is it about Itsuka Kotori? Woolcote leaned back on the sofa with a calm expression. The magicians who escaped reported to me. I didn't expect Itsuka Kotori to have the power to defeat you. Irene was silent for a moment before she sighed and spoke. Ike, what should we do now? Irene bit her lips as she looked at Woolscott. Whether it's Itsuka Shido, Itsuka Kotori, or that angel Natsuki, their power is beyond the realm of elves. They are beyond our reach. Can we really capture them? That's right. Indeed, this is very unusual. Woolscott narrowed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. The strength of the elves around Itsuka Shido seems to be beyond our expectations. This must be related to Itsuka Shido. Irene nodded silently and agreed with Woolscott. It's not like the DEM hasn't fought fairies before. Irene didn't only encounter fairies in Heavenly Palace City. However, compared to the fairies she encountered before, Wu Yen, Kotori, and the others are way too strong. They're so strong that they shouldn't be the only fairies that can handle them. This made Woolcote and Ike suspect that Wu Yen is the cause of this. With the power of Dem, they knew that whenever elves appeared, Wu Yen would take the initiative to contact them and seal their spiritual energy. They even found out about Ratatasker's existence. Now, whenever the DM gets involved with Wu Yen, all sorts of things will go wrong. How can Woolscott and Irene not suspect that Wu Yen is the culprit behind all this? Looks like that man is a bit special. Woolcote stroked his chin, an excited smile appeared on his face. If only I could know his secret. Ike. Irene raised her voice slightly, and there was a trace of helplessness in it. I know what you're thinking, but that man is too dangerous. With our power, we can't do anything to him. You're right. Woolcote sighed helplessly, but he soon smiled. However, from another perspective, isn't such a powerful sprite exactly what we're after? This. Elaine opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute. However, when she thought of what Woolscott had done, she immediately shut her mouth. Don't worry. Seeing Irene fall silent, Westcott smiled as if he was comforting her. Human nature has a lot of weaknesses, the same goes for the elves. Even if we can't find them now, it doesn't mean that we won't be able to find them in the future. No matter what, we have a lot of advantages over them. Even if they have Ratatosker behind them, it's still the same, let's wait. Westcott stood up and turned his back to Kieran as he came to a conclusion. His voice echoed clearly in the area. We just don't have the chance now, we're at a disadvantage. Sooner or later, there will be an opening. We'll make our move then. Anyway, I'm used to waiting. Just as Will Scott finished his sentence, a mocking voice rang out. Too bad I don't have that much time to play with you. Chapter 1256. Too bad I don't have that much time to play with you. A nightmarish voice drowned out Will Scott's words and reverberated in the luxurious room. Hearing this voice, Westcott's eyes turned cold and Irene's pupils shrank. The two of them turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Then, their expressions changed. Wu Yan was standing at the entrance of the room. He was wearing a black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. He had black hair and red eyes. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. He had an inexplicable smile on his face. Irene was expressionless. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. Irene was the first to react. She leaped up and arrived in front of Will Scott. A golden light flashed on her body, and her special, CR unit, the Pendaragon, appeared and covered her body. She pulled out the sword-shaped equipment from her back and issued a command in her mind. A laser beam shot out from the handle of the sword-shaped equipment. Irene pointed it at Wu Yan. Her expression was full of vigilance. You. When did you? Don't be nervous. Wu Yan revealed a half-smile that Irene feared the most. He shrugged. I just got here. I have no intention of eavesdropping. Although, I can more or less guess the content of your conversation. Do you think I'll believe you? Irene heard Wu Yan's words. She did not let down her guard. Instead, she glared at him. If you didn't follow me from the beginning, how would you know? How did you know we were here? Irene's eyes widened as she thought of something. Did you guys arrange for me to escape on purpose? To find Irene. Don't think we are as bad-hearted as you dem. Wu Yan looked at Irene with an innocent expression, the corner of his lips slowly curled upwards. Well, anyway, you won't believe me even if I tell you this, you. Irene impulsively grabbed the laser sword in her hand. She wanted to rush to Wu Yan but she was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. Calm down. Irene, you are losing your composure. Will Scott patted Irene's shoulder and he looked at Tabichi Origami who is standing beside Wu Yan. He helplessly smiled. I think the reason why Daoist monarch scholar is here should be because of Origami Crane, right? Irene. Irene? Irene was stunned for a moment before she remembered. As a member of AST, not only did Tokichi Origami know that they were in AST's base, but she had also come here to meet Westcott because of the video. Naturally, he would also know where Will Scott and Irene were. Kite Origami. Irene's expression darkened. Her gaze towards Kite Origami turned dangerous. I didn't expect you to be someone who bites the hand that feeds you. I've gained power. Although it's because of your help, I've also paid the price. You've also used me once. Yuichi Origami replied expressionlessly. From the very beginning, we were never on the same side. Weren't on the same side? Irene stared at Tokichi Origami's cold face. Aren't you from AST? Don't you hate elves the most? Isn't the person next to you the one who killed your parents? No. You're wrong. Yuichi Origami's eyes released a cold light. He's my benefactor. Benefactor? This time, it wasn't just Irene who was stunned. Even Will Scott was stunned. Benefactor? Isn't he the one who killed her parents? How did he become her benefactor? Looking at Tokichi Origami's beautiful face, whose expression and emotions could not be read at all, Will Scott and Irene frowned. They couldn't figure it out. It's not their fault. After all, they saw the video of Wu Yan killing Irene's parents. It's natural for them to react this way. Looks like something out of our expectations happened again. Will Scott looked at Tabichi Origami for a long time before he looked at Wu Yan. He shrugged without a hint of nervousness. Daoist Lord, sure, you're really special. It would be great if we could be friends. I'm sorry. Wu Yan smiled meaningfully. The first time we met, you threatened to attack the people around me. I intimidated you. The second time we met, you did attack me and I destroyed one of your branches. The third time we've met, which is now, you've once again attacked the people around me, and I've once again come knocking on your door. The 3 times we met, plus our identities. Wu Yan shook his head and sighed. Do you think it's possible for us to be friends? Of course. Of course. Will Scott spread out his hands with a friendly smile on his face. As long as you're willing, we can be friends at any time. No matter what you want, I'll satisfy you. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Will Scott's words. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the executive director of DEM to say something like this at a time like this. Should I say as expected of a villain? Or should I call you a pig? Ignoring Irene's angry glare, Wu Yan rubbed his stomach that's starting to hurt from all the laughing. His smiling eyes are like knives cutting through Will Scott and Irene. If you're trying to stall for time so that the people from AST and DEM can come and support you, then don't waste your time. The moment I entered this place, I've already set up a barrier around this place. Both Scott and Irene's expressions changed. Wu Yan mocked them. Do you understand now? In other words, even if I kill all of you here, no one will know about it until it's over. Buzz. Irene unleashed her Turde Tori to envelop Will Scott. At the same time, she stomped on the ground and charged towards Wu Yan. Ike. Run. Irene controlled her Turde Tori to send Will Scott away while she swung her laser lightsaber towards Wu Yan's neck. Clang, however, the laser lightsaber collided with another laser lightsaber before it could hit Wu Yan's neck. The crisp sound of weapons clashing against each other caused a sonic boom that blew at Irene's blonde hair. It also blew away the cold expression hidden behind her short white hair. Irene's pretty face turned grave as she looked at Toichi Origami, who was holding a laser lightsaber and fighting against her. Toichi Origami was equipped with the sister machine, Mordred, that was very similar to her Pandaragon in terms of appearance and performance. She would never have thought that at this critical moment, the person she would be facing was actually the controller of her own personal cryo unit. Origami Kitsune. Irene said coldly. Do you think you're my opponent? Irene. I don't need to be your opponent. Origami Kitsune raised her head slightly. She gripped her lightsaber and rubbed it against Irene's lightsaber, causing sparks to fly. I just need to achieve my goal. Achieve my goal? Irene frowned and her expression changed. She abruptly turned around and looked behind her. What she saw made her expression change drastically. In the middle of the luxurious room, Wilcott's Turti Tori had disappeared without him noticing, but his body was still floating in midair. It wasn't because Will Scott also had extraordinary strength, but because a hand that was disproportionate to Will Scott's body was tightly gripping his neck and lifting him up into the air. He was struggling with a painful expression. The one who grabbed Will Scott by the neck and watched him struggle in pain is Wu Yan, the one who was supposed to be Irene's target. Ike. Irene couldn't hide the shock in her heart and exclaimed without thinking. Chapter 1257. Ike. Seeing that Will Scott had fallen into a dangerous situation, Irene's eyes flickered. The magic generated on the laser lightsaber that was clashing with Tokichi Origami had an extremely short pause based on the user's mental state, directly causing Irene's strength to weaken a little. Ike's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, Ike felt the Tori surrounding her being touched by another Tori. A sharp light accompanied the touch, causing Ike to realize that she was distracted. She quickly reacted by raising the laser lightsaber in her hand. Clang! Then, as Irene raised her laser lightsaber, a strong force and a clear clashing sound rang out, once again causing intense sparks to burst forth in this space. Unfortunately, even though Irene reacted in time, she couldn't block Tokichi Origami's full-powered attack. Irene's figure was unavoidably sent flying. Irene clenched her teeth. Her brain immediately issued a command to drive the propulsion jet engine on her back to retreat quickly. But the next moment, Irene seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. She stopped in her tracks with a muffled thud. The wall that appeared behind Irene and caused her to crash into it was the square-shaped Tori. What? Ike's pupils shrunk slightly. Then, they became sharp again. Don't underestimate me. Abruptly, Elaine expanded her Tori by several times. Like another wall, it hit the Tori standing behind her and sent her flying. This was also the reason why Irene was defeated. It's over, a cold voice reverberated in the air and entered Irene's ears. Irene raised her head abruptly and looked forward. Immediately, the engine behind Kite Origami's back was fully activated. She swung her laser lightsaber and slashed the Tori around her with a sonic boom. Ike's eyes fell on it. Ike's Tori precision is the highest among all magicians in the world. Logically speaking, Ike's strength is lower than Ike's. Even if Ike's full-force attack was caught off guard, it was unlikely that it could break the Tori around her. However, the strange thing was that Irene had expanded her Tori. There was a fundamental characteristic of the Tori. That is, the smaller the range of the Tori in use, the greater the precision. The higher the defense, the higher the defense. On the other hand, the bigger the Tori used by a magician, the higher the precision. The lower the precision, the lower the defense. Naturally, the lower the defense. In the face of Irene's full-powered Tori, domain of will, if it was maintained to a certain extent, then Ike's origami equipped with Mordred would not be able to break it. Ike's Tori expansion couldn't block Ike's attack. Therefore, by the time Irene reacted, Tokichi Origami's laser lightsaber, which had just cut open her Tori, was already placed on her neck. The world's strongest magician finally lost to Ike's origami, who is also a magician. This fact caused Ike's expression to change. She was in disbelief. You were careless. Ike's origami didn't concede. She expressionlessly stated the reason why Ike lost. I didn't think that the world's strongest magician would be distracted during a battle. You should be the stronger one, but you've exposed your weakness so obviously. I'm not so kind as to let you go, you. Ike was a bit agitated. She wanted to resist, but a piercing pain and coldness came from her neck. Ike's origami slightly moved the laser sword and cut her neck. You can't even control your emotions after losing? Ike's origami said coldly. But please don't move. Please calm down. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself. A trace of hatred flashed through Ike's eyes. However, she didn't dare to act rashly. She turned her gaze to Will Scott and stared at Wu Yen. Her body tensed up. If this continues, forget Will Scott, Ike won't be able to protect herself. Ike was anxious when she saw Will Scott in more and more pain. Wu Yen suddenly let go of Will Scott's neck and let him fall to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Holding his neck, Will Scott coughed out of anger. However, before he could cough a few times, a foot stepped on his chest and stepped on him. Ike. Ike's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her heart felt like it was bleeding. Ever since she followed Will Scott and protected him, Will Scott didn't even get hurt when he was threatened. But today, with her by his side to protect him, not only was Will Scott almost strangled to death, he was even trampled under someone's foot. Ike's mind was on the verge of going crazy. She failed in her duty. Humph. Will Scott let out a muffled groan. He felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his chest. The feeling of being unable to breathe caused his shrewd face to turn red. Even his eyes were bloodshot. However, he was smiling. And it was a very happy smile. This feeling. I feel like I could die at any moment, Will Scott forced a voice out of his throat while maintaining his smile. He looked up at Wu Yan. A painful and joyful smile appeared on his face. How many years has it been since I last met you? How nostalgic, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Ike's origami gloomily. Do I look so harmless that I can make people smile when they're threatened by me? I think it's personal. Toichi Origami stared at Irene in front of him. While holding the laser lightsaber in his hand, he answered without turning his head. The CEO of the DEM is someone who can smile in the face of death. There's no doubt about it, I see. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Seems like he'll be satisfied if I let him die. That won't do, death is not scary. Tokichi Origami also ignored the two hostages and said indifferently. At least, if I were in your shoes, I'd rather die. Is that so? Wu Yan didn't seem to be aware of it as he increased the pressure on his leg. Looking at Westcott's contorted face, Wu Yan chuckled. It's a cold chuckle. Then what should I do to vent the anger in my heart? Westcott opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the force from his chest caused the air in his body to disperse, making him unable to utter a single word. Unable to speak, Will Scott could only put on a smile on his face once more. His smile was both joyful and mocking. Wu Yan couldn't help but reveal a disgusted expression as he swung his hand downwards with all his might. A stream of magic power whistled through the air like a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing towards Will Scott's shoulder. With a clear tearing sound, Westcott's entire arm below his shoulder was cut off from his shoulder while blood spurted out like a fountain. The smile on his face froze. The intense pain caused Will Scott to cry out in agony. Ike! Irene's heart-wrenching cries reverberated in the surroundings. She no longer cared about the laser sword on her neck as she charged towards Will Scott. Bang! However, before Irene could rush out, Tokichi Origami kicked Irene's body forcefully, kicking Irene out. Ugh! Ike grunted. Ike's body flew across the air and landed next to Will Scott, who was hugging his shoulder. Her face was full of pain. Wu Yan looked at Will Scott, who was lying on the ground with a twisted face. He turned around and walked towards the exit. It won't be so easy next time. Chapter 1258. Like a loyal guard, almost as soon as Wu Yan left, Yuichi Origami followed behind him without saying a word. The two of them walked along the corridor of AST's base as if they were entering a deserted area. They didn't hide, nor did they sneak around. Instead, they walked openly. To be more precise, Yuichi Origami was just following Wu Yan. After all, Wu Yan had directly used spatial transference to bring Origami Kitsune to where Will Scott and Irene were. Since Wu Yan didn't plan on using spatial transference to leave this place, Origami Kitsune could only follow. Although Tokichi Origami felt that AST might have become her enemy, since Wu Yan was AST's enemy, Tokichi Origami decided to follow Wu Yan for the rest of her life to repay the kindness of being reborn. This was the Origami Kite. He could lead a twisted life because of hatred, but he could also become the enemy of the whole world because of a favor. It didn't matter if Kite Origami was honest, reckless, or even stubborn, Kite Origami would probably accept it expressionlessly as usual. Who asked her to be such an extreme person? Of course, the current Origami Kite was undoubtedly many times brighter than before, however, there were some things. Kite origami still doesn't understand, is that okay? Following behind Wu Yan, Yuichi origami suddenly spoke. I don't think you're a merciful person who would spare your enemy's life. At first glance, Origami Kite seemed to be mocking Wu Yan, but Wu Yan, who had a good understanding of Origami Kite, understood what Origami Kite meant. Will Scott and the DEM were enemies. There was absolutely no doubt about this. Even Kite Origami could tell that Westcott was a dangerous man. Extremely dangerous. It was not because Will Scott was strong, but because this person gave Origami a sense of danger from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps. As an enemy, Will Scott was even more terrifying than Irene. Although Tokichi Origami had no evidence to prove this point, she believed in her own feelings. Similarly, Tokichi Origami didn't think that Wu Yan didn't know how dangerous Will Scott was. If Westcott is allowed to continue like this, one day, the elves around Wu Yan might actually be captured by Westcott. He would regret it then. Then it would really be too late. Do you think I don't want to kill him? Wu Yan understood the meaning behind Tokichi Origami's words. He helplessly scratched his face and shrugged. I can tolerate him once, I can tolerate him twice, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate him 3 times. Just now, I really wanted to kill him. But someone didn't give it to me. Someone doesn't want to give it to me? Yuichi Origami was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to ask for the reason, a burst of chaotic footsteps rudely interrupted her and attracted her attention. She was with Wu Yan. She raised her head and looked at the front of the corridor. Immediately, a team of about a dozen girls wearing specialized thread-linked outfits entered Tokichi Origami's sight. The leader of the team was Tokichi Origami's former boss, Sunrise Prairie Fire. Tokichi Origami frowned and turned to look at Wu Yan. I think we should retreat as soon as possible. Yeah, we have to retreat first. If we are seen, it will be troublesome. Wu Yan agreed, but his next words stunned Tokichi Origami. So, I will retreat first. See you at the door. Without waiting for Tokichi Origami to react, Wu Yan turned around and disappeared from the spot. Tokichi Origami stared blankly at the direction Wu Yan disappeared. She was silent, a trace of gratitude slowly appeared in her eyes. Of course, Tokichi Origami didn't think Wu Yan wanted to abandon her. Even if he wanted to abandon her, he had to see what kind of enemy he was facing. A group of AST members didn't have the qualifications to make Wu Yan abandon his companions and run away. Besides, Tokichi Origami didn't believe that Wu Yan would do such a thing. Even though Tokichi Origami had only known Wu Yan for a few days, she could see that he was a good person from the smiles on his elves' faces. Now, this thought was further reflected in Tokichi Origami's heart. Tokichi Origami finally understood why Wu Yan didn't use that magical teleportation method to leave AST's base. Wu Yan was waiting for AST's people to arrive. When they arrived in front of Tokichi Origami, they would have a chance to say goodbye. He saw through me. For the first time, Tokichi Origami smiled bitterly. Tokichi Origami didn't regret following Wu Yan. Even if she didn't regret it at all. However, in AST, the other elves were also very good to Tokichi Origami. Especially Liaozi, she was very concerned about Tokichi Origami. She even worried about Tokichi Origami because she knew about her situation. Under such circumstances, even though Tokichi Origami didn't miss AST, she would still be reluctant to part with them. Wu Yan saw through this, that's why he walked into AST's base openly. When the target appeared, he asked Tokichi Origami to stay. He wanted Tokichi Origami to say goodbye. Looking at Daybreak Prairie and the group of AST members who were walking towards them, Toichi Origami took a deep breath and returned to her usual self. She quietly waited for Daybreak Prairie to arrive. Very quickly, Blazing Sun also noticed Toichi Origami who was standing in front of him. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and ordered his subordinates to stop as well. Origami? Under the sun, Liaozi tilted his head and frowned. Didn't you receive the distress signal? What are you still doing here? Go to Mr. Wilcourt's room and check on the situation. After saying that, she immediately wanted to rush to Will Scott's room again. However, Yue Origami's motionless appearance attracted her attention, causing her to frown more and more. She felt that something was wrong in her heart. Origami? Once again, she called out Origami Kitsune's name. This time, her voice was filled with confusion. She stared at Origami Kitsune, who stood there expressionlessly and completely ignored her order. She narrowed her eyes and turned around to look at her subordinates. You guys go first. Yes. Although they were a little confused as to why Daybreak Prairie Fire would give such an order, the members of AST did not hesitate at all. They agreed right away and passed through Kite Origami to rush to Will Scott's room. What's wrong? As soon as they left, Liaozi spoke in a deep voice. You disobeyed my order in this situation. Don't tell me you're fine. Hearing this, Origami Kitsune first lowered her head and was silent for a moment. When she raised her head again, her words caused Liaozi under the sun to be stunned. I'm leaving AST. What did you say? Under the sun, Liaozi didn't seem to believe the words that entered his ears. He widened his eyes in shock and cried out involuntarily. You're leaving AST? Tokichi Origami changed her simple actions and used slow and firm movements. She nodded heavily and told Liaozi the truth of her words. Liaozi stared blankly at Tokichi Origami. When she came back to her senses, she became anxious. Why? Why do you want to leave AST? Did something happen? A lot of things have happened. Origami Kitaichi shook her head gently. Her short white hair swayed with her movements. Origami Kitaichi looked as if she could disappear from the sight of a blazing sun at any moment. She was full of illusions. I'm here to say goodbye to you, do you know what you're talking about? Liaozi finally believed what she heard when she saw Tokichi Origami did not seem to be lying. Her expression turned ugly. Clearly, Liaozi under the sun would not agree to Origami leaving AST. Of course, this was because Liaozi cared about Tokichi Origami. Because Daybreak Prairie Fire knew what would happen to Origami Kitsune who suggested leaving AST, you're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.